Shifeng's voice echoed throughout the quiet meeting room for a long time. No one dared to question or complain about his presence. Even Nine Dragons' Emperor, who had wanted to silence the man, couldn't find the strength to open his mouth. While Shifeng might not have 100 bronze speedboats right now, he could produce them without a problem with the bronze speedboat design in his hand. Even if securing the necessary materials were a challenge, crafting the bronze speedboats would be much easier than questing or grinding powerful field bosses for them. With the necessary materials, one was guaranteed to obtain a bronze speedboat. In comparison, quests that awarded bronze speedboats were extremely rare, and their drop rate from field bosses was abysmally low. To the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, 100 bronze speedboats were immeasurably valuable. With another 100 bronze speedboats, the pavilion could instantly become a top-ranked superpower in the Sea of Death. Would the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion dare to slight Shifeng when he had such a card? Nine Dragons' Emperor was very familiar with the pavilion's upper echelons and elders, and God's domain only respected the strong. It was far more important to grow stronger as an individual, rather than rely on others. Blue Phoenix and her companions, who sat opposite of Nine Dragons' Emperor, only snapped out of their daze after losing themselves to the holographic projection. They immediately turned to Shifeng with an intense excitement in their eyes. Black Flame is too awesome. Big Sis Rain. Not even Starlink and Warblood support can help Nine Dragons' Emperor now. Blue Phoenix whispered to Phoenix Rain. Blue Phoenix had never thought that Shifeng would have such an amazing trump card. The Storm Speedboat design was a priceless treasure that could strongly influence the status quo in the Sea of Death. If the Storm Speedboat design hadn't been in Shifeng's bag space, essentially reducing its chances of dropping to zero, Blue Phoenix had no doubt that everyone in the room would have pounced on him. Don't get too excited. We still need to hear the great Pavilion Master and Guild Elder's thoughts on this. I don't think they would have chosen Nine Dragons' Emperor as the next great Pavilion Master so quickly simply because he's gained Starlink and Warblood support, Phoenix Rain quietly replied. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wasn't as powerful as Starlink, and its naval strength was no match for Warblood. However, it was still a super first-rate guild. Moreover, the pavilion had been growing stronger recently. Hence, Nine Dragons' Emperor's alliance with Starlink and Warblood wasn't that surprising. If the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wanted to, it could easily form alliances with various super guilds, let alone these two organizations. Ku Rong knew that. Phoenix Rain could only assume that Nine Dragons' Emperor had revealed some reason or item that forced Ku Rong to make such a hasty decision. There was also the fact that Cloudy Moon had joined them to show her support for Nine Dragons' Emperor. Cloudy Moon had never cared about who would become the next great Pavilion Master. The decision simply wouldn't affect her standing in the pavilion, especially since she'd reached the domain realm. Her position in the guild was practically unshakable. But not even the great Pavilion Master can ignore how tempting 100 bronze speedboats are, right? Blue Phoenix said. Phoenix Rain's statement had helped her realize how peculiar this meeting was, but she couldn't help her excitement. Shifeng had clearly stated that if Ku Rong chose Nine Dragons' Emperor as the next great Pavilion Master, the matter of the 100 bronze speedboats was moot. This was an opportunity for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to rise to the top out at sea. There was no way the offer wouldn't tempt Ku Rong. After the silence stretched on for a moment, Ku Rong, who hadn't said a word, finally spoke. Guild leader Black Flame, as an invited guest and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's ally, of course, you qualify to express your opinions in this meeting. Since Martial Dragon was unaware of our rules, I ask that you forgive him, Ku Rong stated, giving Shifeng a friendly smile. The guild elders and upper echelons stared at their great Pavilion Master in astonishment. None of them had thought that Ku Rong would admonish Martial Dragon. Martial Dragon was Nine Dragons' Emperor's capable and trusted aide, as well as the commander of Nine Dragon Emperor's main force. He took care of the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master's normal affairs. As a domain realm expert, he was also a pillar of strength in the guild. Martial Dragon would know the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's rules more intimately than most people in the guild. Ku Rong's statement only proved how much he valued the 100 bronze speedboats. I see, so he didn't know of the rules. If that's the case, I can understand. Revealing a faint smile, Shifeng turned to Martial Dragon and said, I-11 forgive him with an apology. Shifeng hadn't minded Martial Dragon's rudeness, but he wanted the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's elders and upper echelons to understand what Zero Wing was. Otherwise, these people continue to take his guild lightly, and they wouldn't recognize the significance of Zero Wing's alliance with Phoenix Rain. Martial Dragon had just made himself the best tool to get this point across. Don't go overboard, Black Flame, Martial Dragon bellowed as veins popped across his forehead. The room's temperature dropped several degrees as his cold-killing intent swept toward Shifeng. Martial Dragon commanded the War Dragon Legion, the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion's main force. He was also a domain realm expert. Only the Great Pavilion Master, the guild founders, and the 2 Pavilion Masters held a higher position than he did in the guild. A public apology to Shifeng would ruin his reputation in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. He would not be able to show his face in the guild ever again. Even the pavilion's guild elders and upper echelons thought that Shifeng was going a little overboard. The Great Pavilion Master had taken a step back and acknowledged Shifeng's qualifications to express his opinion in this meeting. Yet Shifeng refused to let the matter rest, pushing the envelope. Even Ku Rong's expression darkened slightly. Phoenix Rain wanted to advise Shifeng against this tactic. Since Ku Rong had recognized Zero Wing's position, this meeting would likely conclude without a victor. There was no need to arouse everyone's disgust and aversion. But Shifeng didn't give her the chance. Going too far? Shifeng could not help but chuckle. Looking at Martial Dragon, his gaze turned cold as he said, "You know you've erred, yet you refuse to apologize. Do you think I, Black Flame, am a pushover? Or does the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion think that Zero Wing's guild leader is of no importance?" Shifeng then released his horrific aura, which spread throughout the room as if some primordial beast had woken from its slumber. Everyone in the room felt an immense pressure bear down on them, resulting from the considerable difference in life rating and basic attributes. This pressure felt even more powerful than that of a Grand Lord of the same level. Some of the Refinement Realm experts even felt their legs tremble. Fortunately, everyone was currently seated. Otherwise, many of them would have caved in, collapsing. Furthermore, Shifeng exposed his true level for all to see. Level 100. When they saw the eye-catching number, the room's occupants felt as if a mountain had fallen on their heads. Level 100? How is this possible? Even the highest-leveled player on Dragonheart Island is only level 89, and he only reached that level yesterday. How could Black Flame have already reached level 100? Since Shifeng had revealed his level, anyone who took a close look could see his statistics. Chaos tore through the meeting room as its occupants saw his level. All of these players were Refinement Realm experts or stronger, so they knew just how difficult it was to level up as one progressed in the game. At their levels, acquiring 2 or 3 levels more than ordinary experts was an amazing feat. They might have been able to earn 5 or 6 levels more than ordinary experts around level 50, but the gap would shrink as they leveled up. For example, current ordinary experts on Dragonheart Island had only reached level 85, while even these Refinement Realm experts were only 2 or 3 levels higher than that. And yet, they had just learned that Shifeng was more than 10 levels higher than they were. How is his level so high? The revelation even surprised Phoenix Rain. She knew that Shifeng was mysterious and powerful, but the fact that he had reached level 100 at this stage of the game was too much of a shock for her. The fact that Shifeng had reached level 100 when no one had even climbed to level 90 not only proved that his leveling speed was superior, but he was also far stronger as an individual. It was common knowledge that not all experts were high-level players, but all high-level players were undoubtedly experts. Ignoring all else, Shifeng's level meant that his basic attributes were far ahead of everyone else's. Moreover, as a level 100 player, he qualified to explore level 100+ maps, which no one else could set foot in at this stage of the game. This meant that he could get his hands on resources that none of God's domain's current powers even knew existed, giving Zero Wing a huge advantage. Ordinary powers might not have realized it yet, but the various superpowers knew that the higher leveled a map was, the more precious its resources would be. Some high-level maps even contained unimaginably powerful items. Take the ancient civilization's tools that players had recently discovered, for example. Players had only encountered these tools after they had started to explore level 90 maps. In other words, Zero Wing could obtain resources that the various superpowers had no access to yet. Once he saw Shifeng's level and realized the implications of it, Martial Dragon, who had wanted to berate Shifeng further, kept his mouth shut. He only dared to glare at the Swordsman, nothing more. The bronze speedboat design Shifeng had revealed earlier would, at most, for the guild upper echelons and elders to forgive his transgressions and treat Zero Wing as a valuable asset. However, now that they knew Shifeng had reached level 100, they had no choice but to treat Zero Wing like an equal. At the very least, Zero Wing had the capital and strength to stand up to the various superpowers in the Sea of Death. A design was just that, after all. Mass-producing the Storm Speedboat required an astronomical amount of precious resources, and obtaining these resources would be a challenge, even for the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. However, Shifeng had the strength to do so. Including Zero Wing's already formidable naval strength, the guild would likely have an easier time collecting the necessary resources to mass-produce the Storm Speedboats. Even without other powers' support, Zero Wing could produce 100 bronze speedboats, becoming one of the Sea of Death's apex overlords. Now that the various upper echelons and elders understood Zero Wing's status, they'd have to treat Shifeng and his guild seriously. How is this possible? How is his level so high? Nine Dragons Emperor was dazed when he saw Shifeng's level. He couldn't believe his eyes. Even Cloudy Moon, who sat beside the Heavenly Dragon Pavilion Master, stared at Shifeng in astonishment. Level 100. Phoenix Rain really knows how to take people by surprise. She actually recruited such a powerful ally. It's no wonder why she's remained calm throughout the meeting. Cloudy Moon glanced at Phoenix Rain, who, in reality, had gone stiff with shock, in admiration. After the commotion continued for a moment, Ku Rong, who had maintained his light smile, hesitated as he said, "Marshal, how about you just—" After giving the matter some thought, Ku Rong thought it was wisest to make Martial Dragon apologize for his earlier slight. Shifeng was Zero Wing's guild leader, and Martial Dragon had provoked him first. Suddenly, however, a rough voice echoed throughout the meeting room. "You really have a bad temper, guild leader Black Flame. Commander Marshall has merely misspoken. Yet you're demanding an apology from one of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's pillars of strength. If I didn't know any better, I would have assumed you were the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's great pavilion master." The rough, middle-aged man beside Nine Dragons Emperor spoke up, poking fun at Shifeng. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders nodded in agreement. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was a super first-rate guild, and Martial Dragon commanded one of its two main forces. He was a domain realm expert, a true pillar in the guild. Demanding a public apology was too much. This person certainly knows how to counter. Not only has he suppressed Black Flame, but he's also minimized the severity of Martial Dragon's insult. Phoenix Rain turned to the rough man as the guild upper echelons and elders began to discuss the situation amongst themselves. Phoenix Rain could tell that Shifeng was trying to improve the upper echelons and elders' opinion of Zero Wing. It would give her a better chance of undermining Nine Dragons Emperor and replacing him as the next great pavilion master. However, this middle-aged man had elevated the conflict between Shifeng and Martial Dragon to one between Zero Wing and the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Now, even if the upper echelons and elders hadn't seen a problem with pushing Martial Dragon to apologize, they'd have to support Martial Dragon. If this insult concerned the guild's reputation, they couldn't afford to concede. "And you are?" Shifeng asked as he turned to the rough, middle-aged man. "Blood Oath, commander of the War Blood Adventurer team." The man responded, smiling faintly. The many guild upper echelons and elders that supported Nine Dragons Emperor mimicked the grin. Shifeng had only been allowed to act so arrogantly because he had an item that could tempt the pavilion, and Martial Dragon's status wasn't as high as his. However, Blood Oath was a different story. Blood Oath commanded Warblood, the third-ranked adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. The adventurer team had just as many experts as the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, and its naval prowess was even slightly stronger than the pavilion's. Even Ku Rong had to treat Blood Oath with respect, and now that he had spoken, Shifeng could no longer suppress Nine Dragons Emperor's position. "So, you're Warblood's commander," Shurfeng said nonchalantly. "Your adventurer team ambushed Commander Blue Phoenix's people in the Buried Bones ruin and nearly took her life. She's a friend of mine, you know. I had planned to seek you out, but since you're here, things have become a lot simpler. Compensate for the damage and apologize to my friend." As Shurfeng finished speaking, a deathly silence descended upon the room again, and everyone turned to stare at him with stupefied expressions. Insane. He was insane. Is he trying to start a war? Is he insane? Doesn't he know who Blood Oath is? The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders couldn't bring themselves to look at Blood Oath. None of them had thought Shurfeng would go so far as to provoke the man. Even Nine Dragons' Emperor, who sat across from Phoenix Rain, stared at Shurfeng in shock. They were all aware that Blood Oath had targeted Blue Phoenix. Ku Rong, in particular, must have watched the battle multiple times, but what difference did that make? It was common for the various powers to attack their rivals in the fields. With War Blood supporting Nine Dragons' Emperor, its assault against Phoenix Rain's aid wasn't unusual. However, there was a limit to how far the various powers would go. As long as they kept the situation in the dark, everyone involved would turn a blind eye. And yet, Shurfeng had brought the attack into the light. He refused to conform, and because of this, the Pavilions and Warblood's members wore ugly expressions. It would have been fine if Shurfeng had simply insisted on an apology from Martial Dragon. He was, after all, a guild leader while Martial Dragon was merely an upper echelon. It was understandable to expect Martial Dragon to apologize, but it was an entirely different story to demand an apology from Blood Oath. Setting aside Warblood's attack on Blue Phoenix, very few people on Dragonheart Island dared to disrespect Blood Oath. Even Ku Rong feared the man in the Sea of Death. Yet, not only did Shurfeng demand an apology from Blood Oath, but he also wanted Blood Oath to apologize to Blue Phoenix, not the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Not even melancholy 13 Thrones guild leader would dare to do such a thing. The meeting room was frighteningly silent, and the temperature seemed to drop steadily. Even the Void Realm experts in the room felt stifled, not to mention the Refinement Realm experts. Their reactions weren't a result of the powerful pressure in the room, but because the meeting room's atmosphere had become oppressive. They had no doubt that the slightest movement would spark a fight. After a long period of silence, Blood Oath opened his mouth and asked, "What if I refuse? What will you do about it?" Blood Oath's questions were simple and straightforward. Not only did his statement blatantly provoke Shurfeng, the smile he wore and his frosty tone made the room feel even colder. Even the guild upper echelons around Phoenix Rain struggled to breathe, their vision fading. Their heartbeats grew increasingly louder as if their hearts would jump out of their chests. The killing intent and pressure they felt from Blood Oath was almost 10 times stronger than that of mythic monsters. Ku Rong's expression twisted into something unpleasant. He had never thought that Shurfeng would be this bold. Blood Oath was a murderous god in the Sea of Death. He didn't even respect Super Guild's guild leaders, let alone the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Trying to force a public apology out of this murderous god was suicidal. Even if Ku Rong stepped forward to ease the tension, he'd be powerless to calm Blood Oath's fury. It's simple. Shurfeng could not help his grin after hearing Blood Oath's statement. "I'll just drag you over here to apologize." The room's occupants nearly collapsed with shock after listening to Shurfeng's reply. They stared at him in astonishment, with no idea of what he was trying to accomplish. That was Warblood's commander they were talking about. As an individual, Blood Oath was the third-ranked berserker on Dragonheart Island. Not only did he wear 6 pieces of epic equipment, but he also wielded the magic dragon spear, a well-known magic weapon in the Sea of Death. Moreover, he had a special bloodline related to the sea god. He was basically invincible at sea. On top of that, at least 1 vice guild leader and 3 bodyguards were constantly by his side. Although the bodyguards couldn't rival domain realm experts, they had a mysterious item that allowed them to manifest a special domain. This domain could suppress their enemies in every aspect, as well as form a barrier around specific targets. This barrier could even withstand mythic monsters' attacks. Blood Oath was practically impossible to kill, much less capture. Good. Very good. Blood Oath laughed, his killing intent so intense that it even made Phoenix Rain shudder. It's been a long time since anybody has dared to joke with me in the Sea of Death. If you don't mind, Great Pavilion Master Ku Rong, I'd like to take Guild Leader Black Flame to Warblood's headquarters and teach him the rules on Dragonheart Island. Ink Feather and Blood Oath's 3 bodyguards moved as soon as the words left their commander's mouth. Dragonheart City's NPC soldiers would kill anyone who attacked another player within the city, but the guild residences, which were private property, were an exception. Players were free to do whatever they wished within their own guild residence. Ku Rong's expression darkened when he heard Blood Oath's request. The commander might sound like he was asking for permission, but he was merely notifying the room of his intentions. Each of Blood Oath's bodyguards retrieved a crystalline totem from their bags, sacrificing 1,000 magic crystals to the items. The crystalline totems then formed a domain that enveloped the meeting room, and everyone felt as if a weight had dropped on their shoulders. Not only had the domain reduced their basic attributes by 15%, but their physiques had also weakened by 20%. To make matters worse, the gravitational force they experienced had significantly increased, making movement inconvenient. The moment the domain took form, Ink Feather squeezed and shattered a deification crystal, forcibly upgrading herself to Tier 3. She then pulled multiple purple, crystalline arrows from her bag. Many of the players in the room gasped when they saw the arrows. Starburst arrows. These arrows had been created by an ancient civilization that had lived in the Gravity Mountain range. Each arrow contained incredible power and could elevate its user's attack by 1 tier to a maximum of Tier 4. Because of this, the Starburst arrows cost an exorbitant sum on the market. One could even trade 20 Starburst arrows for a piece of ordinary epic equipment. What truly surprised the meeting room's occupants was the act that Ink Feather had 12 of these arrows. Don't think that you're unstoppable just because you're level 100. I will ensure that you suffer the consequences for provoking Warblood, Ink Feather said, her lips curling slightly as she glared at Shifeng. She pulled back the string of her ancient bow and activated the Tier 3 skill, Heart-Seeking Arrow. Heart-Seeking Arrow gave players full control over the arrow they fired during the skill's activation and allowed the player to control a maximum of 36 arrows at once. Although Ink Feather couldn't yet control all 36 arrows, she'd have no problems controlling 12 with perfect precision. 12 Starburst arrows flew toward Shifeng, each with enough power to knock back a mythic monster. All 12 arrows could even instant-kill a true Tier 3 player. Everyone in the room squeezed their eyes shut as the arrows flew. A level 100 player might be very strong, but not all fights in God's domain required a frontal confrontation. One could use tools to end a fight. However, just before the 12 arrows found their target, Shifeng brandished Killing Ray. Shadow Blade. Immediately, 12 sword lights flashed as Shifeng achieved a 100% completion rate with Shadow Blade. Each sword light slammed into one of Ink Feather's Starburst arrows, altering their trajectories. You have quite a bit of power behind your attacks. Unfortunately, raw power isn't enough to win all battles in God's domain, Shifeng said, glancing at the Starburst arrows as they brushed past him. Although he was not a Tier 3 player, the difference between a level 100 player and a lower-leveled player wasn't easy to make up. Shifeng then activated Wind Blade and charged at Blood Oath. Don't think I'll let you get close to the commander so easily. As Shifeng approached, the 3 bodyguards formed a barrier before Blood Oath, separating the two. In response, Shifeng swung Killing Ray again. Lightning Slash. A massive thunderbolt tore through the magic barrier, stupefying the bodyguards. At the same time, Blood Oath reacted, lifting his magic dragon spear to counterattack. Unfortunately, he wasn't fast enough to keep up with Shifeng, even with the domain suppressing the swordsman. Shifeng's Twilight Blade pushed aside the spear, and his sacred sword stopped right before it touched Blood Oath's throat. Less than 3 seconds had passed since Ink Feather had attacked. When Shifeng's Killing Ray stopped at Blood Oath's throat, astonished silence filled the meeting room, and not a single player could pull their eyes away from the sight. None of them could have dreamed that this meeting would turn out like this. Despite Warblood's vice guild leader and 3 bodyguards by his side, Blood Oath had ended up at the end of Shifeng's blade. Nobody would believe them even if they retold this tale to others. This is some trick, right? Blood Oath couldn't actually stop Black Flame. So strong. How high are Black Flame's basic attributes? Even with a domain suppressing him, he still pushed away Blood Oath's two-handed weapon so easily. No. Black Flame's reaction speed is far more frightening than his basic attributes. If it weren't, Blood Oath would have been able to use a defensive skill and wouldn't have had to rely on his weapon. None of these players were ordinary experts. Some of them had even reached the Void Realm. Although Shifeng was very fast and imperceptible to the naked eye, his movement couldn't escape a Void Realm expert's notice. Thus, many of the room's occupants had caught a clear glimpse of what had just happened. Of course, witnessing that exchange was the very reason for their shock. The Domain Realm experts in the room evaluated Shifeng with a far more serious gaze than before. They had watched the recording of Shifeng killing Autumn Plant, and they had assumed the swordsman only had high basic attributes, combat techniques, and reaction speed. They had assumed that these factors were the only reason that Shifeng had been able to instant-kill Autumn Plant. However, this display made it clear that they had been severely mistaken. The fluidity of Shifeng's movements was the true reason that he was so frightening. They had no doubt that even if Shifeng's basic attributes were on par with Blood Oath's, the result of this exchange would have been the same. If not even Blood Oath was a match for Shifeng, they, who were weaker than the Warbloods commander, had no hope against Zero Wing's guild leader. Stop messing around. Black Flame. Blood Oath is the Warblood Adventurer team's commander. Inkfeather coldly warned Shifeng, watching him hold Blood Oath captive. Shifeng's strength was far beyond her expectations. She had never expected an outcome like this. God's Domain was a virtual reality game that mimicked reality to a frightening degree. Although players could view details that weren't available in the real world, there was little difference between the two. Unlike monsters, players didn't have thick hides and powerful life forces, and because of that, players had to don armor to protect their vulnerable bodies. Even an ordinary Tier 2 player could deal an absurd amount of damage if they attacked Blood Oath's unprotected neck. Not to mention Shifeng, who had incredible basic attributes and wielded an epic weapon. With Shifeng's blade against his throat, Blood Oath's life was in Shifeng's hands. Although a player would only lose one level if they died in God's Domain, the significance of one level differed from player to player. An ordinary expert would have no problem coming back from the loss. They couldn't catch up to God's Domain's frontline players, to begin with, and they weren't strong enough to contest for resources in new, unexplored maps. However, dying and losing a level was an immense loss to a frontline player like Blood Oath. With Inkfeather's warning, the meeting room fell silent again as everyone stared at Shifeng. Even Phoenix Rain was extraordinarily tense. Shifeng might have control of Blood Oath's life, showing off his strength before every player in the room. But he had also grievously offended the Warblood Adventurer team. For Warblood, allowing its commander to be taken captive in such a public setting was immensely embarrassing. To save its reputation from this blow, the Adventurer team couldn't allow Shifeng to get away with this. You really know how to dig your own grave, Black Flame. I won't even need to lift a finger to deal with you now. As Lu Xingluo watched Shifeng, he silently celebrated the swordsman's folly. After all was said and done, Warblood's relationship with Starlink was only one of cooperation. Lu Xingluo didn't have the authority to command the Adventurer team, but now that Shifeng had humiliated Warblood, the Adventure team would find a variety of ways to kill the man. If Warblood were hellbent on killing someone, even a super guild's guild leader would have a headache trying to stop the Adventurer team. Messing around? Why would I be messing around? Shifeng laughed. I told Commander Blood Oath that if he's unwilling to apologize, I'll have to drag him to Commander Blue Phoenix and make him do it. Shifeng extended a hand to grip the back of Blood Oath's neck. Black Flame. Blood Oath understood what Shifeng intended the moment the swordsman moved. He immediately activated his berserk skill, disregarding the blade pressed against his throat. However, Blood Oath did not stop with just one berserk skill. Following which, he activated his legacy berserk skill, the intensity of his aura instantly skyrocketing to the standard of a mythic monster of the same level. Tier 2 taboo skill, Storm Rage. With the power to rip apart space itself, Blood Oath thrust his magic dragon spear at Sherfong. However, golden, divine runes began to appear across the swordsman's body, and his aura's intensity skyrocketed. Heavenly Dragon's power. Sherfong then pulled back Killing Ray, swinging it at the incoming spear. Boom! The collision's shockwave was so powerful that it threw the spectating players back against their chairs. The magic dragon spear, which had far more power than Inkfeather's starburst arrows, came to an abrupt halt, unable to harm Sherfong in the slightest. Blood Oath's expression darkened. He hadn't expected that, even after activating twofold Berserk, he'd still be helpless against Sherfong. He quickly activated another skill to put some distance between him and Sherfong. Unfortunately for Blood Oath, Sherfong was a step ahead. Tugging Killing Ray sharply, he dragged the magic dragon spear, and Blood Oath with it, forward. Taking advantage of the momentum, he snatched the back of Blood Oath's neck. Blood Oath had seen Sherfeng's movements, yet he failed to react in time. The instant he felt Sherfeng's hand on the back of his neck, Blood Oath felt as if a dragon had grabbed him. He couldn't move at all. Sherfong jumped into the air with his burden, dodging Inkfeather's attacks and landing before Blue Phoenix. He then tightened his grip on the back of Blood Oath's neck and pressed down. Boom! 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 Sherfong smashed Blood Oath's head into the ground 3 times, the marble floor shattering and shaking the meeting room with his strength. Blood Oath rapidly lost HP before it eventually hit 0. The scene even dumbfounded Nine Dragons Emperor and Lu Xinglua, not to mention the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders. Inkfeather, who had been preparing to launch another attack, was utterly dazed. As if time had stopped, everyone in the room froze. For a moment, they even forgot to breathe. How dare he? As they stared at Sherfong, everyone felt a chill crawl down their spines. He stood nonchalantly before the meeting table with Blood Oath at his feet, the man's head buried in the broken marble floor. Blood Oath's death didn't shock the meeting room's occupants overmuch. What truly shocked them was the method Sherfong had used to kill him. Sherfong had dragged Blood Oath to Blue Phoenix and forced Warblood's commander to kowtow and apologize. Not even Nine Dragons Emperor and Lu Xinglua had thought the swordsman would be so vicious, let alone Blue Phoenix. He's definitely crazy. Warblood definitely won't rest until Zero Wing is destroyed. Nine Dragons Emperor thought, flabbergasted as he watched Sherfong. Had Sherfong simply killed Blood Oath out of rage, Warblood would at most target Sherfong, but since the situation had devolved, the adventurer team would become a laughingstock if it didn't annihilate Zero Wing as a whole. Even the major corporations that supported Warblood would support their vengeance, and there would be no hope for reconciliation between the two organizations. In an era where every second mattered, two powers would suffer tremendous losses if they went to war against each other, regardless of who won in the end. Only a lunatic would start a war with a superpower like Warblood. You're dead? Black Flame. Our adventurer team won't let this matter rest. So what if you're strong? From this moment, Warblood declares war against Zero Wing. We will hunt Zero Wing's members relentlessly if they set foot in the Sea of Death. Inkfeather bellowed when she saw her commander's corpse with such powerful killing intent that even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members shuddered. It felt as if some hellish curse had echoed throughout the room. Inkfeather and Blood Oath's bodyguards stormed out of the room. Clearly, she intended to relay these events to Warblood's other upper echelons and prepare to move against Zero Wing. This is going to be troublesome. Phoenix Rain watched Inkfeather and her companions leave with a heavy expression. She felt that Sherfong had been too impulsive. Unlike on land, the status quo between adventurer teams and guilds had more balance in the Sea of Death. Naval travel was incredibly inconvenient, and because of this, guilds couldn't rely on their large armies. That wasn't the case for adventurer teams, however. Adventurer teams were small organizations that operated in multiple locations. Would be able to take out an adventurer team regardless of the provocation. Naval adventurer teams had many methods to deal with small groups of players as well. This was especially true for an adventurer team like Warblood. As one of the top 10 adventurer teams on Dragonheart Island, Many adventurer teams had subjected themselves to Warblood's rule. One word from Warblood was all it would take to ensure that Zero Wings members had no place in the Sea of Death. Moreover, Warblood had Starlink's support. Starlink's progress in the ancient civilization's ruins in the Gravity Mountain Range was impressive, and as a result, both the Guild and Warblood's naval prowess grew with each passing day. This was the reason Ku Rong had chosen Nine Dragons Emperor as his successor. In comparison, Zero Wing's naval strength was infantile. Even with the bronze speedboat design, Zero Wing would need a lot of time and materials to construct a full fleet. Furthermore, adventurer teams supplied 80% of the naval resources on the market, and after today, not a single adventurer team would dare sell their resources to Zero Wing. With one of Zero Wing's main supply lines severed, Warblood and Starlink would occupy a large number of shops and resources in Dragonheart City by the time Zero Wing developed its naval forces. If they purchased Dragonheart City's large shipyard, they'd become unimaginably powerful at sea. How exactly was Zero Wing supposed to fight Warblood? Zero Wing wasn't even guaranteed to survive this war, let alone prosper in the Sea of Death. However, Phoenix Rain had to admit that Shurfeng's performance had been effective. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's upper echelons and elders had a newfound respect and fear of Zero Wing. Shurfeng had followed through with his threat of dragging Warblood's commander to Blue Phoenix and forcing him to apologize. Not even a super guild's guild leader would dare to pull such a stunt. For a time, everyone in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion reevaluated their opinions of Phoenix Rain. Shurfeng might be a lunatic, but he was a powerful lunatic. Moreover, he had a bronze speedboat design. Because of this, Ku Rong decided to postpone the matter of his successor. At the very least, he'd wait to announce a decision until the war between Zero Wing and Warblood had reached a conclusion. Fortunately, this meant that Nine Dragons Emperor's plans had gone to waste. It seems Black Flame is quite capable after all, Cloudy Moon, who was about to leave the meeting room, said, smiling gently as she glanced at Shurfeng. His good luck will only last a short moment. Nine Dragons Emperor hissed with a sneer. You're new to the Sea of Death, so you might not understand what kind of power Warblood is. Not even Starlink is a match for the adventurer team's naval prowess, much less the Pavilion. Not only has Warblood secured a stable source of naval legacies, but it has also acquired a source for hidden bloodline legacies. It can nurture experts with horrific combat power at sea. Moreover, I've heard that Warblood has gained a large number of deification crystals and ancient contract scrolls that allow players to tame sea monsters as mounts due to its partnership with Starlink. Even 13 Thrones shows Warblood some respect at sea. Why else would the great Pavilion Master choose me as his successor so quickly? Black Flame doesn't realize who he just provoked. He thinks everything will be fine just because he's so powerful as an individual. If Warblood goes all out, Dragonheart City will tremble at its might. There's no guarantee that Zero Wing will even be able to enter Dragonheart City, much less gain any standing. Nine Dragons Emperor's explanation surprised Cloudy Moon. She hadn't thought that an adventurer team could be so powerful, even having the ability to tame sea monsters as mounts. It was no wonder why Ku Rong had been so lenient about Blood Oath's disrespect and arrogance. Although her main activities were on land, she knew a little about sea monsters. With a sea monster as a mount, a player's combat power at sea would be impressive. If a power had enough sea monster mounts, it would usher in a new era in the Sea of Death. Despite the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's efforts to keep the incident quiet, news quickly reached Dragonheart City's various major powers. It caused an uproar in the city. Is Zero Wing trying to dig an early grave? This is going to be an interesting show. Meanwhile, Phoenix Rain worried as she read the report on Warblood's declaration of war in an office in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's guild hall. Guild leader Black Flame, I'm afraid that Warblood is already on the move. If you need any resources, I'll try to get you as many as I can from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Phoenix Rain offered, watching Shurfeng as he prepared to leave the office. Shurfeng had only started a war with Warblood on her behalf, so she couldn't just sit aside and do nothing, but she couldn't help but feel powerless with their opponent being the Warblood adventurer team. That's wonderful. In that case, I'd like to borrow some of your people, Shurfeng said, nodding. He wouldn't refuse the help. Zero Wing's foundations in Dragonheart City were just too fragile. Borrow some of my people? What are you planning? Shi Feng's request confused Phoenix Rain. I want to capture the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress, Shi Feng calmly stated. Capture the northern fortress? Phoenix Rain stared at Shi Feng with wide eyes. There were quite a few fortresses in the Gravity Mountain Range, with over a dozen of varying sizes scattered across the map. The northern fortress was a medium fortress in the map's northern region, the largest in the area. Even working together, 13 Thrones and Starlink had gone to great lengths to capture a small fortress. While that might not seem like a great feat, they were the only superpower to capture a fortress in the Gravity Mountain Range. And Shi Feng intended to capture a medium fortress. No matter how Phoenix Rain considered the idea, she had little hope of the operation succeeding. Even if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and Zero Wing went all out working together, their chances of capturing a small fortress were less than 10%. That's right. Zero Wing isn't quite strong enough to succeed, so I'd like to borrow 30,000 elites and experts for the operation, Shi Feng said, nodding. Of course, I won't borrow them for free. If we succeed, I'll give you 20% of the fortress's shares. The majority of Zero Wing's forces were stationed in the Bottomless Abyss and/or Empire. There were barely any members in Dragonheart City. Although the guild could gather its members here, it would take a long time to do so, and he couldn't afford to wait. The main reason that the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses were so difficult to capture was the level 100+ mythic monsters that guarded each of them. The fortresses were also full of level 100+ Great Lords and Grand Lords. Medium fortresses, in particular, were guarded by significantly more monsters, and these monsters operated like a well-trained army. Zero Wing hadn't previously had the strength to capture a medium fortress, but that had changed. While Shi Feng had been in the Tower of Four Gods, both Anna and Kite had reached level 100 and completed their Tier 3 promotion quests. Including the level 100+ demons Shi Feng could summon with the Bible of Darkness, Zero Wing qualified to challenge a medium fortress. It would be less risky to challenge a small fortress, but the northern fortress was near the Gravity Mountain Range's vein area. Not only could the rare ores in the area be used when crafting ships, but they would also be useful for producing level 100+ weapons and equipment. After level 100, the system reduced equipment drop rates even further. One would already be quite lucky to obtain a piece of mysterious iron equipment from a Great Lord, and Lord-ranked monsters had practically no chance of dropping level 100+ bronze equipment. Hence, demand for player-made weapons and equipment would skyrocket after level 100. Since no one was paying attention to the northern fortress, he had to secure it as quickly as possible. If he waited until this fortress attracted attention, not only would he have to deal with the monsters that guarded the northern fortress, but he'd also have to deal with player interference, which would significantly reduce his chances of capturing it. Is 30,000 enough? Phoenix Rain gave Shi Feng a skeptical look. Although gathering 30,000 elites and experts on Dragonheart Island would be difficult, it wasn't impossible for her. However, 13 Thrones and Starlink had sent a massive 150,000 player army to capture a small fortress, and over 70% of their forces had been slaughtered by the end of the battle. And yet, Shi Feng only asked for a fraction of that. There'll be enough, but we'll need to move quickly, Shi Feng said. The most important factor when attempting to capture a fortress in the Gravity Mountain Range was whether or not one could hold their ground against the monsters. If an army could stand strong, even 10,000 players would be enough to capture a fortress, not to mention 30,000. However, they would need a lot more time to succeed. That won't be a problem. I'll contact them immediately. I should be able to get 30,000 players here within a day, Phoenix Rain said. She knew that Shi Feng was no fool. If he thought it was possible to capture a medium fortress, she had to take the risk. Starlink and 13 Thrones had gained massive advantages in Dragonheart City due to the small fortress they had captured. If she could get her hands on a medium fortress's shares, Nine Dragons Emperor would have an extremely difficult time shaking her position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion in the future. Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix got to work contacting the necessary players. They called in the pavilion's various elite and expert players scattered in the Sea of Death and various countries on the main continent. Meanwhile, Shifeng headed toward the Wanderer's shop after leaving the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. Since he had been stuck in the Tower of Four Gods, he hadn't been able to manage the Wanderer's shop, allowing it to operate itself. After so many days, the shop should have accumulated a fortune. According to Shifeng's estimates, his share should amount to at least 10,000 ancient gold. More customers had been visiting the shop, and as a result, its sales continued to improve, especially those of the black market's entry slots. With 10,000 ancient gold, Shifeng could purchase a plot of land and construct an ordinary guild residence in Dragonheart City's outermost area. This would allow Zero Wings members to rest and recover in the residence for free, rather than waste their money on hotels. But as soon as Shifeng stepped out of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence, an uproar rose through the crowd outside. "He's out. And here I thought he would hide in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion for the rest of his life. I didn't expect him to show himself so soon. Keep an eye on him, everyone. The higher-ups have announced that we'll earn 3 pieces of epic equipment if we can kill Black Flame. Notify the boss. Black Flame has left the residence." By now, everyone had heard of Blood Oath's death, and Warblood's declaration of war had caused a sensation in Dragonheart City. Moreover, Warblood had offered the highest bounty ever seen in God's domain for Black Flame's head. 3 pieces of epic equipment. An ordinary player's strength would undergo a qualitative transformation if they acquired 3 pieces of epic equipment, let alone an expert's strength. Thus, every player in Dragonheart City was going mad over the news. Even if they had killed Shifeng before this, he wasn't guaranteed to drop his fragmented legendary item. But now they were promised epic equipment if they killed the Swordsman. Not a single player in the Sea of Death could ignore such temptation. Shifeng finally reached the Wanderer's shop after half an hour, utterly ignoring the crowd of experts and War Blood members that followed him. None of them would dare attack him in Dragonheart City. However, when he saw the Wanderer's shop, Shifeng had wondered if he had gone to the wrong place. The originally tattered Wanderer's shop looked completely different. Now, it was a 4-story tall building with an extravagantly decorated exterior. An endless stream of players entered and exited the building, and they were all level 85+ experts. The Wanderer's shop looked more like a guild hall than a shop. The shop size upgraded automatically. Shifeng could not help his shock. Just how popular is the Wanderer's shop right now? It wasn't particularly unusual for independent shops to upgrade automatically, but fulfilling the conditions for such an upgrade was immensely difficult. Not only did the shop require enough popularity and traffic, but it also needed to reach a certain sales volume. Shifeng entered the shop, only to find that the first-floor hall had more than doubled in size. There were also more than 100 types of items available for sale, and they were all treasures that were rarely seen on the market. However, Shifeng didn't pay these details much mind. He immediately opened the shop's interface to learn how much ancient gold he had earned. Is this real? Shifeng couldn't believe his eyes when he saw the numbers. 27,615 ancient gold. Shifeng had earned a lot more ancient gold than he had expected from the Wanderer's shop. He still couldn't shake off the shock after staring at the numbers for a long time. It's no wonder why the powers that secured a Wanderer's shop in the past developed so rapidly. This shop is a gold mine. Realization dawned on Shifeng after seeing his share of the profits. Many first- and second-rate guilds had mingled in independent cities in Shifeng's previous life, and despite not occupying high-resource maps, they had established themselves among the many superpowers, with some eventually becoming superpowers themselves. Meanwhile, a large part of the reason for these guilds' success was likely the Wanderer's shops they had owned. Shifeng had only spent a little over 20 days in the Tower of Four Gods, yet he had earned over 27,000 ancient gold through the Wanderer's shop. This meant that the shop generated more than 1,000 ancient gold per day. No shop in Dragonheart City earned as much income. Only the fortresses in the Gravity Mountain range could surpass the Wanderer's shop's profits. Moreover, the Wanderer's shop had earned so much income despite being a 2-star shop. Once he promoted it to 3-star status, the shop would sell items that would even tempt superpowers. Most importantly, the Wanderer's shop would undergo a qualitative transformation upon reaching 3-star status, periodically hosting a miniature black marketplace. The items available in this marketplace couldn't compare to those in the actual black market, but there were looser entry restrictions. Players could participate as long as they had the Wanderer's Shop's customer membership. The Wanderer's Shop's income would significantly increase. After withdrawing the 27,615 ancient gold, Shifeng made his way to the city hall. He had originally planned to construct a guild residence for Zero Wings members on Dragonheart Island, but since he had more ancient gold than he had expected, his plans had changed. Dragonheart City was split between its inner and outer areas, but there was also a special location within the city. It was the area closest to the World Tower. Not only did this special area provide more convenient access to the World Tower, but the mana density there was also incredible. Moreover, this secret area had a hidden secret: the World Power Tolerance value. As players roamed the World Tower's first underground floor, they might not notice a difference, sensing an ever-present malicious energy in the underground world. This malicious energy was world power, and it discriminated against and rejected all outsiders. Not only would this world power weaken players' physiques, but it would also interfere with their five senses, severely affecting their combat power. Of course, one could counter these negative effects by consuming the food and drink available in Dragonheart City, but doing so carried a high price. Even ordinary experts would blow through their savings if they relied on this method. However, after a long investigation, some players had discovered that one could reduce the world power suppression by resting in an area near the World Tower. It wouldn't make them immune to the world power's effects, but it could reduce them by half. With this reduction, players could continue to explore the World Tower without relying on Dragonheart City's expensive consumables. Because of this, the shops around the World Tower had been incredibly popular in the past. The various superpowers had spared no expense to purchase these shops, modifying them into hotels. If players had been allowed to construct guild residences in the area, such buildings would have surrounded the World Tower in the past. Even so, the area around the World Tower had become something of a famous tourist spot during Shifeng's previous life due to its many hotels. Unfortunately, first-rate guilds hadn't had a chance to build a hotel of their own. In fact, many superpowers had gone without as well. There were only 34 plots of land around the World Tower, and these plot sizes were fixed. Guilds didn't have the option of expanding their hotels, regardless of their desire to do just that. Since none of Dragonheart City's various powers had figured this out yet, Shifeng couldn't miss this opportunity. When he had first visited Dragonheart City in search of a shop, he had only had 10,000 ancient gold on hand. It hadn't even been enough to purchase the shops in the city's outer area, much less those near the World Tower. Now that he had over 27,000 ancient gold, however, he should be able to afford a shop around the World Tower. After waiting for some time in one of the city hall's second-floor reception rooms, Shifeng watched an elven beauty with a crescent moon insignia enter the room. Unlike the city hall's ordinary administrators, this female elf was the city hall's senior administrator and responsible for selling the shops around the World Tower. She was a level 180 Tier 4 Great Wizard. Ordinary players wouldn't even have the chance to meet and speak with this senior administrator, much less purchase the shops near the World Tower. Fortunately, Shifeng was a bronze legatee, so his rank was high enough to earn her attention. Lord Bronze Legatee, here is the information on the 34 shops around the World Tower. May I know which one you wish to purchase? Senior Administrator Irene Lauren asked. Shifeng fell speechless as he read down the list he had been given. Although he had known that these shops and lands would be very expensive, he hadn't expected them to cost this much. Even a barren plot of land cost 24,000 ancient gold, and it was a considerably small plot. A medium-sized plot of land cost 45,000 ancient gold, and of the lands that already had shops, the cheapest was a small-size, one-star restaurant, costing a total of 40,000 ancient gold. To purchase a medium-size, two-star hotel, Shifeng would have to pay a whopping 128,000 ancient gold. Suddenly, Shifeng felt like a pauper in Dragonheart City. Even with the Wanderer's Shop, "I want this small-sized land," Shifeng said, gritting his teeth as he chose the small-sized plot closest to the World Tower. These shops and lands were no less rare than the Wanderer's Shop. Not only could one earn a fortune though one of these plots of land, but it would also help accelerate a guild's growth. Very well. That will be 26,500 ancient gold coins, Irene Lauren said, nodding. Shifeng struggled with the decision as he handed the money over, leaving him with little over 1,000 ancient gold. Irene Lauren, however, didn't care about Shifeng's struggles, and as soon as she received the payment, she handed Shifeng an ancient contract. Shifeng felt his chest tighten for a moment when he saw the information on the contract. Although the plot of land had nothing on it, he was required to pay 10,000 ancient gold in monthly maintenance fees. The monthly fees were even more exorbitant than the Wanderer's shops. Forget it. You can't make money without losing money. Besides, the various superpowers in the past were willing to pay over 1 million ancient gold to purchase a plot near the World Tower. After giving the matter some thought, Shifeng felt that he had still gained a huge advantage. Next, I'll have to collect 4,000 ancient gold to construct an advanced hotel. Then I can open for business. After signing the contract and preparing to leave the city hall, Shifeng received a call request. He answered the call as soon as he saw it was from Gentle Snow. Guild leader, we've arrived in Dragonheart City, Gentle Snow reported. You guys sure are fast. Shifeng was a little surprised to see Gentle Snow's smile so soon. He had only notified Gentle Snow and the others to travel to Dragonheart City a few hours ago. He hadn't expected them to reach the city so quickly. The tidal vortex was located in the Sea of Death's core region. Even with a flying mount, it would take some time to return to Dragonheart City. Furthermore, there were 100 players in Zero Wing's main force. Gentle Snow would need several trips to fly everyone back to the city. It would have taken a few more hours to get everyone back to Dragonheart City, but the last level 95 mythic boss we killed dropped a twin-headed flying dragon. Cola won the bid for the mount, and it substantially reduced our travel time, Gentle Snow said excitedly. She had already enjoyed the benefits of having a flying mount, and now that another Zero Wing main force member had won, the team's overall strength and leveling speed had significantly increased. A twin-headed flying dragon? Aren't you guys a little too lucky? That thing only has a 1% drop rate. The news stunned Shifeng. The tidal vortex's mythic bosses did have a chance of dropping flying mounts. Grinding these bosses was one of the few ways players could obtain an extraordinary flying mount, but the 1% drop rate made it incredibly difficult. Shifeng had never thought that Gentle Snow and her team would acquire one on their first trip. We have to thank Blackie's luck to thank for it, Gentle Snow said, smiling. Guild leader, I've heard that the War Blood Adventurer team has declared war on Zero Wing. Should we prepare for an offensive? Dealing with the War Blood Adventurer team would have likely given her a huge headache before they had explored the tidal vortex. But now, Cola had the twin-headed flying dragon, bringing Zero Wing's total to 3 flying mounts. Flying mounts already had a massive advantage at sea, and if 3 flying mounts worked together, their team could take on any fleet. 3 flying mounts could carry up to 60 players, and with such a force, annihilating players on 3 bronze speedboats wouldn't be a problem. Most fleets currently in the Sea of Death only had a few bronze speedboats. They could easily destroy any fleet's core combat power with a few rounds of attacks. Zero Wing might not be able to establish itself in the Sea of Death, but they wouldn't give the War Blood Adventurer team an easy time, either. No. Our current priority is to capture the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Make your way to the World Tower's entrance for now. I'll meet you there. Although they could rely on the flying mount's mobility to cause trouble for Warblood, doing so would slow their development speed. It wasn't a worthwhile trade. The struggle between powers required resources and experts. Securing the northern fortress was the best way to defeat Warblood. We're capturing a fortress? Shifeng's statement stunned Gentle Snow, but after a moment, a grin spread across her face. Everyone on the team, including her and Cola, were eager to show Shifeng how strong they had grown. All right, we'll head over immediately. Shifeng then disconnected the call and made his way to the World Tower. World Tower's underground first floor, due to Phoenix Rain's summons, a large number of Dragon Phoenix Pavilion experts had gathered near the first underground floor's entrance. Visiting players were shocked to see so many experts. Why are so many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts here? Amazing! Even the lowest level player among them is level 86. Our adventurer team has several thousand members, but fewer than 10 have reached such a high level. Yet the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has more than 7,000 of them. That's nothing. Look at their equipment. They're all wearing level 85 equipment. Moreover, even the lowest quality piece is secret silver rank. Some of them even have level 85 dark gold equipment. I thought I've been doing quite well in my guild, but I only have a few pieces of level 85 secret silver equipment, while the rest is level 80 equipment. I wonder why the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion has gathered so many experts? Are they planning to complete a quest, maybe? The various players nearby couldn't help but wonder why so many of the pavilion's experts had gathered. They rarely saw so many in one place. Big Sis Rain, 9,000 people have arrived thus far. It'll take another 2 or 3 hours for the rest to get here. Blue Phoenix reported as Phoenix Rain examined the supplies she had prepared for the operation. Worriedly, she continued, however, 9 Dragons Emperor has found out about the operation. So be it. How could such a large-scale operation escape the notice of 9 Dragons Emperor's men? Phoenix Rain nodded. The news didn't affect her in the slightest. We just need to take down the northern fortress before 9 Dragons Emperor can gather enough players to do anything about it. It was too easy for information about such large-scale operations to reach other powers. There was no way to ensure that there weren't any spies among their people. Now they were in a race against time. Meanwhile, a report stating that Zero Wing and Phoenix Rain intended to capture the northern fortress sat on the guild leader's desk in 13 Thrones Dragonheart City residence. Black Flame never ceases to surprise me, Melancholy said, smiling at the report before him. He then turned to Happy Art and asked, Art, what do you think of this matter? His favorable opinion of Sherfong was the reason he had invited Zero Wing to participate in the mission to capture a small fortress. Unfortunately, he was forced to go back on his word. Zero Wing should have some confidence in succeeding, Happy Art said, uncertain. While capturing the northern fortress might be extremely challenging, she didn't think that Sherfong was foolhardy. Since he had decided to attempt the capture, he was confident of succeeding. Confidence? Do you think capturing a fortress is so easy? The masked woman beside Elder Wu commented disdainfully. In my opinion, this is simply the guild's death throes. It's run out of moves. After all, Black Flame so foolishly provoked war blood. 13 Thrones had gone all out, even cooperating with Starlink, to secure a small fortress. What, exactly, did Zero Wing have to rely on to capture the northern fortress, a medium fortress? Little Melancholy, are you planning to help this Zero Wing? Elder Wu, who sat quietly in a corner, asked. I had considered it. Zero Wing has a lot of potential. It could become a formidable ally in the future. Melancholy answered truthfully. He had no reason to hide his thoughts. More major corporations continued to invest in God's domain, and as a result, the competition between the game's powers grew more intense. Even a super guild like 13 Thrones would have to consider alliances if it wished to continue its smooth development in God's domain. Meanwhile, Zero Wing's development speed had been quite impressive. It was an optimal candidate as an ally. Moreover, if 13 Thrones lent aid during Zero Wing's time of need, the guild would have a more friendly view of 13 Thrones. I understand what you're thinking. That kid certainly knows how to get things done. But you need to understand that Warblood isn't the only power Zero Wing has provoked. Starlink is hell-bent to see the guild destroyed. If you help Zero Wing, our relationship with Starlink will become complicated, Elder Wu said calmly. Moreover, we already have plans to capture another fortress with Starlink, and the guild has something crucial for the siege. As 13 Thrones guild leader, you need to consider the guild's benefit carefully. With Elder Wu's warning, Melancholy had no choice but to dismiss the thought. Elder Wu was one of the 13 Thrones founders, and the old man had immense influence in the guild. He wasn't wrong, either, and Melancholy didn't have a good enough reason to move against the old man's advice. While the various superpowers in Dragonheart City discussed the news, Shurfeng and the rest of Zero Wing's main force arrived in the main hall of the World Tower's first underground floor. The instant Shurfeng appeared, a commotion erupted throughout the hall. Is Black Flame stupid? He actually dares to visit the Gravity Mountain range. Doesn't he know how many experts want his head? He's probably betting on the fact that no one will mess with him with so many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members here. I guess you're right, but the moment he wanders off from the Pavilion's group, he's dead. The players in the main hall watched Shurfeng with admiration and ridicule. They all wondered what the swordsman would do next. Once he left the main hall, he wouldn't have a safe zone to protect him. Many people would likely try to take his life to claim Warblood's bounty. And not even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion could guarantee his safety. Guild Leader Black Flame. Over 23,000 of the 30,000 players you've requested have arrived. The rest should be here in another hour or so. How are the preparations on your side coming along? Phoenix Rain asked as Shurfeng entered the main hall. Based on the information I've received, several thousand players are camped outside the main hall, all aiming for your life. Although they won't dare attack with so many of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members around you, more people will gather as time passes. Once there are enough players, I can't be sure that they won't make a move. Completing this mission as quickly as possible was crucial. The various major powers experts were targeting Shurfeng, and if the battle dragged on for too long, there was a high likelihood that other powers would try to interfere, and the operation would fail. All of my players have arrived already? Shurfeng said, smiling as he gestured to Gentle Snow and the others behind him. A 100-man team? Phoenix Rain was stunned when she saw the cloaked figures of Gentle Snow and the rest of Zero Wing's main force. Although she had known that Zero Wing couldn't dispatch a lot of players for this operation, she hadn't expected Shurfeng to only bring a 100-man team to capture the northern fortress. This had to be a joke. While Phoenix Rain was silent, Aqua Rose spoke up. These people dare to target you, guild leader. If we don't teach them a lesson, they'll likely think that Zero Wing is just a pushover. Aqua Rose coldly stated as she glanced at the players outside the main hall. That's right. We might as well take care of these fools since we're still waiting on some of the others. It'll save us some trouble, Cola insisted. All right, let's take care of them first, then. Shurfeng agreed, nodding after giving the matter some thought. He did not want to deal with unceasing stalkers either. They'd constantly pose a problem. You guys shouldn't mess around. Those aren't ordinary players. There are quite a few Refinement Realm experts among the group, including some experts from Dragonheart Island's top adventurer teams. Phoenix Rain interjected. Phoenix thought that Aqua Rose and her companions were insane. Naturally, Shurfeng was even more mad to agree to the suggestion, although Phoenix Rain was aware that Aqua Rose and the others were incredibly powerful. Even her forces would have a hard time taking down these experts. Even if her forces won the battle, they'd suffer grievously for it. Furthermore, there were only 100 of these experts. As Phoenix Rain was about to continue, Aqua Rose and the other removed their black cloaks, revealing every one of them had reached level 95 and 96. The instant Aqua Rose and the others removed their black cloaks, the players in the hall, who had been busy talking about Shurfeng, gasped in shock. They stared at Zero Wing's players as if there were horrifying monsters. Level 95. How is that possible? How are they so high-leveled? Haven't the Superpowers Peak experts just reached level 87? Are they monsters in disguise? Everyone was confused over Aqua Rose and her companions' levels. The fact that Shurfeng had already reached level 100 was shocking enough. They all knew how difficult it was to level up from such a high level. The fact that Shurfeng had reached level 100 wasn't entirely unbelievable. God's domain had many special opportunities to offer, and it wasn't strange for these opportunities to grant players tremendous amounts of EXP. Now, however, Zero Wing revealed that it had 100 players at level 95 and 96. How were they so powerful? After a brief moment of shock, a terrifying pressure washed over them. Even Phoenix Rain, who stood near Aqua Rose, shuddered, not to mention the ordinary experts in the room. After this display, Phoenix Rain gave up trying to dissuade Aqua Rose and her companions from attacking the group of hostile players. She could only smile bitterly about the situation. Just how many secrets does Zero Wing possess? This thought echoed in Phoenix Rain's mind for a long time. She couldn't understand how Shifeng had helped Aqua Rose and the rest of his main force level up so quickly. Of course, she also understood why Shifeng had so fearlessly provoked the War Blood Adventurer team in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. Although Shifeng had previously revealed his level, there was a limit to how much an individual could accomplish, especially when exploring new maps. Shifeng could only secure so many resources by himself, and he could clear team dungeons alone, which were one of the largest resource sources for a guild. However, he wouldn't have that problem with a 100-man team that was almost as high-leveled as he was. After Aqua Rose and the other exposed their levels, many of the players in the hall that had considered targeting Shifeng abandoned the idea. Teams with fewer than 50 members, in particular, immediately abandoned their plans to move against Shifeng. If Shifeng were the only powerhouse they had to worry about, they could rely on special tools to restrain him, preventing him from exhibiting his full strength. But since such a group of high-leveled experts guarded him, what was the point in restraining Shifeng? They couldn't even get close to the swordsman, much less attack him. I hadn't thought that Zero Wing had hidden so much of its strength. Targeting Black Flame will no longer be possible. With so many high-leveled expert guards, even assassination experts will be powerless against him. That's right. I doubt Warblood expected Zero Wing to have a card like this. The adventurer team's plan to send everyone in the city after him is likely moot. That might not necessarily be the case. Small teams like ours might not have a chance, but those large adventurer teams could succeed. Zero Wing's members might be very high-leveled, but a team can bridge that gap by outnumbering them. With enough experts, the various adventurer teams might be able to suppress Zero Wing's members long enough to kill Black Flame. I guess you're right. Ordinary experts won't have high enough basic attributes to make a difference, but peak experts could do it if they rely on external items. Besides, even if they have high levels, it means nothing if their weapons and equipment can't keep up. I heard that the Heavenly Beast Adventurer team has dispatched all of its experts to kill Black Flame and steal his fragmented legendary item. Heavenly Beast is quite famous among the Dark Forces. I don't think it's a match for Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams in an open battle, but its ability to kill individual players is likely even stronger than those adventurer teams. Heavenly Beast is powerful, but Black Flame is no fool. As long as he sticks with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's army, Heavenly Beast's members won't get near him. At this point, only the various major powers have any hope of taking out Black Flame. Many of the independent players in the hall sighed and turned to leave after seeing Zero Wing's high-level team. With such powerful players around him, a small team didn't have a chance of taking Shifeng down. The various major powers experts, on the other hand, chose to stay and continue stalking after him. Unlike independent players, major powers would have no problem sending several thousand experts after the swordsman. A level 95,100-man team? Black Flame sure has a lot of trump cards. So, this is why Black Flame's so confident? Remember to keep a close eye on Black Flame. Report back as soon as you see him leave the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's protection. I refuse to believe that the pavilion is willing to protect him forever. It took no time for every major power on Dragonheart Island to hear about the levels of Zero Wing's main force members. But although they were shocked by the news, they had no intention of giving up on the bounty. A fragmented legendary item was simply too tempting, not to mention the 3 pieces of epic equipment and Warblood's favor. However, they had decided to avoid taking direct action against Shifeng for now. He was, after all, protected by the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's army. When the major powers experts received the commands from their upper echelons, they prepared to follow Shifeng further into the World Tower. However, they were shocked by what they saw as they passed through the main hall's exit. Corpses littered the ground outside the main hall, every one of them a slain expert. Many experts from Dragonheart Island's well-known and top adventurer teams lay among them. These players had all planned to ambush Shifeng as soon as he left the main hall. What shocked the newcomers more, though, was Aqua Rose's team, which was busy fighting several thousand players. A 10-level difference wasn't insurmountable. Yet Zero Wing's 100-man team slaughtered the several thousand players before them as if they were slicing vegetables. Despite facing dozens of experts' frenzied attacks, Cola, who led Zero Wing's team in the battle, didn't even try to dodge. He took every hit with his shield, and none of the attacks from the enemy Tier 2 experts dealt more than -500 damage. To Cola, who had a total of 520,000 HP after reaching level 95, the damage was practically negligible. A single healing spell was more than enough to restore his lost HP. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose, Zhao Yueru, Alluring Summer, and Violet Cloud acted as mobile turrets. Every spell they cast claimed at least a dozen experts' lives. Sometimes, their spells even blew apart several dozen experts at once. One of Zhao Yueru's spells even took out a level 87 shield warrior with an epic shield and 2 pieces of epic equipment in an instant. The two forces' basic attributes were on entirely different levels. Gentle Snow's team hadn't just gained EXP while they were grinding in the Tidal Vortex. They had also acquired plenty of high-level items. The Tidal Vortex's bosses all dropped level 90 and 95 equipment, and as a result, they were all armed with level 95 secret silver and fine gold equipment. Gentle Snow and the others had frequently hunted the Tidal Vortex mythic bosses as well. In addition, the team had been the first players to slay these mythic bosses, which increased the bosses' drop rates. Overall, Zero Wing's main force members had also acquired quite a few pieces of epic equipment. Even the weakest piece Gentle Snow and her companions wore was level 95 fine gold equipment. Their combat power was on an entirely different level compared to the level 85+ experts they fought. Moreover, Gentle Snow and the others had improved their combat standards. Most of the players attacking them hadn't even reached the refinement realm yet. To Zero Wing's main force, these players were easier to defeat than the level 95 sea monsters in the Tidal Vortex. Over 95% of the 4,000+ experts that had planned to ambush Shurfeng outside the main hall were dead in less than 15 minutes, while the rest tried to escape with special tools. The valley's ground was dyed red with blood, and weapons and equipment littered the ground. In contrast, Zero Wing's team hadn't lost a single player. They had only lost a little stamina and concentration. The various major powers experts who had intended to follow Shurfeng came to a halt when they saw the remains of the army that had tried to ambush the Swordsman. As if the main hall's exit were the entrance to hell, none of them dared to cross the threshold. They killed so many players so easily? Are they even human? This won't do. I need to report this to the boss immediately. They had assumed that Zero Wing wouldn't dare retaliate since they had such a massive numerical advantage. Hence, they had boldly followed after Shurfeng. But seeing the thousands of corpses on the ground, none of the various major powers experts dared to leave the main hall. If Zero Wing's members could kill several thousand experts so effortlessly, then they, with only several hundred players, would only meet their doom by leaving. They needed to reevaluate their plans. As long as Shurfeng had Zero Wing's main force by his side, several thousand players wouldn't be enough to take him down. They would need at least an army of 10,000 players, perhaps even several tens of thousands, to take him down. Otherwise, they'd merely be giving their equipment to Zero Wing. However, Phoenix Rain was even more shocked by the results than the major powers experts. They've already obtained level 95 equipment? Phoenix Rain was no ordinary expert. Not only was she the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Pavilion Master, but she was also very nearly a domain realm expert. She could discern a lot of information that ordinary experts could not. Although Aqua Rose and the others had considerably high combat standards, their incredibly high basic attributes were a larger part of the reason for their overwhelming victory. The experts that had tried to ambush Shurfeng weren't weaklings. Many of them were even experts from Dragonheart Island's various well-known and top adventurer teams. Their equipment standards were quite high, with even the weakest piece they wore at level 85 fine gold rank. If Aqua Rose and the others had worn level 90 dark gold equipment, they wouldn't have achieved such a one-sided victory. The only explanation was that Aqua Rose and her team wore level 95 fine gold equipment or better. Upgrading one's weapons and equipment was far harder than leveling up. A team could only raid team dungeons, obtaining weapons and equipment that corresponded to their levels, after reaching a high enough level, and although it was possible to grind for higher level weapons and equipment, The cost was so immense that it wasn't worth the effort. Most of the time, players' weapons and equipment couldn't keep up with their levels. In some cases, players would wear items that were of a far lower level. However, not only had Aqua Rose and her companions reached level 95 or higher, but their weapons and equipment were also level 95 fine gold rank or better. Their equipment standard was at least 2 realms higher than the various major powers experts. Meanwhile, news of the slaughter soon spread throughout Dragonheart Island. Zero Wing is amazing. Not even the various major powers will dare target Black Flame now. I know, right? I've heard that many adventurer teams have already given up the hunt. War Blood will likely have to act on its own to deal with Black Flame and Zero Wing. The various major powers had been shocked to learn that Zero Wing's main force members had reached level 95 and 96, but after hearing about the slaughter of several thousand experts in the Gravity Mountain range, that shock transformed into fear. Many of them had given up on Shurfeng's fragmented legendary item after witnessing the incident. After this display, Zero Wing had proven that it could no longer be taken out by a few major powers working together. Even some of Dragonheart Island's ordinary superpowers grew wary of Zero Wing. Meanwhile, in one of the lounges of 13 Thrones Guild residence, Elder Wu, according to our estimates, Zero Wing's main force members should be wearing level 95 fine gold equipment. The masked, middle-aged man beside Elder Wu reported after examining the data a subordinate had sent him. Not even 13 Thrones could fully gear a 100-man team in such high-quality equipment. So, is this why that kid is so confident? Elder Wu muttered as he shut his eyes. Zero Wing is indeed impressive if it has such solid foundations. Unfortunately, Starlink's foundations are much sturdier. Notify our teams that we'll be raiding another fortress with Starlink soon. Have them prepare. Understood. I'll get it done immediately, the masked, middle-aged man said, nodding. He then left the lounge. As Melancholy had said, Zero Wing was an excellent choice for an ally, but in God's domain, nothing was more important than resources. Securing a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range offered far more benefits than having a level 95,100-man team. While the various major powers discussed Zero Wing, Shurfeng and his army had arrived at the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress. As the most important fortress in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region, not only was the northern fortress situated at the top of a mountain range, which made it easy to defend, but it also had far more powerful defenses than a small fortress. Over 30 defense turrets and heavy ballistas had been lined up along the fortress's walls, and plenty of level 90-plus Lord-ranked undead soldiers stood guard beside the war weapons. Not only were these undead soldiers Lord-ranked monsters, but they also had weapons and armor that had been enchanted with magic runes. These undead soldiers' defense and destructive power could even rival that of great lords of the same level. Guild leader Black Flame, for defensive magic towers have formed a magic barrier around the northern fortress. Do you have any ideas on how to take it down? Phoenix Rain asked with a grim expression as she read the scout's report. She had known that the northern fortress would be difficult to capture, but after seeing the details on the fortress's defenses, she finally understood how difficult it would be. Ignoring the number of undead monsters inside the fortress, her forces were incapable of overcoming the magic barrier around it. For defensive magic towers created that barrier, and not only did these towers have a massive reserve of mana, but they could also reform the magic barrier in a short time after it had been destroyed. Unless they could destroy the 4 defensive magic towers quickly after destroying the magic barrier, the fortress would gain another barrier. If they relied on Tier 4 magic scrolls and war weapons, they could destroy the northern fortress's magic barrier, but it would cost an astronomical number of resources to destroy the barrier once. It would also require a lot of time. By doing so, they'd risk losing their war weapons under the bombardment from the fortress's defense turrets and heavy ballistas. To make matters worse, all 4 defensive magic towers were located within the well-fortified fortress and protected by guardian bosses. Those guardian bosses were level 100-plus mythic monsters. Simple. We just need to destroy the magic barrier as quickly as possible and charge into the fortress to destroy the defensive magic towers. Shurfeng casually responded. Phoenix Rain stared at Shurfeng, speechless. She knew that they could take down the barrier by destroying the towers, but how were they supposed to do that? This problem wasn't one that could be solved with enough players and war weapons. However, while Phoenix Rain racked her brain to come up with a plan, Shifeng took out the hero's tome and sacrificed 50,000 magic crystals to it. He then began to chant the summoning incantation. As Shifeng chanted the summoning incantation some distance below the northern fortress's mountain peak, a pillar of golden light rose from the ground beneath him, shooting toward the sky. The light pillar had a 400-yard radius and was even visible from several thousand yards away. Mana from across the mountainside surged toward the light pillar, condensing until it became liquid before Shifeng. After 20 seconds of this, the mana finally took on a humanoid form. A moment later, a knight in white clothing and carrying a sacred, golden sword stood before the player army. Although this white-clad knight only stood 2 meters tall, nowhere near the size of a mythic monster, his appearance made everyone shudder. Arslet, Hero, Tier 4 Sword Saint, Level 120, HP 55, 000, 000/55, 000, a Tier 4 hero? Phoenix Rain could not believe her eyes as she stared at Arslet. NPCs were originally already far more powerful than players. Only peak experts had any hope of defeating ordinary NPCs. Heroes, on the other hand, were peak combatants among NPCs, treated as kingdoms and empires' absolute pillars and protectors. They were treated as the absolute pillars and protectors of kingdoms and empires. She had suspected that Shifeng's trump card would be a Tier 4 combatant. A fighter of that power would be crucial when capturing a fortress, especially the well-fortified northern fortress. Current players simply didn't have the strength to succeed. Considering that Zero Wing had relied on the Tier 4 divine magic dragons in defensive and offensive sieges in the past, Phoenix Rain had assumed Shifeng would rely on one this time, too. She had never expected Shifeng to summon a hero, and a Tier 4 hero at that. The NPC could single-handedly crush an entire NPC city. Shifeng had considered using a divine magic dragon, but the materials needed to summon one were incredibly rare and valuable. Collecting them would not be easy. Moreover, the divine magic dragons were only really useful against players. They wouldn't be particularly effective against monsters since monsters had such high basic attributes. They did not fear a frontal confrontation. Furthermore, the divine magic dragons had an obvious weakness: the players that managed the summoning array. If a single one of these players died, the array would quickly crumble. The mythic monsters that defended these fortresses generally had relatively high intellect. The moment they noticed the divine magic dragon's summoning array, they'd do anything to destroy it. While Shifeng was confident of standing against an all-out assault from players, trying to stop powerful monsters hellbent on getting near the array would be impossible. When sieging a monster-protected fortress, very few players would rely on summoning arrays. He wouldn't have waited until now to capture a fortress in the Gravity Mountain range until now, otherwise. Phoenix Pavilion Master, have your men get ready, Shifeng said. Now that he had summoned Arslet, he couldn't afford to waste time. He continued, once the magic barrier is down, I want everyone to push into the fortress. Leave the mini-bosses to Zero Wing. Your team just needs to clear out the mobs inside and don't let them get close to the mini-bosses. All right, leave it to us, Phoenix Rain said, a trace of excitement flashing in her eyes. The bosses were the most troublesome aspect of sieging a fortress. If Arslet were merely an ordinary Tier 4 combatant, this upcoming battle would be a tough one. The Tier 4 bosses in the northern fortress were much stronger than ordinary Tier 4 monsters, since their power was reinforced by the fortress's magic array. An ordinary Tier 4 combatant would be little more than a punching bag for the bosses. Bosses also had far higher intellect than ordinary monsters. They might not be as intelligent as players, but they weren't stupid. They would try to kill as many invaders as possible, rather than focus on one target. Unless one had enough strength to overwhelm the bosses, capturing the northern fortress was a pipe dream. This was why, even now, 13 Thrones and Starlink were the only powers to capture a fortress successfully. Fortunately, Shifeng's army had a Tier 4 hero, so suppressing the Northern Fortress's bosses shouldn't be a problem. As Phoenix Rain began to bark out orders, Shifeng sent Arslet after the magic barrier. The Northern Fortress's magic barrier was extraordinarily powerful. Even an ordinary Tier 4 combatant would have to attack for a long time to deplete its mana reserve. However, the magic barrier was incredibly fragile to Arslet. Once the hero struck it with his Tier 4 taboo skill, Spatial Rend, it shattered. When Phoenix Rain saw this, she was dumbfounded. She had never thought that a Tier 4 hero would be this formidable. Charge! Shifeng shouted. The outcome didn't faze him in the least. NPC heroes were considered invincible among those of the same tier, and they were the human's final trump card against dragons. How could a measly medium fortress's defensive magic array sustain an attack from such a being? Hearing Shifeng's command, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 30,000-strong army and Zero Wings' main force charged into the fortress. At the same time, the Northern Fortress's undead army spilled out of the fortress's entrance, while the undead soldiers on the walls began to attack the invading players. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, who had defeated plenty of powerful monsters before, couldn't help but shudder as they watched the undead army charge to meet them. Undead Soldier, Undead, Lord, Level 94, HP 22,000, 000/22, 000, 000, Undead Captain Undead, Great Lord, Level 96, HP 63,000, 000/63, 000, 000, Undead Warrior, Undead, Grand Lord, Level 101, HP 260, 000, 000/260, 000, 000, Undead General, Undead, Mythic Level 102, HP 580, 000, 000/580, 000, 000. Although most of the monsters leaving the fortress were undead soldiers and undead captains, the undead warriors and the general were quite eye-catching. These bosses' frightening auras were even more powerful than the Grand Lords and mythic monsters they typically faced. Why are there so many mini-bosses? Phoenix Rain's expression darkened when she saw the dozen or so massive undead warriors and the undead general. Dealing with the undead soldiers and captains was within the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's capabilities, but the undead warriors and the general were beyond them. There were more than a dozen undead warriors among the army and a single undead general. These were only the monsters stationed at the fortress's entrance, the weakest of the monsters within the northern fortress. Just getting into the fortress was likely impossible, much less capturing it. Not even a Tier 4 hero could stop the undead general and his dozen or so undead warriors at once. Guild Leader Black Flame, the situation is direr than we expected. We should retreat, Phoenix Rain called out to Shifeng. There were more undead warriors protecting the northern fortress's entrance than their scouts had reported. To make matters worse, there was a mythic-ranked undead general among these monsters. The players would be at a severe disadvantage if they tried to face this undead army head-on. She was very familiar with just how powerful level 100+ monsters were. 13 Thrones had contained a lot of information regarding the fortress it had captured from ordinary guilds and powers, but hiding such details from superpowers like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was impossible. One level 100 Great Lord could easily annihilate a 1,000-man legion of current players, not to mention level 100+ Grand Lords. Not even Tier 3 players had the strength to contend with these monsters. By the time Arslet defeated the undead general, the undead warriors would have wiped out half of their forces. As expected of the northern fortress, the force protecting its entrance is already so powerful. It's no wonder why the northern fortress had been the last captured in the Gravity Mountain range. The situation even surprised Shifeng. It seems I can't hide them any longer. Following which, Shifeng took out 2 summon guard scrolls and called forth Kite and Anna. He's summoning his personal guards? Phoenix Rain watched Shifeng, a little surprised. Personal guards were powerful beings, but unlike players, they were incredibly difficult to resurrect. Thus, the various powers avoided risking their personal guards and would never use them to siege a fortress. And with how powerful this undead army was, What could a few personal guards possibly accomplish? Two figures appeared before Sherfong, a man carrying two long swords, and a woman in luxurious, purple-gold robes with a staff. The instant these NPCs appeared, all of the mana within 50 yards began to gather toward them. Is this for real? Both of those personal guards are over level 100. Even the strongest personal guard in our guild is only level 96. Crap! Those personal guards are actually Tier 3 NPCs. When they saw Anna and Kite, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members gasped, feeling a little jealous. Sherfang's two Tier 3 personal guards shocked them even more than the Tier 4 hero had. Sherfang had relied on a special tool to summon the Tier 4 hero, which meant he couldn't casually summon the NPC, but that wasn't the case for personal guards. So long as the personal guards in question were alive, he could summon them at any time, and he could continue to nurture them, growing their strengths. There was also the fact that completing the Tier 3 promotion quests wasn't easy for personal guards. Although personal guards could reach Tier 3, they couldn't necessarily be promoted as soon as they hit level 100. Like players, personal guards had to complete a promotion quest, but the promotion quests for these NPCs were actually easier than the ones players had to face. Personal guards could complete their Tier 3 promotion quests in a short time. Bronze guards only had a 20% chance of clearing their Tier 3 promotion quests, and if they failed, they'd have to wait 7 days before challenging the quest again. Without enough luck, it was practically impossible for a bronze guard to complete their promotion quest as soon as they reached level 100. Fine gold guards, on the other hand, had a 50% success rate. Once a personal guard reached Tier 3, they'd be significantly more helpful to their player. Personal guards were NPCs and considerably more powerful than Tier 3 players. With a Tier 3 personal guard, a player would have an easier time grinding, questing, and raiding field bosses. This was why the various powers desperately nurtured their personal guards while protecting them from harm as much as possible. Now that they had seen Sherfang's two Tier 3 personal guards, these players couldn't even imagine how fast Sherfang would develop in the future. Phoenix Rain couldn't help but feel a little envious. With two Tier 3 personal guards, Sherfang could explore level 100 neutral maps immediately and start preparing for his Tier 3 promotion quest. However, the two Tier 3 personal guards did nothing to alter their current predicament. There were still over a dozen Grand Lord-ranked undead warriors to contend with. While the rest of the pavilion's members worried about the same issue, Sherfang commanded Anna and Kite to distract the undead warriors. The level 102 Anna and level 101 Kite then charged at the 15 approaching Grand Lords. Black Flame has gone insane. Big Sis Rain. Blue Phoenix watched the scene with wide, shocked eyes. Sending two Tier 3 personal guards against 15 undead warriors was suicidal. Tier 3 personal guards were exceedingly valuable. If they died in battle, resurrecting them would cost tens of thousands of gold. Blue. Get ready to use our Tier 3 summoning scrolls and magic arrays. Phoenix Rain hadn't thought that Sherfang would be so maddeningly bold, either. She had no choice but to rely on the Tier 3 summoning scrolls and magic arrays she had prepared. Great Lord-ranked summoned creatures wouldn't be a match for the undead warriors, but with their high HP, they should last for some time. If they included the magic array suppression, the summoned creatures could survive even longer. However, as Phoenix Rain finished her command, Anna, who had reached the undead army, began to chant an incantation, swinging her staff gracefully. Under her command, 18 magic arrays appeared around Anna. Level 102 Great Lord-ranked rock guardians emerged from each array, stupefying Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix. They had prepared 16 Tier 3 summoning scrolls for this siege, and that was Phoenix Rain's limit. She wasn't the Great Pavilion Master, so she only had access to a fraction of the guild's resources. Even so, this fraction was far more than what any ordinary first-rate guild possessed. And yet, not even the 16 Tier 3 summoning scrolls were a match for one of Anna's summoning spells. Anna began to chant another incantation before Phoenix Rain and Blue Phoenix had time to snap out of their daze. Golden runes began to appear on the rock guardians' bodies, increasing their basic attributes and defense significantly. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members were utterly flabbergasted. Summoning 18 Great Lords was already ridiculous, Yet Anna could strengthen every one of her great lords. Her very existence was beyond absurd. However, Anna hadn't finished her spellcasting. She then began to cast her third spell. This time, her chant lasted for 5 seconds. When she completed her spell, a magic array with a 40-yard radius appeared above the two armies. After a short moment, a golden-armored warrior with a shield and longsword fell from the array. Holy Knight. Elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 102, HP 320, 000, 000/320, 000, Crap, is she really just a Tier 3 personal guard? Many players nearly cursed when they saw the Holy Knight. Anna was practically a one-man army. Only Shi Feng maintained his composure. After all, he knew just how powerful Anna was. Anna was an epic guard with a 113 growth potential. He hadn't even heard of a personal guard with such high growth potential in his previous life. Moreover, magical classes were more suited to large-scale combat. Anna would perform even better than a Tier 4 melee class hero in a group battle. In truth, Anna's performance had exceeded Shi Feng's expectations. Anna had only used her summoner class spells thus far. She hadn't even begun to use her Yin-Yang Saint class spells. With Anna at their side, the players regained their advantage on the battlefield. Of the 18 rock guardians Anna had summoned, 15 rushed forth to distract the undead warriors. The remaining rock guardians worked with the Holy Knight and Zero Wing's main force to target each undead warrior, one by one. Meanwhile, Kite worked with Arslet against the undead general. Although he wasn't as proficient in large-scale combat as Anna, his one-on-one combat power was superior to Anna's. With Arslet suppressing the mythic monster, Kite could attack, unobstructed. All 15 undead warriors were dead in less than half an hour, and facing both Kite and Arslet, the undead general had fallen, too, leaving behind a pile of loot by its now-still corpse. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members gaped in shock when they saw the undead general and 15 undead warriors die. We won, just like that? Even Phoenix Rain felt as if she were dreaming. She had read the report on 13 Thrones' attempt to capture the small fortress. Both 13 Thrones and Starlink had suffered over 10,000 casualties just to get through the fortress's entrance. Moreover, they had only faced level 100+ Grand Lords, not a level 100+ mythic monster, during that battle. And yet, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had only lost a few hundred players, and Zero Wing's forces had already slain the undead warriors and undead general that served as the northern fortress's gatekeepers. All it had taken was one Tier 4 hero and 2 personal guards. Moreover, the hero wasn't as responsible for their success as the personal guard, Anna. No one would believe her if she told this tale. The undead general and undead warriors had also dropped better loot than any of them had expected. Not only had they dropped a lot of level 100 secret silver equipment, but several pieces of level 100 fine gold equipment had also dropped. The sight of their harvest even excited Phoenix Rain. The equipment's attributes were awe-inspiring. It was no exaggeration to say that a player in full level 100 secret silver equipment could easily defeat a player in level 90 dark gold set equipment. Furthermore, the loot included the Mountain Copper set, a level 100 secret silver set equipment. Everyone, get into the fortress. Ignore the mobs. Shi Feng hurriedly commanded once the mini-bosses had died. We need to destroy the defensive magic towers before they repair the magic barrier. As long as the northern fortress's 4 defensive magic towers remained, they would automatically reconstruct the defensive magic barrier around the fortress. If they wanted this operation to succeed, they had to be extremely fast. Although destroying each defensive magic tower would significantly increase the time needed to reconstruct the array, the towers weren't easy to take down. As soon as players entered the fortress, they'd encounter an endless stream of monsters trying to stop them, and it wouldn't be long before the fortress's guardian boss joined the battle. With how large and spacious the northern fortress was, it was easy to imagine how difficult it would be to destroy the towers while keeping the guardian boss and mobs at bay. With Shi Feng's command, the players swarmed toward the fortress's entrance, with everyone following the Tier 4 hero as Arslet opened a path. Beyond the walls, the northern fortress was organized like a town. As soon as they entered, the players were greeted by the sight of tattered houses. Undead filled the streets, and the defensive magic towers stood in the fortress's four corners, looking inconspicuous. Once the players crossed the entrance's threshold, they gasped. Numerous Grand Lord-ranked undead warriors roamed the streets, and when they saw the invaders, two mythic-ranked undead warlords emerged from the undead army's ranks. A 6-meter-tall undead followed behind the two undead warlords, wearing black armor and a crown on its head. When the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's experts sensed the crowned undead's horrific pressure and death energy, they couldn't help but shudder. Some of them even struggled to move. Undead Warlord, Undead, Mythic, Level 102, HP 630, 000, 000/630, 000, Undead King, Undead Creature, Ancient Fiend, Mythic, Level 103, HP 1, 420, 000, 000/1, 420, 000, 000. Why does it have to be an Ancient Fiend? Even Shurfeng was shocked when he saw the Undead King statistics. He had known the Northern Fortress would be immensely difficult to capture, but he had never dreamed that the challenge would be this great. Based on what he remembered from his previous life, the Northern Fortress's Guardian Boss should only have been a Mythic-ranked Realm Lord. Yet the Guardian Boss before him was a Mythic-ranked Ancient Fiend. Once it crossed the level 100 threshold, and its restrictions had been removed, a Mythic-ranked Ancient Fiend could nearly rival a dragon. Before anyone could react, the Undead King vanished. It reappeared above the player army, swinging down its skeletal greatsword. Overwhelming death energy poured down on the player army, so powerful that it cracked the space around it. Not good. Shurfeng's expression turned grim at the sight. The Undead King's intellect was far higher than the undead general they had faced moments ago. Once the Guardian Boss sensed the invaders, it launched an attack, targeting the most densely packed area. If they allowed the Undead King to land its AoE attack, several thousand players would die instantly. However, just as the wave of dark energy was about to land on the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members, a figure suddenly appeared in the air above them. This figure belonged to none other than Arslet. Arslet had activated a skill, sending a towering pillar of light crashing into the wave of dark energy. The light pillar neutralized the attack in the collision, and the resulting shockwave devoured a significant portion of the players' HPs. Some of them hadn't been able to cope at all and died. Although Arslet had the upper hand against the Undead King, he couldn't suppress the Ancient Fiend completely. As a result, the Undead King attacked the player army from time to time, each blow reaping several hundred lives and devastating the surrounding terrain. The pavilion's players began to despair. The difference between their strength and the Undead King's was too massive. This was no longer a fight Tier 2 players had any hope of surviving. If the Undead King was so terrifying, even while it was distracted, how were they supposed to deal with the two undead warlords and numerous undead warriors? Phoenix Pavilion Master, leave the bosses to us. Your team should try to destroy the defensive magic towers as quickly as possible. Shurfeng quickly reminded Phoenix Rain. Not only could the defensive magic towers regenerate the defensive magic array around the northern fortress, but they could also reinforce the Guardian Boss. Without those towers, the Undead King, which was 17 levels lower than Arslet, wouldn't be able to attack the surrounding players while fighting the hero. The only hope they had of defeating the Undead King relied on the defensive magic tower's destruction. If that failed, the fortress's undead would slay every player, regardless of whether or not Arslet could survive against the Ancient Fiend. But those two undead warlords, Phoenix Rain insisted, worried as she glanced at the mythic monsters that guarded the path to the defensive magic towers. The two undead warlords were no trivial opponents. They might not be as strong as the Undead King, but if they ambushed her army's healers, the rest of her players would fall. Don't worry about them. We'll keep those two undead warlords busy, Shurfeng shouted back. Shurfeng then retrieved the Ring of Gospel, sacrificing 7,000 magic crystals to activate Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. Within a 5,000-yard radius, space froze, and all enemies' physiques and basic attributes dropped. At the same time, all allies within 2,000 yards of Shurfeng received a boost to their physiques and basic attributes. Everyone immediately sensed the gap between themselves and the undead army shortening significantly. Once that was done, Shurfeng sent Anna and Kite after the two undead warlords. Although the undead warlords were powerful, the two mythic bosses would need quite some time to deal with the players when faced with the strengthened Holy Knight, Kite, and the suppressing barrier the 18 Rock Guardians had formed. When she saw this, Phoenix Rain stopped holding back, activating all of the Tier 3 summoning scrolls she had prepared to open a path to the defensive magic towers. She also used quite a few defensive magic arrays and Tier 4 large-scale destruction magic scrolls. Once the force had reached one of the towers, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members bombarded it with their attacks. Time passed quickly. As each defensive magic tower fell, the Undead King's attacks became more powerful. As a result, the player armor suffered more casualties. When only one defensive magic tower remained, the Undead King began to attack the Rock Guardian's magic barrier to free the undead warriors. Hurry! That barrier won't last much longer. Shurfeng urged Phoenix Rain and the others as he watched the barrier's mana reserves rapidly deplete. Just before the magic barrier shattered, the sound of a collapsing building echoed throughout the fortress. After fighting for more than an hour, suffering over 10,000 casualties, and expending all of their Tier 3 and Tier 4 magic scrolls, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members had finally destroyed all 4 defensive magic towers. As the 4th and final defensive magic tower fell, the death energy and mana within the northern fortress substantially decreased. The Undead King's basic attributes also fell by as much as 20%, instantly giving Arslet an overwhelming advantage. With Arslet suppressing the Ancient Fiend, the players were able to attack the undead warlords without interruption. Finally, after nearly 2 hours, the Undead King and the 2 undead warlords died. We did it! We won! The surviving players cheered as the Undead King collapsed to the ground. Even Phoenix Rain was immensely excited. She hadn't actually thought that they'd successfully capture the northern fortress. Shurfeng stepped up to the Undead King's corpse, quickly locating a dark gold token and picking it up. The moment Shurfeng touched the token, the sound of a system notification reached every player's ears. Gravity Mountain Range Region System announcement. Congratulations to Zero Wing for capturing the northern fortress and becoming its lord. Guild popularity in Dragonheart City increased by 10,000. The regional announcement repeated 3 times, its contents stunning the players grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range. The northern fortress's been captured? What's going on? Isn't the northern fortress the largest fortress in the northern region? Are you kidding me? Zero Wing actually took down the northern fortress. Is Zero Wing really so powerful? Practically every player in the Gravity Mountain Range knew about the northern fortress. It was one of only 3 medium fortresses in the Gravity Mountain Range and a hot topic among players. Thus far, the only power to secure a fortress the Gravity Mountain Range was 13 thrones, but the guild had only claimed a small fortress. Taking into account the number of players on Dragonheart Island, a small fortress wasn't enough to satisfy demand. A medium fortress, on the other hand, was several times larger. Now that Zero Wing had captured the northern fortress, players grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range wouldn't have to worry about a safe place to rest and recover. Everyone had assumed that the first power to capture a medium fortress would be one of Dragonheart Island's super guilds. Yet Zero Wing had accomplished the feat. No one had expected this outcome. However, the masses' shock was nothing compared to how stunned the island's various powers were over the news. How is this possible? That's the northern fortress we're talking about. How could a guild like Zero Wing possibly capture it? Start an investigation. I want to know every detail of the event. Not even 13 thrones dared to assault the northern fortress. Zero Wing must have used some special method to capture it. If we can learn this method, the rest of the Gravity Mountain Range's fortress will be ours. The various powers knew just how difficult these fortresses were to capture. Many of the island's superpowers had attempted such operations, only to fail. These powers also knew what kind of guild Zero Wing was. Even with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's help, capturing the northern fortress should have been impossible for Zero Wing. If it were that easy, the various super guilds would have already occupied every fortress in the map. Zero Wing must have used some tool or special method to succeed. Meanwhile, a report regarding Zero Wing's success in capturing the northern fortress quickly made it to Melancholy's desk in the 13 Thrones Dragonheart City residence. Interesting. I hadn't really thought that they'd succeed, Melancholy commented, surprised as he read the initial report. As 13 Thrones guild leader, Melancholy knew better than anyone on Dragonheart Island how challenging the Gravity Mountain Ranges fortress were to capture. When he had first heard of the operation, he had assumed Zero Wing was going for broke, hoping it would work out somehow. The War Blood adventurer team was still going mad over trying to destroy the guild, after all. Guild leader, now that Zero Wing has captured the northern fortress, it will gain more influence on Dragonheart Island. Many powers will likely try to ally with the guild. Should we? Happy Art carefully asked Melancholy while eyeing Elder Wu. Elder Wu had been a strong advocate for their guild's relationship with Starlink, since the superpower could be so helpful in capturing the Gravity Mountain Ranges fortresses. And yet, Zero Wing had successfully claimed the northern fortress, a feat that not even 13 Thrones had the strength to accomplish. Naturally, a medium fortress would offer far more and better benefits than a small fortress, and the various major powers already saw Zero Wing as a tempting ally. If 13 Thrones waited until other powers had allied with Zero Wing first, it would lose a significant amount of potential profit. Happy Art, you reach conclusions too quickly, the masked woman behind Elder Wu spoke up. Although Zero Wing has the northern fortress, capturing it is a lot easier than defending it, especially now that the guild has angered both Starlink and Warblood. If we negotiate a partnership with Zero Wing, and it failed to defend the fortress, our guild will be in an awkward position. Happy Art fell silent for a moment. Other powers might not know much about the Gravity Mountain Ranges fortresses, but 13 Thrones was very familiar with them. It was true that defending a fortress was far harder than capturing one. 13 Thrones had gone as far as stationing a large number of experts in the fortress long-term to protect it from periodic monster attacks, even utilizing a few of the guild's trump cards. Needless to say, even stronger monsters would assault a medium fortress. If Zero Wing couldn't protect the northern fortress during one of these monster attacks, the consequences would be dire. That kid has exceeded my expectations, but we should see if Zero Wing can defend the fortress before we make a decision, Elder Wu said. It won't be too late to negotiate a partnership once Zero Wing proves that it can hold the northern fortress. Elder Wu then stood and left the room. He didn't linger in the guild leader's office any longer. While Dragonheart Island's various superpowers discussed Zero Wing's success, Shurfeng and his team were busy clearing the undead mobs out of the northern fortress. Capturing a monster-infested fortress wasn't the same as capturing a monster-infested town. Once a town's guardian boss was defeated, the remaining monsters would flee and disappear. However, in monster-infested fortresses, players had to kill the remaining monsters after defeating the guardian boss and claiming the fortress. Fortunately, once the monsters were dead, they wouldn't respawn. Guild leader Black Flame, we should have these undead mobs taken care of in a few more hours, Phoenix Rain reported. Worriedly, she continued, however, according to the information I've recently received, Warblood and 9 Dragons Emperor can no longer sit still. Not only have they locked down the Gravity Mountain Range, but they've also begun to gather forces to capture the Northern Canyon's Rock Nest Fortress. Although the Northern Fortress was the largest in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region, its location was remote. In reality, the Northern Fortress wasn't that attractive to players. Fortunately, there weren't any areas for players in the Gravity Mountain Range, excluding 13 Thrones' small fortress. Players would have no choice but to visit the Northern Fortress, regardless of how remote it was. However, if another fortress in the northern region were captured, that situation would change, especially if it were the Rock Nest Fortress. The Northern Canyon, where the Rock Nest Fortress was located, was the sole path leading to the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region. If Warblood captured it, it would severely affect the Northern Fortress's popularity. They have the right idea. We've just captured the Northern Fortress and still need some time to clean it up. If they can stop the flow of players and resources from reaching our fortress, they'll weaken the Northern Fortress's development speed. We might not even survive the first wave of monsters, Shifeng said, chuckling. Unfortunately, they don't know what it means to own a medium fortress. After his comment, Shifeng approached one of the destroyed defensive magic towers. There was a strict divide between the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses. A medium fortress wasn't just larger than a small fortress. It also had defensive magic towers. These towers were the main reason why medium fortresses had a qualitative advantage over small fortresses. As he stepped into one of the dilapidated defensive magic towers, Shifeng used the fortress management token he had obtained to call up the 4 towers combined system interface. Sure enough, repairing the towers will cost a ton. Shifeng was astonished when he saw the repair cost for the 4 towers. If he wished to repair all 4 defensive magic towers, he would have to pay a total of 320,000 magic crystals and 120 units of 7 luminaries crystals. Zero Wing could afford the 320,000 magic crystals. After all, the guild had full control of a manatite vein and an attributed or vein. It earned more magic crystals than an ordinary superpower. Unfortunately, the 7 luminaries crystals weren't as common. Although 7 luminaries crystals dropped in certain team dungeons and maps, the drop rate was painfully low. Even now, Zero Wing had barely saved up 200 units. He would have to part with more than half of Zero Wing's stock if he wanted to repair all 4 defensive magic towers. In the end, however, Shifeng gritted his teeth and accepted the cost. Only medium fortresses and larger had the privilege of using defensive magic towers, and these towers were not limited to creating a defensive magic array to protect the fortress from invaders. They could also gather and concentrate the fortress's mana, as well as act as a teleportation point. Players couldn't rely on return scrolls or guild transfer scrolls to return to a rest area while in the World Tower. They'd have to rely on their own feet to travel back and forth. Of course, players could rely on land or flying mounts, but this was a lot more difficult than using a return scroll. Players would have to conserve some of their stamina for the return trip, which limited how long they could grind. Meanwhile, the defensive magic towers could nullify some of the World Tower suppression, and players could connect return scrolls to the tower's teleportation point. This way, players could teleport to the defensive magic towers freely. Although the defensive magic towers were only effective on their own floor, meaning that players couldn't teleport to the fortress after descending to the next underground floor, these towers had been immensely popular during Shifeng's previous life. Every floor in the World Tower was massive, and traveling across them was inconvenient. Because of the defensive magic towers, the World Tower's medium fortresses could make more profit than their smaller counterparts. Aside from profiting from visiting players, medium towers could also earn money from NPCs through the defensive magic towers. These towers significantly increased a fortress's defensive value, and NPC merchants, who disliked risk, would only visit fortresses with a high enough defensive value. Naturally, there was a massive difference between player-generated profit and profit earned from NPC merchants. Although ancient coins were Dragonheart City's only currency, players generally spent ancient copper and ancient silver. They rarely spent ancient gold. This was why 13 Thrones had earned much ancient gold since capturing a small fortress. However, NPC merchants were a different story. If an NPC merchant rented one of a fortress's shops, they'd pay with ancient gold. The more NPCs that visited a fortress, the more ancient gold a fortress's ruling power would earn. Shifeng desperately needed ancient gold. His desire for it had become even greater after defeating the ancient fiend-ranked undead king. Normally, a fortress's bosses only dropped average loot. That was clear based on the loot the mythic-ranked undead general had dropped. Compared to the boss's loot, the fortress itself was the true prize. Aside from the fortress management token, the undead king had dropped an extremely rare item. The Freedom Hotel design. Shifeng had thought he was hallucinated when he had seen the design. The Freedom Hotel was a peak construction in God's domain. Meanwhile, and it was even more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. For a guild city to become a main city, it needed a peak construction. Thus, owning the design for one was akin to obtaining a main city. Furthermore, a peak construction's abilities were out of this world. If he could construct a Freedom Hotel, he could elevate Stone Forest City into an intermediate city. The difference between an intermediate city and a basic city in a level 100+ map was like the difference between heaven and earth when it came to helping players complete their Tier 3 promotion quests. Of course, building a peak construction was extremely difficult. Every required material was exceedingly rare in God's domain, and many of them couldn't be stored in a player's bag space. The precious boundary stone was one such example. One could only find a boundary stone by luck. The only place that sold them was the black market, and each stone cost 8,000 ancient gold. Meanwhile, constructing the Freedom Hotel required 3 boundary stones, and including the cost of the other materials, the Freedom Hotel's construction would cost at least 40,000 ancient gold. Moreover, organizing a large-scale mining operation for the Gravity Mountain Range's rare ore veins would be a massive ancient gold expense. The ore veins in the World Tower were crawling with monsters, especially at night. Every ore vein in the World Tower was practically a monster nest. Even expert teams would be annihilated if they weren't careful. A small-scale operation wouldn't be a problem, but to set up a large-scale operation, one would need to construct a mine and defensive structures, both of which cost ancient gold. If Shifeng wanted to develop Zero Wing in the World Tower quickly, he needed ancient gold. Time passed quickly. While Shifeng and the others slew the remaining monsters and repaired the fortress's various buildings, a system announcement reached every player in the map. Gravity Mountain Range Region System Announcement. Congratulations to the Warblood Adventurer team for capturing the Rock Nest Fortress and becoming its lord. Guild popularity in Dragonheart City increased by 5,000. The system announcement caused another uproar throughout the Gravity Mountain Range. What? Zero Wing has just captured the Northern Fortress. Yet Warblood has already captured the Rock Nest Fortress. Warblood really is vicious. With 2 fortresses in a single region, Zero Wing won't be able to generate as much income from the Northern Fortress. To make matters worse, the Rock Nest Fortress occupied the path to the Northern region. That's nothing. Warblood has also allied itself with quite a few of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams. They're going to work together to seal off the Northern region. They've declared that anybody who visits the Northern Fortress will be considered one of the adventurer team's enemies. How vicious! Even with a fortress, Zero Wing has no hope of surviving in Dragonheart City. Zero Wing can only blame itself for provoking so many of the island's powers. The players grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range were astonished by how fast and decisively Warblood had captured the Rock Nest Fortress. They hadn't expected the adventurer team to strike down Zero Wing as soon as it had some success on Dragonheart Island. What should we do, Big Sis Rain? Blue Phoenix paled when she read the latest report. Because of Warblood's declaration, players that had been preparing to visit our fortress are backing out due to fear. Maintaining a fortress wasn't easy. They'd have to station players here long-term to deal with the occasional monster raids. Meanwhile, players were a fortress's main source of income. If players weren't willing to visit the Northern Fortress, they'd be lucky not to hemorrhage money on the fortress's upkeep. How did they secure the Rock Nest Fortress so quickly? Phoenix Rain's expression darkened when she heard the news. Although she had known that Warblood planned to capture the fortress, she hadn't thought that it would succeed so soon. Why don't we go teach them a lesson? Guild leader Aqua Rose suggested in a chilly tone after reading about Warblood's threat. Forget it. Their fortress is under a 3-day protection period. Attacking them would be meaningless right now, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Chuckling, he continued, however, since they want to play, we'll play. Spread the word that whoever visits the Rock Nest Fortress will be declaring Zero Wing an enemy. None of them will be allowed through the Northern Fortress's gates. Gravity Mountain Range, Rock Nest Fortress. The Rock Nest Fortress stood atop the Northern Canyon. From afar, it looked like a nest, which was how it had earned its name. The fortress was easy to defend and difficult to attack. However, the fortress was filled with tens of thousands of level 85+ players that were busy slaying the fortress's prior residents, the Blackstone Ores. Several tens of thousands of Blackstone Ores had garrisoned the fortress, but less than 10,000 remained. Lying quietly in the fortress's heart was the 4-meter-tall Ore King, and all sorts of weapons, equipment, and materials were scattered around its corpse. I hadn't thought that capturing a fortress would be this profitable. It's no wonder why 13 Thrones is so eager to capture a second one. 9 Dragons Emperor said, sighing ruefully as he gazed at the items on the ground. Even in the Gravity Mountain range, Great Lord rank and higher monsters were relatively rare, yet the Rock Nest Fortress had been home to tons of them. Since this was the first time these monsters had been slain, their drop rate was much higher than the monsters that wandered the map. Clearing out the Blackstone ores had yielded over 10,000 weapons and equipment pieces. Moreover, every item as level 90 or above. There were even some level 100 weapons and equipment among the loot. Although most of the weapons and equipment were only secret silver rank, with a few fine gold rank items, it was more than enough to serve as interim equipment. At the very least, his subordinates could use these items to start raiding level 90 super large-scale team dungeons as soon as they were the appropriate level. It's only natural. Every fortress in the Gravity Mountain range is a treasure trove. We had planned to work with Starlink to capture a medium fortress, but I hadn't expected Zero Wing to claim the northern fortress successfully. We had no choice but to move forward with our plans, Blood Oath said. His voice cold, he continued, even with the northern fortress, I'll ensure that Zero Wing has no place on Dragonheart Island. That's right. That Zero Wing is too arrogant. They look down on you, Commander Blood. 9 Dragons Emperor said, nodding. I suspect the guild's members have already begun to panic. Without any visiting players, even the best fortress in the world is useless. Warblood, Crimson Shadow, and Night Sword, 3 of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams, had agreed to work together against Zero Wing. Not a single adventurer team on the island would dare cross these 3. Furthermore, Warblood and Starlink were collaborating to seal off the northern region. Anyone that dared to explore the area would be making a one-way trip. Aside from Zero Wing's members and Phoenix Rain's subordinates, no one would visit the northern fortress. They had ensured that the northern fortress would be nothing more than a bottomless pit, steadily devouring Zero Wing's funds. The Gravity Mountain range's fortresses weren't like the fortresses in the outside world. Monster attacks were more frequent here. Maintaining a small fortress cost enough of a fortune to give superpowers a headache, not to mention a medium fortress's maintenance, and that was excluding the subsidies a power would need to pay the players that guarded the fortresses. While 9 Dragons Emperor and Blood Oath conversed, a woman with an ancient bow approached. Commander Zero Wing has made a move. They've mimicked out declaration, announcing that any player that entered the Rock Nest Forest will have no place in the northern fortress. Inkfeather announced, smiling as she read the report she had just received. They're trying to compete with our influence on Dragonheart Island? Black Flame is a fool. Does he really think Dragonheart Island is the same as Starmoon Kingdom? Blood Oath laughed. Commander Blood, I doubt that Black Flame knows that we found a mana well in the Rock Nest Fortress. Otherwise, he'd have never made this decision. 9 Dragons Emperor said, smirking. The mana well was the Rock Nest Fortress's exclusive construction. Although repairing it would deplete their liquid funds, the mana well's effects were well worth the cost. With this mana well, players could fully recover their stamina and concentration within half an hour. The mana well's effects would tempt every player grinding in the Gravity Mountain range. The main reason that players visited fortresses was to rest and recover their stamina and concentration. And for the cost of 1 ancient gold coin, players could make a full recovery within 30 minutes. Countless players on Dragonheart Island would seek this benefit. As news of the mana well spread, even the players that visited the 13 Thrones small fortress would likely shift their attention to the Rock Nest Fortress, not to mention the powers that were considering setting up a base in the northern fortress. Since Black Flame is so eager to die, I don't mind sending him to his grave. Turning to Inkfeather, Blood Oath commanded, Ink, quietly inform the various major powers on Dragonheart Island of the mana well. I'm sure they'll know what to do once they receive the news. Understood. Inkfeather grew even more eager to see Sherfong despair. Unless they were stupid, the various powers would recognize the most beneficial fortress once word of the mana well spread. Meanwhile, in 13 Thrones residence in Dragonheart City, Zero Wing thinks that it can suppress Warblood just because it has captured a medium fortress? The guild still isn't aware of how foolish it's being. Elder Wu, who rested in his office, said as he read the report his subordinate had sent. 1,000 have Lu Xinglua pay me a visit. Tell him that it's about capturing a medium fortress. Understood. The masked woman named 1,000 Lives smiled and nodded. In her opinion, Zero Wing was extremely foolish. The guild simply didn't realize how powerful Superpower's foundations were. Elsewhere, in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress, while Phoenix Rain organized the fortress's repairs, Shurfeng concentrated on restoring the defensive magic tower's magic arrays. The magic crystals and 7 luminaries crystals he had spent to repair the towers only repaired the core crystals. It was barely enough to activate the towers. To restore the defensive magic towers to full power, players needed to repair the magic arrays and magic circuits within the towers. However, this wasn't an easy task. It required an advanced magician at the very least, and the work was intensively time-consuming. Fortunately, Shurfeng was almost a master magician, so he could repair the arrays and circuits smoothly and swiftly. Once the 4 defensive magic towers' final magic circuit had been repaired, the tower's system interface reported that the towers were complete. System: the northern fortress's defensive magic towers have been fully repaired. It will cost 8,000 magic crystals to activate them and 6,000 magic crystals per day to maintain them. Do you wish to activate the defensive magic towers? Running at 100% efficiency is certainly expensive. Shurfeng was a little astonished when he read the system notification. The tower's operation cost was much higher than an ordinary magic tower. Not even ordinary first-rate guilds could afford to keep the northern fortress's defensive magic towers running constantly. However, Shurfeng did not hesitate, activating the towers immediately. After Shurfeng had sacrificed the required magic crystals, a 2-fold magic array appeared above the northern fortress, enveloping it. The 2-fold magic array then created a double-layered magic barrier around the fortress, which was much stronger than the barrier Shurfeng and Phoenix Rain's army had broken through. At the same time, all of the mana within a 10,000-yard radius of the northern fortress began to gather within the fortress's walls. The fortress's mana density skyrocketed, especially in the fortress's core. The mana there was so dense that it transformed into a white mist. The players within the mist felt an indescribably pleasant sensation course through them, and a second experience bar appeared below their main bar, show that they had accumulated the double EXP buff. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion members were dumbfounded. Aqua, how are the fortress's repairs coming along? Shurfeng asked after contacting Aqua Rose. We're 60% done. According to your instructions, we've prioritized hotels and accommodations, so they're ready now, Aqua Rose reported. Good. In that case, we can open the fortress to the public, Shurfeng said, smiling. He then called up the northern fortress's system interface and did just that. After Shurfeng opened the northern fortress to the public, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and Zero Wings members quickly disseminated news of this throughout the Gravity Mountain Range and Dragonheart City. Zero Wing opened the northern fortress so quickly. Zero Wing is probably trying to snag some advantages. However, now that Warblood has made that kind of threat, who would dare visit the northern fortress? The various adventurer teams in the Gravity Mountain Range shook their heads and sighed at this piece of news. The small fortress 13 Thrones captured was hardly enough to accommodate the players operating in the Gravity Mountain Range. Hence, the capture of the northern fortress was naturally good news. However, Warblood had already stated that whoever dared visit the northern fortress would become its enemy. The various adventurer teams with weak foundations did not dare provoke the Warblood adventurer team at all. Meanwhile, over at the Rocknest Fortress, Warblood and 9 Dragons Emperor had also received news of the northern fortress's opening. Commander Blood, it seems Zero Wing is really anxious. Instead of properly making use of the fortress's 3-day protection period, it actually opened the fortress so quickly. With this, before we can even take action, the northern fortress will most likely fall to the monster tides first. This situation elated 9 Dragons Emperor. The various superpowers operating on Dragonheart Island all knew that defending a fortress in the Gravity Mountain Range, especially against the first monster tide a fortress would face, was much more difficult than capturing one. Hence, The wisest decision was to utilize every second of the 3-day protection period after a fortress's conquest to enhance the fortress's defenses as much as possible. Now, however, just 1 day after seizing the northern fortress, Zero Wing had taken the initiative to lift the protection mechanism and open the northern fortress to the public. Since the Rock Nest fortress had yet to open, such an action would indeed attract some players to the northern fortress. However, the monster tide at the northern fortress would not weaken just because the guild didn't take full advantage of the protection mechanism. Zero Wing is indeed quick. Unfortunately for it, I won't leave it with even the slightest shred of hope, Blood Oath said coldly. Inc. Spread the news that we'll be opening Rock Nest Fortress tomorrow. We'll thoroughly eliminate the various adventurer teams and guild's thoughts of moving to Northern Fortress. Upon hearing Blood Oath's words, Nine Dragons' Emperor was surprised. He never thought that Blood Oath would be so vicious as to give Zero Wing no opportunities whatsoever. In reality, although opening the Northern Fortress so soon was very risky, Zero Wing's decision was still a considerably effective move. After all, the number of players grinding in the Gravity Mountain range increased with each passing day. 13 Thrones' small fortress couldn't satisfy the needs of all of these players by itself. Hence, despite Warblood's influence and deterrence, some adventurer teams and guilds would still rest in the Northern Fortress. After all, traveling between the Gravity Mountain range and Dragonheart City required a lot of time which they could spend earning more income. However, if the various adventurer teams and guilds only had to wait 1 more day for Rock Nest Fortress's opening, then they would generally show Warblood some respect and avoid visiting the Northern Fortress, thereby rendering Zero Wing's actions meaningless. Meanwhile, shortly after Warblood issued its new announcement, Ku Rong, who was in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence in Dragonheart City, received news about it. Moon, what do you think of this situation? Ku Rong asked as he looked at the majestic woman seated at a corner of his office. Originally, I had a considerably high opinion of Zero Wing, Cloudy Moon said unhurriedly. Unfortunately, Warblood and Starlink's influence is far too great. Their foundations are also extraordinary. Even if Black Flame possesses frightening combat power, he alone can't change the overall situation. Moreover, I heard that 13 Thrones is already planning on working with Starlink again to capture a medium fortress. Once that happens, Zero Wing would lose all its advantages. In Cloudy Moon's opinion, Phoenix Rain's decision was simply too immature. Had Phoenix Rain accepted Starlink's offer for partnership before, then her promotion to Great Pavilion Master would have been practically guaranteed. Unfortunately, Phoenix Rain ended up giving away that opportunity to Nine Dragons' Emperor. Alright, I understand. Go make the necessary preparations, Ku Rong sighed. Now that the situation was clear for all to see, if the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion wished to form a good relationship with Starlink, then Phoenix Rain, who was now considered Starlink's enemy, was unsuitable for the position of Great Pavilion Master. While the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion was secretly making its preparations, the various powers of Dragonheart City were in an uproar over Warblood's decisiveness. This situation allowed the general population in Dragonheart City to realize once more how frightening superpowers were. Even though Zero Wing was a large guild that successfully captured the Northern Fortress, it was still no more than an ant before a superpower. Meanwhile, on a gravel hill in the Gravity Mountain range, 100 level 85 plus experts geared in level 85 secret silver equipment were frantically besieging a level 89 Grand Lord. The Grand Lord ranked 6-armed demonic bear possessed extremely high defense and destructive power. It could easily send several MTs flying with a single attack. However, facing the level 90 Tigerkin Berserker at the helm of the team, the demonic bear was actually getting pushed back one step after another, no match for the Berserker in terms of strength. After battling 20 more minutes, the 6-armed demonic bear finally fell at the feet of this 100-man team. Our boss is too amazing. He actually managed to contend against the 6-armed demonic bear. With this kind of strength, he can definitely rank within the top 50 berserkers on Dragonheart Island, a level 87 shield warrior said in admiration. I know, right? Previously, Heaven's Blade's commander even invited our boss to become a vice commander at Heaven's Blade, a level 87 ranger said. the female half-elf's eyes glowing as she looked at the level 90 berserker. Heaven's Blade was one of Dragonheart Island's top 10 adventurer teams. Heaven's Blade's commander, Zwei, was even the idol of countless female players. An invitation from Zwei to become one of Heaven's Blade's vice-commanders was considered a great honor on Dragonheart Island. "Stop spouting nonsense about me," Swimming Dragon said, rolling his eyes at his teammates. "We don't have much stamina left. Once everyone's recovered, we'll make our way to the Northern Fortress to rest. Boss Warblood has already set the Northern Fortress off-limits. Heaven's Blade also warned us that we'll definitely get targeted by Warblood if we patronize the Northern Fortress. If that happens, it'll be very difficult for us to squeeze into the top 8 adventurer teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade." Upon hearing Swimming Dragon's words, the other players on the team hurriedly tried to dissuade him. The Dragon Riders adventurer team was improving so rapidly that they now had a chance at becoming one of the top 8 adventurer teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade. This was something that they never imagined was possible. After all, Heaven's Blade was the 5th-rank adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. Plenty of adventurer teams subordinated themselves to Heaven's Blade, but only 8 adventurer teams would receive priority treatment. So long as Dragon Riders became one of these top 8 adventurer teams, its position on Dragonheart Island would skyrocket. At that time, even first-rate guilds would not dare to provoke it. "Enough! I know what I'm doing. Tidy up immediately. We're heading to the Northern Fortress right now," Swimming Dragon berated, completely ignoring everyone's opinion. He had his current success only because of Sure Fong. While training inside the Tower of Four Gods, he had not only entered the flowing water realm but also mastered an advanced combat technique and improved his completion rate for Tier 2 skills by a significant margin. After his challenge ended, he even received an epic-ranked replica of the legendary weapon Hurricane's Injury. This replica was top-tier even among epic weapons. Moreover, the greatsword also had high compatibility with him. As a result, his combat power underwent a qualitative improvement after he equipped the weapon. Now that Zero Wing was in trouble, how could he just stand by and do nothing? Since Warblood wished to seal the pathway leading toward the northern region and prevent players from entering or exiting the area, then Swimming Dragon could just stick to grinding in the northern region. In any case, with the Northern Fortress around, he would not have to worry about having nowhere to rest. Warblood wouldn't be able to do anything against him. The other members of Dragon Riders had no choice but to listen to their commander's words and head off toward the Northern Fortress. After traveling by mount for several hours and carefully avoiding Warblood's members, Swimming Dragon and the others finally arrived at the Northern Fortress. However, the moment everyone walked through the fortress's gates, they were stunned. What's going on? Why is the mana density here so high? No, it's not just the mana here. I can feel my body becoming significantly lighter as well. It's as if the suppression outside is gone. After momentarily falling into a daze, Dragon Riders members promptly revealed ecstatic expressions on their faces. It's true. That pressure really has disappeared. Boss, if we can rest here long-term, we can keep grinding in the Gravity Mountain range without returning to Dragonheart City. If that's the case, we won't need more than half a month to surpass those top 8 adventurer teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade. Previously, they had not expected much of the Northern Fortress. After all, they had visited 13 Thrones Fortress before, so they knew what purpose the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses served. These fortresses were merely temporary rest areas. Aside from allowing players to recover stamina and concentration, they only provided materials replenishment and weapons and equipment repair. However, the Northern Fortress completely overthrew their understanding of the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses. Setting aside accumulating the double EXP buff inside the Northern Fortress, just the fact that the fortress could remove the ever-present pressure they felt while grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range was already plenty amazing. Since the Northern Fortress had this kind of ability, they would not need to head back to Dragonheart City to relieve themselves of this pressure. Although the pressure the Gravity Mountain Range exerted on them had only a minuscule effect, long-term exposure would still build up mental fatigue, which would rise especially quickly when they were fighting against powerful monsters. Hence, even with the opportunity to rest in 13 Thrones Fortress, They would still return to Dragonheart City once every 4 or 5 days to relax and refresh their minds. At this point, it was already their 3rd day in the Gravity Mountain range, so the mental fatigue they had accumulated was quite significant. However, the moment they entered the Northern Fortress, said mental fatigue had disappeared completely. Normally, this pleasant sensation was something they would feel only after returning to Dragonheart City. If they could rid themselves of the Gravity Mountain range's pressure just by entering the Northern Fortress, then they could forego returning to Dragonheart City and remain in the Gravity Mountain range. With this, they could save plenty on the travel time between the World Tower and Dragonheart City, thereby increasing their leveling speed and resource acquisition rate. In this situation, Swimming Dragon could not help being overjoyed. The Northern Fortress's benefits might not seem like much, but with persistence, a drop of water could wear out even a stone. With the help of the Northern Fortress's ability, the Dragon Riders Adventurer team could slowly pull ahead of Dragonheart City's Adventurer teams. Surpassing the top 8 Adventurer teams subordinate to Heaven's Blade would also be a piece of cake. During the time Dragon Riders members were strolling about, enjoying the Northern Fortress's pressure-free environment, a gasp suddenly appeared in the team chat. "Boss, come over here quickly. I discovered something good!" A level 87 Tigerkin Shield Warrior yelled excitedly. "What is it? What's so important that you need to make such a huge fuss?" Swimming Dragon asked, exasperated. Dragon Riders was a well-known adventurer team on Dragonheart Island. Having one of its members act like a country bumpkin in front of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and Zero Wings members after entering the Northern Fortress was a huge embarrassment to the adventurer team. "Boss, it's the teleportation scroll for this fortress. Return scrolls for the Northern Fortress are available at the defensive magic towers," the Tigerkin Shield Warrior replied. "What? Return scrolls?" Swimming Dragon's breathing momentarily grew heavier. Return scrolls for locations in the outside world were unusable inside the World Tower. Meanwhile, the Gravity Mountain range was an extremely dangerous place, and players could enter a death zone unawares at any time. Players might be able to escape momentarily using instantaneous transfer scrolls, but without the help of a return scroll, they would still encounter countless perils on their way back to safety. If players could utilize return scrolls inside the Gravity Mountain range, they would no longer have to be afraid of exploring unknown and dangerous regions. Moreover, with return scrolls, players would no longer have to conserve their stamina and concentration to walk back to the nearest rest area, increasing their range of operations drastically. Buy them. Buy them all, quickly. It doesn't matter even if they cost 1 ancient gold each. Swimming Dragon ordered, his eyes glowing with excitement. Ancient gold might be difficult to earn, but compared to their lives, let alone 1 ancient gold, even 10 ancient gold would not be comparable. After all, even a single death at their levels would deprive them of plenty of opportunities. "Boss, relax. These return scrolls are sold by NPCs. You can have as many as you want. Moreover, each return scroll costs only 10 ancient silver. However, these return scrolls are bound to the buyer and cannot be transferred to other players," the Tigerkin Shield Warrior said, grinning. "What? Only 10 ancient silver?" For a moment, Swimming Dragon thought he had misheard. Ordinary players might not be able to bear the price of 10 ancient silver, but this was easily affordable for experts like themselves. After all, just entering the Gravity Mountain range cost 5 ancient silver, while entering a fortress was 1 ancient silver and staying in a hotel, 2 to 3 ancient silver. Following which, Swimming Dragon had everyone in his team immediately go and purchase some return scrolls at the defensive magic towers. In fact, aside from some money for accommodation and repair fees, he told his teammates to spend all their ancient silver to purchase the Northern Fortress's return scrolls, afraid that the return scrolls would become unavailable or increase in price in the future. However, what Swimming Dragon did not know was that the system handled the price for the Northern Fortress's return scrolls, which could be considered one of the special abilities of the defensive magic towers. This ability was something similar to the additional skills found on weapons and equipment. Feng had no say in the settings and could only collect a portion of the profits. Meanwhile, even after having his teammates spend all their spare ancient silver on return scrolls, Swimming Dragon was still not satisfied. After all, he knew that so long as they exploited this opportunity to the fullest, the Dragon Riders adventurer team could see a qualitative leap in development. Notify everyone in the adventurer team and have them come to the Northern Fortress. From now onwards, the Northern Fortress will be Dragon Riders' main headquarters, Swimming Dragon said. After saying so, he immediately visited 4 of the Northern Fortress's basic hotels and rented all 4 long-term for 60 ancient gold per day. He intended to have these 4 hotels serve as Dragon Riders' temporary headquarters and lodging for the adventurer team's members. That way, members would not have to worry about accommodations and end up sleeping on the streets. Shortly after Swimming Dragon gave his command, Dragon Riders members promptly sprang into action. All 2,000 plus members of the adventurer team suddenly headed to the World Tower. The large-scale movement piqued the curiosity of many of the adventurer teams that had close relations with Dragon Riders. Some players that were friends with Dragon Riders members also asked their friends about this situation. What are you guys trying to do? Is Dragon Riders conducting some kind of large-scale operation? It's not a large-scale operation. Our adventurer team is just moving our main headquarters to the Northern Fortress. Are you guys insane? Didn't you hear the threat Warblood made? Warblood might be powerful, but we can simply stick to the northern region. At worst, we'll just avoid grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range's other areas. Here, let me tell you a secret. Zero Wing's Northern Fortress is freaking amazing. Not only can you accumulate the double EXP buff there, but my team leader says that you can even rid yourself of the Gravity Mountain Range's ever-present pressure by entering the Northern Fortress. What's even more amazing is that there are return scrolls on sale at the Northern Fortress. With those, even ordinary experts like us can grind freely and efficiently in the Gravity Mountain Range. You're kidding me, right? I've been to 13 Thrones Fortress before. It's fine if you don't believe me, but once my level surpasses yours, don't say that I never told you about this. After saying so, the members of Dragon Riders hurried toward the Northern Fortress. They all wished to start competing for the Gravity Mountain Range's leveling resources as soon as possible. While the Dragon Riders adventurer team was rushing to the Northern Fortress, information about the Northern Fortress started spreading among some of Dragonheart City's adventurer teams. Shortly after, news of it also reached Dragonheart City's major powers. Dragonheart City was originally already bubbling over the conflict between Zero Wing and Warblood. Hence, the city's various powers were keeping an eye out for news about the Northern Fortress. The World Tower could be said to be Dragonheart City's greatest resource. The various powers had all obtained a large number of leveling and material resources from it. Meanwhile, the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses played a crucial role in further enhancing their resource acquisition rate. With rumors regarding the Northern Fortress's devastating abilities proliferating, Dragonheart City's various powers immediately launched an investigation to ascertain the truth. Return scrolls. Investigate. I want this information verified as soon as possible. Previously, the various powers had nothing much to say about Warblood's threat, as Warblood had also captured a fortress in the northern region and was going to open it just one day after the Northern Fortress opened. A one-day difference wouldn't affect their development by much. Moreover, the Northern Fortress's location was remote, so it wasn't particularly attractive to the various powers. At best, it could only serve as a rest area. However, things were different now. The Northern Fortress's return scroll would be a game-changer in the Gravity Mountain Range. The difference between having a return scroll and not having one while grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range was massive. Moreover, the effects would snowball as time passed. The reason the various powers had set up a base of operations in Dragonheart City was to gain better development resources. If their own profits were not affected, the various powers would show Warblood some respect and avoid provoking it as much as possible. However, it was a whole other story if conceding to Warblood's demands affected their development by a significant margin. Dragonheart City's various powers sent scouts to check out the Northern Fortress, which crowded the hall of the World Tower's first underground floor. The moment the various power scouts entered the Northern Fortress, they were shocked by the fortress's environment. The high mana density and lack of mental pressure here made the Northern Fortress no different from Dragonheart City. It was entirely possible for players to use the Northern Fortress as a temporary base. With the Northern Fortress, they would no longer have to shuttle between the World Tower and Dragonheart City. Most importantly, the northern fortress possessed return scrolls. The price of 10 ancient silver nearly had the visiting players wondering whether they were hallucinating. After the various power scouts reported back about the situation inside the northern fortress, a huge commotion erupted in Dragonheart City. The Gravity Mountain Range's resources were incomparably abundant. Until now, the various powers had yet to explore even 2/3 of the entire map. This was especially true for the ruins of the ancient civilization. These ruins contained a plethora of precious treasures. Only, due to the Gravity Mountain Range's environment, exploring these ruins was still incredibly difficult, even with the help of a small fortress. Meanwhile, although the northern fortress was in a remote area, it perfectly solved the hindrance to staying in the Gravity Mountain Range long-term. This meant that guild members could start exploring the various ancient ruins with much greater efficiency than before and secure even more resources for themselves. Their exploration progress might even surpass that of 13 Thrones, which possessed a small fortress. Notify everyone immediately. We're shifting our guild's base of operations on Dragonheart Island to the northern fortress. But what about Warblood? Screw them. This is an opportunity for our guild. We'll kill anybody that stands in our way. Less than an hour after the various powers based in Dragonheart City verified the rumors regarding the northern fortress, many started sending a large number of experts there lest other powers get ahead of them. After all, the northern fortress was only a medium fortress. Unlike a city, a medium fortress could accommodate only a very limited number of players. The number of hotels in a fortress was especially limited. Not resting in a hotel would severely impact players' recovery speed. Moreover, according to the Power's investigations, the Northern Fortress's hotels could even hasten the double EXP buff's accumulation rate. The difference between having a hotel to rest in and not having one would drastically affect their leveling speed. Meanwhile, over at the Gravity Mountain Range's Northern Fortress, the sudden influx of players made the fortress bustle. Big Sis Rain, according to our latest statistics, over 150,000 players have visited the Northern Fortress thus far, and estimates state that we should hit the 400,000 mark by the end of today. Blue Phoenix reported excitedly as she approached Phoenix Rain. Back when 13 Thrones had successfully captured a fortress, despite the huge commotion in Dragonheart City, the fortress had managed to attract only around 200,000 visitors on its first day. Meanwhile, the fortress had a player population of only 700,000, which was also the maximum capacity of a small fortress. In comparison, the Northern Fortress was expected to attract over 400,000 visitors on the opening day alone. It would most likely take only 2 or 3 days to exceed the 700,000 threshold. Reaching the maximum capacity of 1,500,000 players was only a matter of time. It should be known that even with just a 700,000 player population, 13 Thrones' small fortress generated tons of wealth and resources every day. Although Blue Phoenix did not know how much the small fortress was earning exactly, according to the investigations of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion spies, the fortress's daily income was at least 5,000 ancient gold and 600,000 ancient silver. Once the Northern Fortress's player population reached maximum capacity, one could easily imagine how much income it would generate. Moreover, the Northern Fortress had many more sources of revenue than 13 Thrones' small fortress. Even though Phoenix Rain held only 20% of the Northern Fortress's shares, the income she would receive could rival half of a small fortress's total income, at the very least. Half. Even Starlink did not receive half of the income from 13 Thrones' small fortress. At that time, who would dare question Phoenix Rain's position in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion? I'm afraid that even Warblood and Starlink did not expect such an outcome. When Phoenix Rain looked at the statistics report in her hand, she could not help but sigh ruefully. Previously, even after successfully capturing the Northern Fortress, she had still felt that Shurfeng had gone overboard with his actions in the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's residence. Now, however, it would seem that the one to regret their actions would not be Zero Wing but Warblood instead. The Northern Fortress's future was already clear for all to see. Once a sufficient number of players gathered and the Northern Fortress was in full operation, it would be impossible for Warblood to exhaust and destroy Zero Wing in the Sea of Death. After all, the disparity in the incomes of the two sides would be simply too massive. Aside from Phoenix Rain, Dragonheart City's various superpowers were entertaining such thoughts as well. Although Warblood had captured the Rocknest Fortress, the difference between that and the Northern Fortress was far too massive. With this, Warblood had backed itself into a corner. After all, Warblood had previously declared that it would ban all those who entered the Northern Fortress from the Rocknest Fortress. Now, the players that were originally planning on resting at the Rocknest Fortress would not dare approach the fortress at all. A situation that would definitely reduce the Rocknest Fortress's income. While the various powers were paying attention to the Northern Fortress, Shurfeng was hustling in the Northern Fortress. Not only did he have to reorganize the Northern Fortress's construction plans, due to the explosive increase in player population, but he also had to deal with the partnership offers and shop purchase requests from the various powers. Guild leader, the Feng family's people have visited our main headquarters and stated that they wish to meet you. Gentle Snow, who was currently organizing the information on the Northern Fortress's shops, said, a grim expression on her face. Previously, due to her personal matters, Shurfeng had stepped forward to provoke the Feng family, the number one family in Fenglin City, which possessed extraordinary influence in the city. The fact that the Feng family was paying Zero Wing a visit now definitely wasn't good news for the guild. The Feng family? Shurfeng nodded. Let's go meet them, then. Zero Wing's main headquarters, top-floor reception room. For people waited in the reception room, and the atmosphere was unusually depressing. Xiao Yu, who acted as the receptionist, wore a particularly ugly expression. Xiao Yu's reaction to the middle-aged man was the cause of the atmosphere in the room. The older gentleman wore gray, martial artist robes and loomed like a mountain. His aura was also quite oppressive. However, his physical presence wasn't the only reason for Xiao Yu's reaction. His identity was the true reason. The middle-aged man was the current head of the Feng family and the chairman of the Qilin Corporation, Feng Jinyuan. The Qilin Corporation might not be on the same level as the Five States Corporation, but it was one of the first-rate corporations in the country. It was also why the Feng family stood at the top among Fenglin City's powerful families. If Feng Jinyuan wished it, he could destroy the Big Dipper group with a word. Why wouldn't Xiao Yu be afraid with such an important individual before him? Feng Jinyuan was a true mogul in the business world. Nothing like the youngsters that had inherited their family's businesses. A young man and woman accompanied Feng Jinyuan in the room. The young man was none other than Feng Mingyu, the Feng family's strongest expert of the younger generation. On the other hand, Xiao Yu didn't recognize the young woman with long, wavy hair and wearing a bright red dress. However, he knew she must be of high status, considering that she visited Zero Wing's headquarters alongside Feng Jinyuan. As Xiao Yu wondered why a VIP like Feng Jinyuan would visit Zero Wing's headquarters, the reception room's doors opened, and Shurfeng, Bai Qingxue, and Lei Bao entered. Feng Mingyu's indifferent expression vanished the moment he saw Shurfeng. Even Xiao Yu could see the fear in the large man's eyes. However, Feng Mingyu's gaze also contained a trace of killing intent. Xiao Yu found the man's reaction reasonable after giving the matter some thought. Feng Mingyu was the Feng family's prided genius, yet Shurfeng had subdued him with a single move in the Redstone restaurant. To make matters worse, Fenglin City's upper society frequently visited the Redstone restaurant, and they wouldn't miss the news of Feng Mingyu's miserable defeat. I had my doubts about Mingyu's claim, but looking at you now, it seems he had been correct. You are both courageous and strong. I'm afraid none among the younger generation is a match for you, Feng Jinyuan said, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes as he examined Shurfeng. Gentle Snow, who had already been worried about this visit, began to panic when she saw Feng Jinyuan. She had never expected him to visit Zero Wing personally. Mr. Feng's praise is too generous. May I know what business the Feng family has with me today? Shurfeng asked, getting straight to the point. The Feng family's visit didn't particularly surprise Shurfeng. Since they had made a personal appearance, they must have important business to discuss. But Shurfeng had no desire to play their word games. He still had a lot he needed to do. Since you've asked, I'll just put it bluntly. You'd caused quite a commotion in the Redstone restaurant. After all is said and done, the Feng family is one of the most reputable families in Fenglin City. If we don't take act, how do you think the other families will view ours? Fang Zhenyuan peacefully explained. However, I've heard that Zero Wing's development in God's domain is quite impressive, and the virtual combat platform you've recently set up has been performing considerably well. The Fang family has interests in these aspects, so we plan to invest in Zero Wing. In return, the Fang family only wants 51% of Zero Wing's shares. Not only will Zero Wing receive a massive capital deposit from the Qilin Corporation to boost its development, but you'll also have access to the various dojos and training centers in Fenglin City for recruiting and nurturing talented players. What are your thoughts? After Fang Zhenyuan's statement, the room fell silent. Xiao Yu stared at the man in astonishment. He had never thought that this colossal existence would be interested in Zero Wing enough to offer full investment. Although many guilds in God's domain were supported by major corporations, that support was limited. No corporation would invest so much in a single guild. If Zero Wing had the Qilin Corporation's full support, both Zero Wing and the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's development speed would undergo a qualitative transformation. However, Fang Zhenyuan's demand for 51% of the organization's shares would set him up as Zero Wing's owner. Gentle Snow paled instantly. She hadn't expected the Fang family's appetite to be this large. This is the friendliest threat I've ever heard, Shifeng said, chuckling. To put it simply, Fang Zhenyuan wanted to become Zero Wing's majority shareholder in exchange for letting the previous insult slide. Do you intend to make an enemy of the Fang family? Fang Zhenyuan asked, frowning. Coldly, he continued. Or do you think that you can lead Zero Wing and Heaven's Rumble against the Fang family with your martial prowess alone? As Fang Zhenyuan's tone chilled, the intensity of his aura spiked. The room grew heated as if a volcano had begun to erupt. A neutralizing grandmaster, Lei Bao exclaimed from behind Shifeng, stunned by the revelation. Although Lei Bao had felt substantial pressure from Fang Zhenyuan and knew this man was no ordinary person, he hadn't expected the head of the Fang family to be a neutralizing grandmaster. It was impressive enough for one family to nurture a single neutralizing grandmaster. A family could prosper for an entire century with just one such individual. The Fang family only enjoyed its current status today due to Old Man Fang, Fang Zhenyuan's father. And yet, Fang Zhenyuan exposed the fact that he was also a neutralizing grandmaster, which meant the Fang family had two such individuals. When Xiao Yu heard Lei Bao's statement, he was just as stunned. With two neutralizing grandmasters, it had enough influence to force the various families, dojos, and training centers in Fenglin City to obey its every command, regardless of the rest of the Fang family's martial prowess. Fang Mingyu, who reclined on a sofa, sneered at Shifeng. Everyone had assumed the Fang family's rise was due to his grandfather. They also believed that once his grandfather reached his 101st birthday, the family would crumble. However, the public didn't realize that the Fang family's foundations had grown since his grandfather had led the family. If they hadn't, his grandfather would never have passed control of the family to his father, Fang Zhenyuan. Fang Mingyu acknowledged that he was no match for Shifeng, but the tricks Shifeng had played against him wouldn't work with his father. When he faced his father, Fang Mingyu didn't even have the heart to resist. He had no hope of contending with his father's inhuman fitness in a direct confrontation. How can I know if I don't try? Shifeng nonchalantly replied. Good. Let me see if you're as strong as you claim. Fang Zhenyuan's fist then shot toward Shifeng with exceptional speed and grace. So fast. Lei Bao's expression turned sour as he watched Fang Zhenyuan move. He hadn't expected the man to attack without hesitation. Fang Zhenyuan had none of the magnanimity of a martial arts grandmaster. Fang Zhenyuan's punch was so fast that the human body had practically no time to react. Come! However, Shifeng had reacted as Fang Zhenyuan's fist had begun to move. Neutralizing grandmaster's mental processing speed was far faster than an ordinary human's. Their sensitivity to danger was easily 10 times sharper than an ordinary person's as well. They could sense an incoming attack before the enemy even moved, which was why neutralizing grandmasters were so frightening. Since this was his first time fighting a neutralizing grandmaster in the real world, Shifeng decided to greet the hit with a punch of his own, rather than dodge. Like Fang Zhenyuan's punch, Shifeng lacked any flowery movements. It was standard textbook punch. Suicidal bastard. Fong Mingyu could not help but grin as he watched. Fong Mingyu had recognized that Shifeng was weaker than he was during their clash in the Redstone restaurant, not to mention his father. His father might be old, but thanks to modem technology like the life potion, he maintained his peak condition even at his age. In fact, Fong Jinyuan's body wouldn't even begin to deteriorate for another 2 decades. The fact that Shifeng chose to face the hit head-on was suicidal. Boom! As the 2 fists collided, the air between them compressed and shattered, the shockwave cracking the marble ground beneath them. The room shook slightly, and even Bai Qingxue stumbled backward. After the clash, Shifeng and Fong Jinyuan took a step back, the ground under their feet slightly sunken. How is this possible? Fong Mingyu stared at Shifeng with wide, shocked eyes when he saw the younger man completely unharmed from the exchange. 10 days ago, Shifeng had been weaker than he was. Yet now, Shifeng had taken his father's punch without suffering any damage. He stopped it. The outcome greatly shocked Lei Bao as well. He knew that Shifeng was a neutralizing grandmaster, but Fong Jinyuan had walked this path for decades now. Regardless of when he had become a neutralizing grandmaster, his fitness was inhuman. Shifeng should have no hope of matching the older man in this regard. Moreover, Fong Jinyuan's punch had been out of this world. Lei Bao was sure that if he had tried to take that hit head-on, he would have either died or been severely injured. In truth, even Shifeng was relatively surprised. He hadn't considered that he'd improve so massively after his training in the Tower of Four Gods. Not only had his fitness rapidly improved, but he had also substantially increased his control. He had successfully implemented some of the sword's transmigration's principles in his punch, diverting a portion of Fong Jinyuan's strength downward. This was why he had been able to face that hit without injury. If this fight had taken place after Shifeng had just broken through to the Grandmaster realm, he would have definitely taken damage from Fong Jinyuan's punch. Is this the strength of neutralizing grandmasters? Bai Qingxue thought as she gazed down at the shattered floor and felt the stifling auras radiating off of Shifeng and Fong Jinyuan. This seemed more like a fight between mechanical beasts rather than a fight between humans. It was no wonder why Fonglin City's various families were so afraid of the Fong family. Meanwhile, Shifeng and Fong Jinyuan didn't continue to fight after exchanging hits. Instead, they took a moment to observe each other in silence. Excellent. To reach such a standard at such an age, it's no wonder why you're so confident, Fong Jinyuan said as he calmly watched Shifeng. Smiling, he continued, however, how long do you think you can protect Zero Wing by yourself? You know that more than one organization is targeting Zero Wing. Partnering with the Fong family is your best option. Zero Wing can only contend with these organizations with the Fong family's resources and strength. If you refuse, only death will await you. You don't need to concern yourself with such matters, Mr. Fong, Shifeng said. Zero Wing will take care of its own. Zero Wing had already grown powerful enough that not even first-rate guilds were a match for it. Yet as luck would have it, Zero Wing didn't have a powerful background. It was only natural that other organizations would have set their sights on the guild. It was why Shifeng was trying to accelerate the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's development. However, he hadn't thought that a power like the Fong family would try to annex Zero Wing so soon. Is that so? Fong Jinyuan laughed. I hope you can keep this kind of confidence when the time comes. Fong Jinyuan then turned and left the reception room, showing no intention of trying to persuade Shifeng further. Fong Mingyu and the girl in the red dress stood from their seats, following after the older man. After leaving Zero Wing's main headquarters and climbing into his luxury car, Fong Jinyuan turned to the young woman, who had remained silent, with a serious expression. Shirhan, I'll contact Fonglin City's dojos and training centers later. I'll leave Heaven's Rumble's virtual combat platform to you, Fong Jinyuan said coldly. With your position in mythology, you should have no problem suppressing a guild like Zero Wing, correct? If a guild wished to develop in God's domain, it needed sufficient manpower. Heaven's Rumble had attracted quite a few talented fighters with the virtual platform it had set up, and as long as they dealt with the platform, Zero Wing's development in the game would stagnate. Once they had suppressed Zero Wing from every angle, it would only be a matter of time before Shifeng submitted to the Feng family. Of course, mythology is one of the top 5 super guilds of God's domain. However, mythology is based on the Western continent, and there's no connection between the East and West continents yet. It's not possible to connect to Eastern players' data via the virtual combat platform yet. I'll need some time before I can lead a team to the Eastern continent, the red-dressed girl named Fang Shihan said, smiling. Once we cross over, we'll trample over Zero Wing's experts. Guilds on the 2 continents have different areas of focus, and the difference between combat standards is massive. All right, I'll leave the situation to you. Mingyu will help you where he can, Fang Zhenyun said, nodding. After Fang Zhenyuan's group had left, an uproar rose in Zero Wing's headquarters. Zero Wing's members knew about the conflict between the guild and the Fang family. Shifeng had caused quite the scene in the Redstone restaurant, after all, and as a result, the situation with the Fang family weighed on everyone's minds. Since the Fang family had left without achieving anything, Zero Wing's players breathed a sigh of relief. Hall Master, now that the Fang family has revealed that it has 2 neutralizing grandmasters, Fenglin City's dojos and training centers will side with the family. Some of the dojos and training centers we've signed partnership agreements with will likely pull out of the deals. I'm afraid that it won't be possible to recruit a large number of talented combatants quickly, Xiaoyu said. Moreover, the Fang family will most likely work with other dojos and training centers to compete with our pricing. If they don't want to work with us, so be it. Our priority is to set up more virtual combat platforms. So I want you to try to set up some small-scale training centers around the city, Shifeng replied. He, too, understood the influence the Fang family would command with 2 neutralizing grandmasters. Furthermore, the Fang family had the Qilin Corporation's support. Zero Wing was utterly outmatched when it came to strength and financial resources. However, the virtual combat platform would become the mainstream platform for combat in the future. As long as the Heaven's Rumble Training Center developed its virtual combat platforms, it had some chance of competing with the Fang family. Developing the platforms won't be a problem, but with our current finances, setting up the training centers will be, Xiaoyu said helplessly. Although Zero Wing had recently earned quite a few credits through Stone Forest Town, setting up a large enough virtual combat platform would cost a lot of money. The setup for a platform in the training center was already a huge burden on Zero Wing's finances. Trying to set up more was simply unrealistic. Relax. Zero Wing is quite rich right now, Shifeng said, smiling. I'll start searching for suitable locations then, Xiaoyu said, his eyes glowing with excitement upon hearing Shifeng's response. If they had sufficient capital, Heaven's Rumble wouldn't have to worry about its development even without Fenglin City's various dojos and training centers. After discussing the training center's future with Xiaoyu, Shifeng returned to God's domain. Other guilds might struggle to earn money in God's domain at this stage of the game, but that wasn't an issue for Zero Wing, especially after capturing the Northern Fortress. After all, the Gravity Mountain Range was becoming a hub for various wealthy powers. Gravity Mountain Range, Northern Fortress. As soon as Shifeng came online, he was greeted by the sight of a very busy street. As he walked through the city streets, he saw large groups of guild players running toward the fortress's hotels, reserving all of the rooms and turning them into temporary residences for their guilds. At this point, the Northern Fortress was just as prosperous as an ordinary city. Shifeng could already tell that the Northern Fortress would become the center of attention in the Gravity Mountain Range. Meanwhile, independent players crowded outside of Zero Wing's residence, eager to apply to join the guild. They all wanted to take advantage of the benefits the guild's residents offered, and because of this, Blackie and the others were swamped with work. Guild leader, you're back. When Aqua Rose, who was busy organizing documents in the guild leader's office, noticed Shifeng enter the room, she worriedly asked, how did the matter with the Fang family go? Although she wasn't in Fenglin City, she was aware of the Fang family's position there. Zero Wing had just established itself in Fenglin City, and if the Fang family decided to target the guild, it would affect Zero Wing's in-game development and in the real world, especially now that the various guilds understood the importance of dojos and training centers. Many large guilds in God's domain had already partnered with dojos and training centers by this point, with some guilds even opening their own. With a dojo or training center, not only could they nurture their own talented individuals, but they could also recruit new players to bolster their strength. With the country's various training centers and dojos allying themselves with God's domain's large guilds, Zero Wing would have a difficult time establishing itself in new cities. Hence, Zero Wing would have to rely on the Heaven's Rumble Training Center in Fenglin City to pump new blood into the guild. Everything's fine. Negotiations to purchase Zero Wing simply broke down, Shifeng said, waving his hand. Isn't that really bad? Shifeng's nonchalant attitude exasperated Aqua Rose. The Fong family owns the Qilin Corporation and is based in Fenglin City. The Fong family won't have any trouble targeting us. All it would need to do is contact Fenglin City's dojos and training centers and instruct them to compete with our prices. If that happens, nobody will visit the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. The Heaven's Rumble Training Center was Zero Wing's main source of new, talented players right now. If nobody visited the training center, Zero Wing wouldn't have anyone new to recruit. Moreover, the Fong family could easily afford to poach Heaven's Rumble's new members by offering them a high payout. Not only would the Fong family cut off Zero Wing's supply of new blood, but the Heaven's Rumble would become a burden on Zero Wing's finances, as well. Keeping the training center open every day cost a huge sum of money. Relax. Zero Wing isn't the same guild it used to be. The Fong family overestimates itself if it thinks it can annex us, Shifeng said, chuckling. How is the construction for the fortress's shops coming along? They're done, but if we only rent the shops, we won't be able to earn much. As a medium fortress, the northern fortress can only accommodate so many players at once, Aqua Rose reported. Very few powers visiting the fortress have expressed any interest in the shops. Most people are asking to rent the hotels long-term instead. The various major powers were typically quite interested in obtaining shops, but only if there was enough traffic. It would likely be quite difficult to rent the fortress's shops for a high price with the northern fortress's maximum player population. Furthermore, the number of shops in the fortress couldn't compare to those in a guild city. Based on God's domain settings, fortresses could only house a limited number of shops. A small fortress only had room for 100 shops, while a medium fortress could contain 240 shops. In comparison, a basic city could easily hold more than 1,000 shops. As long as they're done, I'm satisfied, Shifeng said, chuckling. See to the necessary preparations and announce that the northern fortress will begin to lease its shops. The bid for each shop will start at 5 million credits per month, and will only lease 200 shops in total. First come, first served. Guild leader, you? Aqua Rose stared at Shifeng as if he had gone mad. If they couldn't even lease Zero Wing City's shops for 5 million credit per month, how were they supposed to rent those in the northern fortress, which had less than 500,000 players right now? And Shifeng's high price was only the starting bid. Just get it done. When the time comes, you'll understand, Shifeng said, not bothering to explain further. Fortresses in neutral maps were far more profitable than guild cities in God's domain. Guild towns and cities couldn't be constructed in many neutral maps due to their environments, and players would have to rely on fortresses to rest. Most of God's domain's players were also independent players, and when they obtained items they didn't need, they almost always sold them in their favored rest areas. Naturally, shops were the best platform for guilds to purchase and store these items, especially the items that couldn't be stored in one's bag space. Aside from purchasing and storing materials and items, neutral fortresses' shops had a hidden benefit. They could conduct transactions with wandering merchant NPCs and purchase specialty items. Wandering merchants would visit a neutral fortress as long as it had enough security, and these NPCs frequently conducted business with individual players and shops. However, wandering merchants would only offer to sell their specialty items to shops. One such specialty item was the Advanced Wanderer's Camp. With this item, a team could set up a temporary resting area in a neutral map. Although each Advanced Wanderer's Camp could only be used 3 times, and each use had a 1-day duration, it would help a team fully recover their stamina and concentration without cutting their exploration short to return to a city or fortress. The Advanced Wanderers Camp was an absolute treasure to exploration teams. Sometimes, if players were Luke, they would even encounter wandering merchants that were interested in selling super-rare mini-mobile camp. Unlike the Advanced Wanderers Camp, the mini-mobile camp was permanent. It could only accommodate 100 players at a time, but a team could use it indefinitely. It only cost a few magic crystals for each activation. The smallest fortress wandering merchant NPCs would visit was a medium fortress, which was why the various powers had fought so desperately to capture neutral medium fortresses and larger during Shurfeng's previous life. Every neutral medium fortress was a goldmine and definitely worth waging a war to acquire. To increase their chances of developing in neutral maps, the various powers wouldn't spare any cost when renting a fortress's shops. As long as one owned a medium fortress or larger in a neutral map, they wouldn't have to worry about needing a source of income, especially if that fortress was the Northern Fortress. Currently, it was the only fortress in the Gravity Mountain range that had return scrolls, and there were plenty of unexplored ruins in the Gravity Mountain range. Zero Wing wouldn't need to worry about no one renting the fortress's shops. After verifying Shurfeng's instructions, Aqua Rose informed the public that the Northern Fortress's shops were available for rent. When news of the Northern Fortress's shops availability went public, the various major powers that had already shifted their bases to the fortress heard about it immediately. No power would turn down the opportunity to own a fortress's shop, especially one in the Northern Fortress. At this point, the Northern Fortress was almost guaranteed to become the heart of the Gravity Mountain range. The various superpowers might capture the map's other fortresses, even one of the two remaining medium fortresses, but they weren't likely to secure a fortress as popular as the Northern Fortress. The Northern Fortress had already begun to build its advantages, while none of the others had been captured yet. However, before Dragonheart Island's various powers could focus on the Northern Fortress's shops, a system announcement reached every player in the game. System announcement: a player has triggered an epic main storyline quest and activated the new expansion pack, Invasion of Other Planes. Planar passages connecting to other worlds will begin to open in 3 hours. Every player on the God's Domain continent was stunned, not to mention the players on Dragonheart Island. After a dazed moment, they were all ecstatic. Everyone knew that other worlds were resource treasure troves, but it wasn't easy to enter an otherworld. It was wonderful news that passages to multiple otherworlds were about to open. Guild Leader: this is wonderful. With these planar passages, we won't have to worry about securing level 100 weapons and equipment anymore. Aqua Rose exclaimed. Zero Wing had a better understanding of otherworlds' available resources than other powers. Take the Ice Crystal World, for example. The Ice Crystal World possessed various unique materials and superior forging techniques. The guild had earned a fortune by exploiting these advantages. Unfortunately, when the teleportation gate to the Ice Crystal World had opened in Lake Heart City, Zero Wing's income from the otherworld had significantly decreased. This system announcement regarding the planar passages was undoubtedly good news for Zero Wing. How did this happen so soon? In contrast to Aqua Rose's reaction, Shurfeng's expression turned gloomy when he heard the system announcement. The planar passages activation would bring an abundance of rare resources to God's Domain's main continent, but it would also bring trouble. The flood of new players to the continent would be one of the biggest problems. Many players resided in otherworlds, and once these planar passages began to open, those players could travel between the main continent and the otherworlds as well. Because of this, these otherworlds players would surge to the main continent in droves, as would many new powers. Competition on the main continent was already intense. It was easy to imagine what kind of outcome God's Domain would see if a large number of new competitors suddenly joined the fray. Even now, Shurfeng could clearly remember what had happened when the planar passages had opened during his previous life. A massive change had rocked God's Domain's various powers, with countless powers perishing during the invasion. Not even superpowers had been spared. Although otherworlds were small, only half the size of a kingdom, their players' standards differed due to the otherworld's environments. Some otherworld players were weaker than those on the main continent, while others were stronger. The Ice Crystal World was among average among the multitude of otherworlds. In some of the stronger otherworlds, players had no issues obtaining legacies, while others made it easier for players to convert to stronger races. These players tended to have greater combat power and higher levels than those on the main continent. Zero Wing had just recently become a pseudo-superpower and had yet to reinforce its foundations. Dealing with these otherworld players and powers wouldn't help Zero Wing. As far as Shifeng could remember, many players had already risen to Tier 3 when the planar passages had activated in the past. Since this expansion had been triggered so early in this life, the competition between players would become even more intense than he remembered. Back then, the main continent's powers had already solidified their rule in level 100+ neutral maps. Attempting to dethrone them had been an incredibly difficult task. However, players hadn't claimed the level 100+ neutral maps in this life yet, and once the otherworld players and powers arrived on the continent, the competition for these maps would grow to unprecedented levels. I need to move forward with my plans. Shifeng gritted his teeth as he examined at Zero Wing's current statistics. After giving the matter some thought, he turned to Aqua Rose and commanded, Aqua, notify the management in Zero Wing City and tell them to only accept credits in the shops. Also, we need to expand and recruit throughout the Dark Knight Empire. The planar passages would open all over the main continent. If Zero Wing wanted to survive the upcoming war, it needed to increase its overall strength as soon as possible. Shifeng hadn't wanted to expand the guild too quickly, originally. More guild members meant higher costs for the guild, and if Zero Wing couldn't afford the new expenditures, the guild's development would regress. Thus, Shifeng had decided to slow the guild's expansion, allowing Zero Wing to develop organically, unlike powers that rapidly increased their member count. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford to wait with the planar passages about to open. The gears of a new era had already begun to turn. If Zero Wing didn't have enough manpower, others would easily invade and usurp its territories, especially now that the Fong family had decided to target the Heaven's Rumble Training Center. Having received her orders, Aqua Rose quickly contacted the players that managed Zero Wing City, informing them that the guild would only accept credits as payment in its shops. Shifeng also instructed Aqua Rose to find a method to recruit more secret silver guards with the growth potential to nearly rival fine gold rank. He currently possessed quite a bit of soul essence on him, which he could use to increase personal guards' growth potential. Although he could also use the soul essence on the guild's fine gold guards, it wasn't so easy to collect. Even after slaying all of the monsters in the northern fortress, he had only acquired 90 drops. With so little, he'd only be able to upgrade a few fine gold guards. Rather, he could upgrade a large number of secret silver guards with high growth potential to fine gold rank. Although there was only one rank between secret silver and fine gold guards, the difference between them was akin to the difference between peak experts and apex experts. If he could acquire a large group of level 100+ fine gold guards at this stage of the game, he'd have a mobile killing machine. Shifeng also intended to use the 2 remaining teleportation tokens to send Fire Dance, Gentle Snow, Violet Cloud, and Aqua Rose to train in the Tower of 4 Gods. Zero Wing had more than 100 refinement realm experts and barely any peak experts. It was the guild's fatal flaw. As players started to reach level 100, and the system removed their restrictions, the difference between experts' combat standards would grow as well. It would become a lot more challenging to make up for that difference by relying on basic attributes. It was absolutely crucial that Zero Wing nurture more peak experts as quickly as possible. Once Shifeng had handled these affairs, the sound of another system notification reached his ears. System announcement. Planar passages have opened. Players can now visit their local planar passage to travel between worlds. Starmoon Kingdom, Starmoon City. Players flowed in and out of the lively teleportation hall. Merchant players and well-known adventurer teams from other kingdoms and empires were a common sight in and around the building. Although Starmoon City wasn't as prosperous as White River City, as Starmoon Kingdom's transit hub and the closest city to the Your Empire in the kingdom, many players frequented the city. Starmoon City was already a large city with more than 9 million player residents. It was above average among God's Domain's various capital cities. Suddenly, a group of players with dark marks on their foreheads arrived in the teleportation hall. When the other players in the hall noticed them, they fell silent. Every one of these 100-plus players had reached level 92 or 93. Right now, the highest leveled player on the kingdom's ranking list was only level 88. Moreover, the experts in the area felt a powerful pressure from the group of strangers as if they stood before a small force of high-level great lords. The combined aura could even deter refinement realm experts from approaching. There sure are a lot of people here, Commander, but their levels are pretty low. They clearly haven't received a god's blessing, either. A level 92 female ranger commented, as she watched the players in the teleportation hall. It seems the main continent's players haven't developed as quickly as those in the shadow world. Only their weapons and equipment are better than ours. Apparently, different areas have varying degrees of development. This is an opportunity for our shadowless adventurer team. Obviously, weapons and equipment are easier to obtain here. We were lucky to find the planar passage in our world so quickly. We should take time to secure a foothold here first. The bald, level 93 youth in black said as he led the group. Starmoon Kingdom is the perfect place for shadowless to establish on the main continent. I want you to investigate the powers in this kingdom. If they're not willing to submit, we'll get rid of them. The 100-plus players promptly split up, and every other player who had overheard the bald youth's order began to panic. Meanwhile, otherworld players began to arrive in the main continent's various kingdoms and empires, intensifying the chaos on the main continent. While otherworld players began to flood the main continent, something surprising occurred in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern fortress. Feng had estimated that it would take some time to lease out the fortress's shops. It would be a while before players discovered the benefits of a medium fortress's shops, after all. However, in less than a day, Dragonheart Island's various powers had claimed over 100 shops for themselves. Although these powers didn't plan to rent the shops long-term, only agreeing to the first month, it instantly earned Feng over 600 million credits. Including the income from Zero Wing City, he had a total of 800 million credits on hand. Once the credits were in his account, Feng instructed Xiaoyu to move forward with their agreed plans. They might not be able to establish many large-scale training centers in Fenglin City, but 7 or 8 small training centers wouldn't be a problem. Furthermore, the branch training centers' main purpose was to promote the virtual combat platform and encourage the city's players to train in the Heaven's Rumble Training Center habitually. Hence, they wouldn't need to purchase a lot of equipment for the branch locations. Once the branches opened to the public, and with Zero Wing's fame, they wouldn't need to worry about a lack of God's Domain players visiting Heaven's Rumble. This would also allow Zero Wing to recruit fresh blood in God's Domain. Feng had also earned a lot of ancient gold from the northern fortress. Normally, a small fortress at its peak would only earn 4,000 or 5,000 ancient gold per day, and small fortresses that had recently opened to the public would be lucky to earn 1,000 per day. Fortunately, the northern fortress was unimaginably popular. The various powers players already filled every hotel in the fortress. To reserve every room in a hotel, players would have to pay with ancient gold, not ancient copper or silver. Naturally, Zero Wing's share of the profits would consist of ancient gold as well. After a single day of business, Zero Wing had earned 7,000 ancient gold from the northern fortress, and that was after splitting the profits with Phoenix Rain. As more time passed and more players visited the fortress, Zero Wing would be able to upgrade its facilities. As basic hotels became advanced hotels, Zero Wing and the Phoenix Pavilion would earn even more ancient gold. Warblood's people would have a heart attack if they saw our profits. Guild leader, Blackie said, laughing as he watched the northern fortress's profits increase. It won't be long before our guild secures a foothold in Dragonheart City. With more guild members here, I'd like to see Warblood interfere with our development. Blackie, don't underestimate Warblood. The adventurer team has captured its own fortress, and it still has Starlink support. It would be unwise to underestimate its development, and Warblood's naval prowess is particularly impressive. Even 13 Thrones watches its step around the adventurer team. Yen Tianqing solemnly warned his companion. Resources were important for competing guilds, but the deciding factor would come down to the size of one's fist. Warblood might not be a match for Zero Wing in the Gravity Mountain Range, but in the Sea of Death, Zero Wing would be at its mercy. Unfortunately, there were more resources available in the Sea of Death than in the Gravity Mountain range. Tianxing is right. Now that we have resources, we need to convert them into combat power. Shifeng nodded. He then retrieved the Storm speedboat design from his bag and handed it to Yen Tianxing, who would supervise the speedboat's production. They would use the profits they had earned from the northern fortress to acquire the necessary materials. Fortunately, Shifeng had been stocking up on these materials for a while. When Yen Tianxing saw the Storm speedboat design, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Although he was not a naval player, he had learned how valuable bronze speedboats were during the several weeks he had spent grinding in the Sea of Death. If Zero Wing had a full fleet of bronze speedboats, they could explore the Sea of Death unhindered. Once he had set Yen Tianxing with everything he needed for the Storm speedboat's production, Shifeng left the northern fortress. Once he emerged from the World Tower, he used a return scroll to teleport to White River City. He was finally prepared to challenge his Tier 3 promotion quest, Star Moon Kingdom, White River City's library. Following a level 180, Tier 3 Templar Knight, Shifeng arrived before the Star Moon Hall on the library's top floor. As he entered the hall and spotted Charlene, who wore luxurious red robes and sat in her throne on the far end of the room, something surprised Shifeng. Now, he could sense a trace of divine might from Charlene, and it was nothing like the divine might items radiated. Although it wasn't as strong as the divine might from items gods had used, it was incredibly pure. The closer he got to the woman, the stronger the pressure felt. Even with his powerful basic attributes, Shifeng couldn't step within 10 yards of Charlene. He suspected she was already more powerful than demigods. "You're here. Looking at you, I assume you intend to challenge your Tier 3 promotion. Am I correct?" Charlene asked, giving Shifeng a natural, human-like smile. She looked at him like an old friend. "That's right." Shifeng nodded. He might be quite powerful, even enough to give the various superpowers a huge headache, but to truly contend with the superpowers, he had to reach Tier 3 at the very least. Once he was a Tier 3 player, he could freely explore level 100+ maps and qualify to become a lord, gaining full rights to manage a territory. As true lords, players could gain full control over the land they had earned. Their authority would no longer be limited to a town or city. Not only would they have the authority to slay anyone they wished within their territory, but they could also hire NPC soldiers to protect the area and remove intruders. This would make it a lot easier to harvest resources within one's territory. Zero Wing had the strength to protect its assets, but it couldn't contend with the various superpowers in the fields. Even an ordinary superpower had countless experts under its command, and Zero Wing would need more time before it could rival these superpowers in that regard. There were only so many level 100+ neutral maps in God's domain, and once players reached level 100, the various superpowers would begin to take their territories seriously. They would no longer be as peaceful. Shifeng's only option was to become a lord. Once he had that status, not only would Zero Wing's ability to protect itself increase by tenfold, but the guild's development speed would also undergo a qualitative transformation. "Since you've already prepared, I won't waste your time," Charlene said, smiling. She extended a hand toward Shifeng and continued, 300 mana stones and 20 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Shifeng's lips twitched when he heard Charlene's price. This was daylight robbery. Since his Tier 3 promotion quest's mana stone cost had been so high, he had prepared over 300 mana stones before revisiting Charlene. Fortunately, he had also prepared 30 units of 7 luminaries crystals just in case. And of course, Charlene casually demanded 90% of the mana stones and 7 luminaries crystals he had on hand. "Here," Shifeng growled, gritting his teeth. In the end, he had no choice but to hand the items over. Tier 3 was a huge turning point for players, and he was a Blade Saint. His wouldn't be an ordinary promotion quest. He couldn't exactly avoid challenging the quest due to the cost. "Not bad. This should just be enough to support the magic array's activation," Charlene said, smiling as she received the mana stones and 7 luminaries crystals. "However, I must warn you that you'll be heading to a special location. The dangers you will encounter there are beyond your imagination. Even a true Tier 3 being would struggle to survive. How much you accomplish will be entirely up to you. Charlene began to chant an incantation, and a threefold magic array appeared in the center of the hall. Gradually, a set of pitch-black doors began to appear, and Shifeng's knees nearly buckled under the door's horrific pressure. I'm not going to a level 100 neutral map to find my lost legacy? Shifeng frowned as he watched the spatial tier form between the black doors. The Tier 3 promotion quest wouldn't be like the previous promotion quests. Since the various kingdoms and empires lacked Tier 3 legacies, players would have to search ancient ruins in level 100+ neutral maps for them. Not even peak legacies were exempt from the process. However, it was clear that he wouldn't be visiting some level 100 neutral map on the main continent. The unexpected development interfered with his plans. His past experiences and knowledge about Tier 3 promotion quests would be useless. Shifeng didn't give the matter much thought, however, as he approached the black doors. These doors wouldn't remain for long, and if they disappeared before he entered the spatial tear, the system would deem the promotion quest a failure. Not only would he have wasted a ton of valuable resources, but he'd also have to wait a long time before he could attempt the promotion quest again. The moment Shifeng stepped into the spatial tear, he transformed into a streak of light, vanishing from the large hall. He had no idea how long he had been stuck in the space-time tunnel, but when he reopened his eyes, he found himself on a huge island floating in an endless void. The island was barren and quiet, containing multiple spatial tiers that had enough power to tear a mythic monster to shreds. The island's environment was a complete mess. Shifeng constantly felt some berserk energy assault his body, causing damage and limiting his perception. A void land? Shifeng was speechless as he examined his surroundings. A void land was a land of death in God's domain. Even a domain realm expert would be as weak as a noob when subjected to a void land's environment, barely able to exhibit any of their combat power. When he spotted the island's level 100+ void creatures, a chill crawled down his spine. Void Worm, Void Creature, Great Lord, Level 101, HP 120, 000, 000/120, 000, 000, Void Viper, Void Creature, Grand Lord, Level 102, HP 300, 000, 000/300, 000, 000. Void creatures had extremely high resistance to physical and magical damage. Normally, even Tier 3 players would have to work with a full party to defeat a level 100 Great Lord ranked void creature. Unfortunately, not only was this barren island home to thousands of void worms, but they also moved in groups of 3 to 5. As for the void vipers that floated in the air, a single one of them could easily annihilate an entire Tier 3 team. Not even Tier 3 players would survive long on this island, much less Tier 2 players. System, you have accepted your Tier 3 promotion quest. Quest content. Locate the Blade Saint legacy sealed in this void land and remove the seal to obtain the legacy. Sure enough, the promotion quest for one of the 10 Saint legacies is vicious. The corners of Shifeng's lips twitched as he read the system notification. He'd be at his limit fighting a single void worm. He'd have no choice but to flee if he encountered 2 at the same time, yet these void worms roamed in such large groups. Just exploring the island would be a problem, not to mention finding the Blade Saint legacy. Fortunately, he was allowed to use items in this void land, and as such, he immediately pulled the Bible of Darkness from his bag and summoned a Tier 3 demon. He summoned Anna and Kite as well. He then relied on the Tier 3 demon as his mount, while Anna and Kite offered support from the sides. The void worms might be a problem for ordinary Tier 3 players, but they were merely practice targets with high HP to Anna and Kite. Their battle with the void worms was completely one-sided, and after just half an hour, 5 void worms had fallen. As they died, the void worms granted Shifeng a ton of EXP and dropped a crystal that was as dark as night. A mana crystal. Shifeng could not believe his eyes as he held the crystal. How is this possible? To most players, this item was only a relatively rare material or decent energy source, but to Shifeng, a mana crystal was just as valuable as 7 luminaries crystals. They were so valuable to him because he could use mana crystals to evolve the abyssal blade. Feng had tasked Melancholic Smile to purchase mana crystals for that very purpose, but she had yet to find any. Learning that these void worms dropped the mana crystals had certainly come as a surprise. The Abyssal Blade was significantly helpful. In its current state, the magic weapon was as powerful as a top-tier epic weapon of the same level. Unfortunately, Feng couldn't afford to level up the weapon due to how many fine gold and dark gold weapons the upgrade required. The higher level a weapon was, the rarer it would be. Obtaining level 90 plus fine gold weapons was quite challenging at this stage of the game, not to mention level 90 plus dark gold weapons. Because its level had stagnated, the Abyssal Blade wasn't suitable for Feng at this point. However, Feng couldn't just abandon the weapon. Even if he stopped using it, the curse within the Abyssal Blade would still exist, and he'd periodically have to face the backlashes. Not only would the curse grow stronger as the magic weapon evolved, but it would also grow stronger as time passed, which was why players had been so afraid of magic weapons in Feng's previous life. Although magic weapons could be a massive asset to players, they'd also become a greater burden as players leveled up. Of course, if players could maintain the magic weapons growth as they reached higher levels, the weapons would offer more pros than cons, and after a certain point, they'd become even stronger than epic weapons. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to maintain that growth rate during the later stages of the game. Otherwise, fewer players would have fallen to their magic weapons backlash in the past. Feng stored the mana crystal in his bag and continued to hunt void worms while steadily approaching the center of the island. The Voidland was as large as a medium-sized leveling map in the outside world, and as Feng grew closer to the island's core, he encountered more void worms. The monster's respawn rate increased as he traveled, as well. Even with Anna and Kite's help, Feng prioritized caution. While the two personal guards could withstand the Great Lord's attacks, he couldn't. Although slaying these void worms was monotonous, the bountiful EXP and occasional mana crystal motivated Feng. He took barely any breaks from hunting the Great Lords. After a full day of combat, Feng's experience bar had reached 99% of level 100. He just needed one more kill to level up, but he decided to wait for a moment. He locked his experience bar and summoned his Thunder Eagle, allowing the flying mount to benefit from the awarded EXP instead. Flying mounts and land mounts had different mechanics. While land mounts' levels would be determined by their owner's level, flying mounts had their own experience bars. This was why nurturing a flying mount was so troublesome. This quest, fortunately, offered the perfect opportunity for Feng to nurture his Thunder Eagle. Flying mounts in God's domain were an exceptional mode of transportation, but they were also capable fighters. For players to grow stronger, they had to constantly improve their levels, equipment, skills, and other aspects. Flying mounts, however, only needed to level up. It was easier for these mounts to evolve through their tiers than it was for players. Thus, it had become common practice for experts to disregard their levels temporarily to level up their flying mounts. The Thunder Eagle was an intermediate extraordinary flying mount, born with the strength of a great lord and extremely high growth potential. At level 100, its combat power might only be at the lower tier 3 rank, but once it reached level 110, it would rise to the intermediate tier 3 rank. At level 120, its combat power would further increase to the tier 3 upper rank standard. Aside from frantically grinding, Feng occasionally logged out to rest his mind and provide guidance for some of his guild members. Guild leader, Warblood and Starlink are growing restless. They're not doing much right now, but I've heard that they've decided to help 13 Thrones capture a medium fortress in the Gravity Mountain range, Blackie reported. Currently, the Northern Fortress's player population is only over 900,000. If Warblood and Starlink succeed, I'm afraid it'll affect the Northern Fortress's development. Should we send people to sabotage their plan? Since the Northern Fortress was the sole medium fortress in the Gravity Mountain range, it generated astronomical sums of credits and ancient gold each day. But if the various powers captured another medium fortress, the Northern Fortress's profits would decrease. That won't be necessary. Although we have a feud with Warblood and Starlink, we have nothing against 13 Thrones, Feng said, shaking his head. Moreover, capturing a medium fortress is easier said than done. Just focus on managing our own fortress. I'm still busy with my Tier 3 promotion quest and won't be back anytime soon. For now, try to buy as many plots of land near the World Tower as possible with the ancient gold we've earned. If he hadn't summoned the Tier 4 hero, Zero Wing wouldn't have been able to capture the Northern Fortress, even with the Phoenix Pavilion's help. Moreover, securing the lands around the World Tower was far more important than worrying about a fortress in another corner of the Gravity Mountain range. All right, I'll make the purchases as soon as we have the money, Blackie responded. Although he was a little disappointed that he couldn't cause some trouble for Starlink and Warblood, his anticipation began to build with the thought of the lands near the World Tower. Shifeng had explained these plots' function, and if Zero Wing could claim every one of the lands available, Dragonheart City's various powers would live in fear of their guild. After training the guild's members, Shifeng quickly returned to God's domain and continued to venture deeper into the barren island. With the Thunder Eagle as a part of his party, the party's overall DPS had considerably increased, and as a result, Shifeng was able to advance much faster than before. After 3 days of grinding, Shifeng had moved into the island's inner region. The 3-day grind also allowed the Thunder Eagle to climb to level 103. Shifeng knew that flying mounts didn't need as much EXP as players to level up, but he couldn't help his surprise at the Thunder Eagle's leveling speed. Shifeng had also obtained 73 mana crystals from the slain void worms. His harvest here was more than enough to cover the mana stone cost of entering the Voidland. When he reached the inner region, he found a translucent barrier enveloping the area. The inner region looked like a completely different world compared to the outer region. The island's outer area had been a barren wasteland, while a lush forest occupied the inner region. Within this lush forest, Shifeng spotted graves of varying sizes. The smallest were simply dirt mounds, while the larger graves looked like majestic palaces. He also spotted a large number of undead wandering through this graveyard. Forgotten Spirit, Undead Creature, Lord, Level 101, HP 40 000 000/40 000 000. These Forgotten Spirits weren't much of a threat. Shifeng could easily take them out in a one-on-one fight. Unfortunately, these undead moved in groups of several dozen. Not even Shifeng was confident of surviving a battle against so many Lord-ranked monsters. Each grave was also guarded by heroic spirits of varying strengths. Heroic spirits were the remnants of departed NPC heroes. They might not be as powerful as they had been in life, but the Tier 3 heroic spirits could easily slaughter Tier 3 players, not to mention a lowly Tier 2 player like Shifeng. Even Tier 3 players have little hope of surviving in this place. Shifeng could not help but frown at the undead wandering within the magic barrier. He'd have no choice but to flee from a one-on-one battle with a level 100, Tier 3 heroic spirit. Fortunately, he had personal guards like Anna and Kite to support him. Otherwise, finding the Blade Saint legacy would be utterly impossible. The instant Shifeng stepped through the translucent barrier, however, Kite, Anna, the Tier 3 demons, and his Thunder Eagle vanished. A silencing barrier? Shifeng stared at the barrier, stunned. God's domain had many types of magic barriers, and although barriers that nullified summoning-type magic arrays were rare, they could be found in certain ancient ruins. Finding such a magic barrier here was a nightmare. An ordinary level 100, Tier 2 expert wouldn't even be a match for the Lord-ranked Forgotten Spirits in a one-on-one fight. Even a Domain Realm expert would have to flee for their lives when encountering several dozen Forgotten Spirits. As for the level 100, Tier 3 heroic spirits, Domain Realm experts wouldn't even last more than 3 seconds. It's no wonder why so few people with peak legacies managed to complete their Tier 3 promotion quest. Shifeng sighed ruefully as he observed the undead around him. With how the Forgotten Spirits were positioned, Shifeng couldn't find any loopholes to exploit. Defeating these undead would be impossible with the strength of a level 100 Tier 2 player. He would need an entire 100-man team of level 100, Tier 2 experts to accomplish the feat, right? If one's not enough, I just need to face them in a group. Struck with inspiration, Shifeng stepped through the barrier and summoned Kite and Anna again. He returned to grinding void worms, planning to collect the 100 mana crystals he needed to evolve the Abyssal Blade. Of the weapons at hand, the Abyssal Blade allowed him to execute the highest number of attacks simultaneously. With 9 Dragon Slash, he could summon 16 Abyssal Blade Phantoms, which not even the Twilight Blade could do. If he could upgrade the Abyssal Blade to Tier 3, 9 Dragon Slash would undergo a qualitative transformation, allowing him to summon even more phantoms. It might just be enough to help him defeat so many monsters. With this plan in mind, Shifeng spent another day or so slaying void worms, eventually gathering the 100 mana crystals. The instant Shifeng picked up the 100th mana crystal, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System, 100 mana crystals detected. Conditions to evolve the Abyssal Blade met. Do you wish to evolve the Abyssal Blade? Retrieving the long-forgotten magic weapon from his bag, Shifeng took a deep breath and declared, "Evolve!" The moment Shifeng tapped on the Evolve button, the Abyssal Blade transformed into a cloud of black fog that moved toward his bag. The black fog began to devour every mana crystal in his bag like a ravenous wolf. The mana within the mana crystals was only slightly less pure than within 7 Luminaries crystals, and a single mana crystal contained enough mana to obliterate a small town from the face of the continent. When the Abyssal Blade devoured all 100 mana crystals, space around Shifeng trembled violently with the transfer of such a frightening amount of energy. At the same time, a dragon's roar echoed across the island. It felt as if space were about to explode, making room for a dragon's arrival. Is this a backlash? Shifeng's expression darkened. With every evolution, there was a chance that the magic weapon would release a backlash, and each backlash would be stronger than the last. If the weapon's owner couldn't cope with a single backlash, it would cripple their account. Initially, Shifeng had been confident of contending with a potential second backlash, but based on the mana fluctuations he sensed, he doubted that he had more than a 50% chance of surviving. Fortunately, the mana only fluctuated for a few moments. After 3 seconds, the island returned to normal, and a pitch-black sword, decorated with engraved, draconic patterns, appeared some distance away. Despite standing 5 yards away from the Abyssal Blade, Shifeng could feel the magic weapon's intense dragon might weighing him down. His heels even sunk into the ground. Abyssal Blade, one-handed sword, magic weapon, attack power plus 4055, all attributes plus 320 attack speed plus 33 ignore levels plus 25 attacks have, 70% chance to cause 250% damage, 40% chance to cause 300% damage, every attack increases damage by 2% to a maximum of 30%, if wielder belongs to a swordsman-related class, all skill levels plus 6. Increase free ability points received for every increase in level by 2 points. Equipment level 80. Can be upgraded. Devour 40 level 85 dark gold weapons to upgrade to level 85. Equipment Tier 3. Can be evolved. Devour 5 god crystals to evolve to Tier 4. Additional active skill 1. Phantom Kill, Tier 3. Instantly creates a doppelganger under the wielder's control. Doppelganger has 95% of the wielder's attributes and all skills. The wielder can swap positions with the doppelganger at any time. Duration, 2 minutes. Cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional active skill 2. Abyssal Bind, Tier 3. Binds up to 5 enemies simultaneously and prevents movement, reducing defense and magic resistance by 100%. The higher tiered the target is, the weaker the effect will be. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 40 seconds. Additional active skill 3. 9 Dragons Slash, Tier 3. Instantly creates 21 phantoms of the Abyssal Blade for wielder's use. Each phantom sword deals up to 80% damage. Duration, 60 seconds. Cooldown, 8 minutes. Additional active skill 4. Abyssal Curse, Tier 3. Prevents all targets within a 100-yard radius from moving or attacking for 6 seconds and reduces their attributes by 20% for 10 minutes. Effect doubles if there is only one target in range. Cooldown 30 minutes. Additional active skill 5. Dragon Soul, Tier 3. Grants a doppelganger a dragon soul, transforming it into a black dragon. The transformed doppelganger will have the same life rating as a black dragon and can use the skill Dragon Breath. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 24 hours, additional passive skill. Abyssal Will. Improves wielder's physique depending on the surrounding mana density. The higher the mana density, the greater the improvement. Additional Profound Inheritance. Black Emperor Tier 3. When activated, every critical hit will accumulate 1 stack of Death Aura. Each stack can be used to increase all attributes by 4% and attack speed and movement speed by 3% for 12 seconds, or to reduce the cooldown of a skill by 5 seconds. Maximum of 27 stacks of Death Aura. Duration, 10 minutes. Cooldown, 6 hours. The famed Smith Ollises personally created the Abyssal Blade using the Black Dragon King's fangs as material. It is one of 36 famed swords, ranking 31st. However, the Black Dragon King himself has cursed this sword. Beyond the immense strength the blade offers, the wielder must face a backlash after a certain amount of time. However, after Jack had remodeled the Abyssal Blade with a star crystal, the strength of the backlash has been reduced greatly. If the wielder is unable to suppress the backlash, the wielder will receive the Black Dragon King's curse, permanently reducing all attributes by 50%. Unable to be dropped. Unable to be traded. Unable to be destroyed. So powerful. Shurfeng was stunned when he saw the evolved Abyssal Blade's attribute panel. The Abyssal Blade's attributes might not compare to the Twilight Bait and Killing Ray quite yet, but its attributes could rival that of a top-tier level 85 epic weapon, despite being only a level 80 magic weapon. However, the improved attributes weren't the most shocking aspect. The Abyssal Blade skills had drastically improved now that it was a tier 3 weapon. Now, it was the perfect weapon to use against groups. Not even an ordinary fragmented legendary weapon would be its match in this regard. Seeing the tier 3 Abyssal Blade, Shurfeng couldn't even imagine how much it would improve once it reached tier 4. Of course, evolving the magic weapon further would be immensely more difficult than it had been thus far, requiring God Crystals, and 5 of them at that. One could only rely on luck to find God Crystals, which were even rarer and more difficult to locate than epic weapons. Shifeng then unequipped Killing Ray, replacing it with the Abyssal Blade. So, this is the Abyssal Blade's power after another evolution? As he equipped the magic weapon, Shurfeng was astounded. His attack power and basic attributes might have decreased, but he was more compatible with the Abyssal Blade than he was with Killing Ray. The weapon felt like an extension of his body in his hand, and it was now unimaginably sharp. In its current state, the Abyssal Blade could easily slice through a level 100+ Great Lord scales. Moreover, the magic weapon's effects had substantially improved, and he could feel his physique growing considerably stronger. Despite replacing Killing Ray with a lower-leveled weapon, his overall combat power hadn't decreased in the slightest. Rather, it had risen. After taking a moment to familiarize himself with the upgraded Abyssal Blade, Shurfeng shifted his attention to the graves within the inner region. The goal of his promotion quest was to locate the Lost Blade Saint Legacy. Obviously, it should be inside one of those graves. The countless forgotten spirits wandering through the forest and the heroic spirits guarding each grave were the only obstacles in his way. A few minutes ago, Shurfeng had been helpless against the wandering forgotten spirits, but now that he had the tier 3 Abyssal Blade, defeating the undead wouldn't be a problem. Now, he only had to figure out a way to distract the heroic spirits while he opened the graves. Unfortunately, since he didn't know which grave contained the legacy, he decided to challenge heroic spirit guarding the nearest and smallest grave. The instant Shurfeng crossed through the translucent barrier, the undead roaming near the chosen grave sensed Shurfeng's aura and charged toward him. Although the forgotten spirits didn't have very high intellect, even a peak expert would have to flee if several dozen attacked together. Go! Shurfeng immediately activated 9 Dragons Slash. Like a group of experts, the 21 Abyssal Blade Phantoms flew forth to open a path for Shurfeng. Although each Phantom only possessed 90% of Shurfeng's strength, the attribute was just as high as an actual level 100, tier 3 players. As a result, the Abyssal Blade Phantoms effortlessly suppressed the approaching forgotten spirits. With one exchange, the Phantoms shoved aside the several dozen undead, allowing Shurfeng to reach the small grave. This is a resting place for the dead. The living have no place here. The spear-wielding Tier 3 heroic spirit guarding the grave bellowed as he thrust his spear at Sure Feng. Forgotten heroic spirit undead Tier 3 Berserker King, level 10, HP 54, 000/54, 000. Although the heroic spirit did not have a lot of HP, he employed an advanced combat technique with that simple thrust, causing his opponent to ignore the weapon unconsciously. Moreover, the attack contained peak Tier 3 power, easily enough to repulse level 100 plus Grand Lords. If this attack struck a Tier 3 player, they die instantly. Witnessing the heroic spirit's strength, Sure Feng lost any confidence in defeating the undead. Fortunately, he didn't actually plan to fight the heroic spirit. Sure Feng responded to the attack by using Phantom Kill, sending his doppelganger forward while activating Defensive Blade to block the strike. Sure Feng then rushed toward the grave. The moment Sure Feng touched the grave, a prompt window appeared before him. System: do you wish to activate the grave and absorb a portion of the grave owner's legacy? Ecstatic, Sure Feng activated the grave. However, a loading bar appeared the moment he did. Activating the grave would require a total of 8 seconds. When the heroic spirit sensed the grave's activation, he flew into a rage. Ignoring Sure Feng's doppelganger, the heroic spirit dashed toward the offending player. Sure enough, this won't be that easy. As the heroic spirit ran toward him, Sure Feng stopped holding back. He had his doppelganger activate its legacy berserk skill, Blade Liberation, focusing all of his attention on controlling the doppelganger as it attacked the heroic spirit. Lightning flash. A web of sword lights enveloped the heroic spirit, yet the undead didn't seem concerned in the least. He spun and met the attack with his spear. Punk, punk, punk. The sounds of clanging metal echoed throughout the forest. Not only had the heroic spirit blocked every sword light the doppelganger had sent at him, but he managed to do so without stumbling a single step backward. The doppelganger wasn't a match for the heroic spirit, but Sure Feng didn't care. His only goal was to delay the Tier 3 heroic spirit for 8 seconds, not defeat him. Sure Feng finally absorbed a portion of the grave owner's legacy as he sacrificed his doppelganger. As he did, a legacy completion rate section had appeared in his quest window. System: legacy completion rate 15%. Do you wish to accept this legacy? So, that's how this works. Sure Feng immediately understood how he was supposed to complete his promotion quest. Every grave in this lush forest contained the Blade Saint legacy, but each grave contained a different completion rate of the legacy, which couldn't be combined. It was up to him to decide how much of the legacy he wanted to leave with. Following which, Sure Feng abandoned the completion rate he had acquired from the small grave and escaped through the barrier. The moment he crossed the magic barrier, the forgotten spirits and heroic spirit chasing him gave up and returned to their original positions. Now that he understood his quest's mechanics, Sure Feng set his sights on the higher quality graves in the island's inner region. Naturally, the more magnificent graves were guarded by stronger heroic spirits. The largest grave sat within the forest's core, as opulent as a palace with a level 100, Tier 4 heroic spirit standing guard. The graves that were a grade inferior to the palace-like grave in the center were protected by heroic spirits with titles. Heroic spirits that earned a title after their deaths had been heroes among heroes during their lives. Killing apex experts of the same tier would have been child's play. Although they had lost a significant portion of the strength after death, they could still kill apex experts with little to no effort. I can only give it a try. Sure Feng gritted his teeth as he set his sights on a greatsword-wielding, titled heroic spirit. He knew he had no hope of activating the grandest grave in the cemetery. The gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 existences was massive, let alone the gap between Tier 2 and Tier 4. The moment the Tier 4 heroic spirit noticed him, he'd die. However, he wasn't willing to settle for third-grade graves. After all, the legacy's completion rate would severely affect the Tier 3 promotion quest's rewards. At the very least, he had to try for the second-grade graves. Once his skills cooldowns had finished, Sure Feng dashed into the inner region once more, running straight for a grave that was the size of a small high-rise. Sure Feng's target was near the center of the forest. Simply approaching it would be incredibly difficult due to the groups of forgotten spirits that moved closer together near the forest's core. If Shifeng relied on his own strength to reach the grave, he wouldn't get close to it, much less activate it. Several hundred forgotten spirits flew toward him, and Shifeng felt his scalp go numb. Fortunately, he was barely able to keep the forgotten spirits out of attack range with the 21 abyssal blades fighting for him. 9 Dragon Slash had a time limit, however, so he couldn't stop the undead like this forever. Although Shifeng was confident that he could escape these monsters with his life, if he couldn't keep the forgotten spirits at bay, that would be it. He wouldn't be able to do anything more. If he wished to secure the second-grade legacy, it was crucial that he utilized 9 Dragon Slash's duration efficiently. Took me 42 seconds to reach this grave, which is about as long as I estimated. Glancing at 9 Dragon Slash's remaining duration, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. I should be able to activate the grave within the remaining time. There were 2 reasons that Shifeng had passed up the highest grade grave. Naturally, the first was the Tier 4 heroic spirit that guarded it. His second reason was the lack of time. Reaching and activating the second-grade graves within 9 Dragon Slash's 60-second duration was his limit. Before Shifeng could catch his breath, the silver-armored, greatsword-wielding heroic spirit that guarded the gravestone abruptly opened his eyes. A faint, red barrier then enveloped the gravesite, decreasing Shifeng's basic attributes and physique by 20%. Erdia, Flame Knight. Heroic Spirit, Tier 3 Berserker King. Level 101. HP 78. 000 000/78. 000 000. A domain. Shifeng's expression darkened as he stared at Erdia. Shifeng had assumed that Erdia had the strength to instant-kill Tier 3 players, but he had never thought that the heroic spirit would be this powerful. Erdia might not have a lot more HP than the heroic spirit he had fought earlier, but he was definitely much stronger. Purely regarding basic attributes, he had to be 30% stronger than the forgotten heroic spirit. In combination with its domain, which only Tier 4 NPCs and above could grasp, Erdia could squash Tier 3 players like ants. I commend your bravery, adventurer. Over the several millennia I have stood guard, you're the first to dare approach in search of the Blade Saint's legacy. I hope you can offer some entertainment, Erdia leisurely commented. Unlike the forgotten heroic spirit, which had attacked immediately, he joked around like a player as he slowly approached Shifeng. Seeing this, a chill crawled down Shifeng's spine. They might be dead heroes, but heroic spirits weren't considered NPCs in God's domain. Because of this, their intellect shouldn't be as high as NPCs. However, that was obviously not the case for Erdia. This was also the first time Shifeng had encountered such an intelligent heroic spirit. Seeing that Erdia was already 50 yards away, Shifeng activated the Ring of Gospel's miniature world and Ring of Brilliance as a precaution. Unfortunately, Shifeng could tell that wouldn't be enough after the 2 skills had taken effect. He then activated Blade Liberation to bolster his basic attributes further, and at the same time, he activated the Twilight Blades Twilight of the Gods and Twilight Shadow, splitting into 8 clones. With Twilight of the Gods and Blade Liberation active, Shifeng's physical doppelgangers inherited the skill's effects. Now, every one of his doppelgangers had the strength to rival Grand Lords of the same level. If 8 level 100 Grand Lords worked together, they could even take on a level 100 mythic monster. However, before Shifeng could control his doppelgangers, Erdia vanished, reappearing before Shifeng's clones. The heroic spirit brandished his flaming greatsword, sending 8 crimson sword lights at all 8 doppelgangers. Shifeng's doppelgangers reacted quickly, intercepting the attacks with their swords. However, the moment the crimson sword lights met the doppelgangers' blades, the impact threw them over a dozen yards before they slammed into the ground, their swords humming. Each doppelganger instantly lost over 20,000 HP. A bronze combat technique? Shifeng's expression turned grim when he saw the outcome. Extreme Slash. Although Erdia had only executed 8 Extreme Slashes, 1 fewer than Miracle Dragon's 9 Extreme Slashes, Erdia's mastery with the technique was far greater than Miracle Dragon's. He had mastered the advanced combat technique until he had upgraded it into a bronze combat technique. This was a Tier 3 heroic spirit that could use bronze combat techniques. No one would have believed Shifeng if he had told them about Erdia's abilities in his previous life. Some might even mock him for his stupidity. Heroic spirits might have once been heroes, but they weren't anymore. They particularly lacked intellect and weren't even a match for ordinary NPCs regarding this aspect. Seeing a heroic spirit execute an advanced combat technique was already quite impressive. Most Tier 3 NPCs couldn't even master a bronze combat technique, much less a Tier 3 heroic spirit. And yet, the impossible had just happened. After repelling the 8 doppelgangers, Erdia shifted his gaze to Shifeng's main body. He executed Flame Charge, transforming into a fiery meteor as he flew toward the Swordsman. Based on how this flame charge appeared, Erdia's skill completion rate should be 99% or 100%. Shifeng didn't dare take Erdia's charge head-on. If the heroic spirit had already thrown his doppelgangers, he could definitely send Shifeng flying. Shifeng activated Phantom Kill, summoning another doppelganger and having it activate Blade Liberation and Defensive Blade to intercept the approaching Berserker King. If he died during his Tier 3 promotion quest, he'd have to wait a long time before he could challenge it again. It was a risk he wasn't willing to take. However, the moment Shifeng's doppelganger activated Defensive Blade, Erdia cancelled his flame charge and thrust his flaming greatsword into the ground. Dozens of fiery blades rose from the dirt, flying toward the doppelganger. Tier 3 skill, Storm Garrote. Defensive Blade's block counts were exhausted in an instant. Seeing this, Shifeng had no choice but to focus most of his attention on his doppelganger and execute its sword's orbit. When the galaxy of stars and the flaming blades met, both attacks shattered. Although the doppelganger had successfully blocked the attacks, it had been forced to stumble over a dozen steps backward. Moreover, each attack had devoured nearly 10,000 of the doppelganger's HP. With just one skill, Erdia had dealt over minus 200,000 damage. As they kept the forgotten spirits away from the gravesite, the Abyssal Blade Phantom's duration continued to decrease, and Shifeng's doppelganger couldn't keep Erdia distracted. It began to make Shifeng even more nervous. If he activated Twofold Berserk, he could hold Erdia off, but he needed to activate the grave with his main body. There was no point in trying to distract the heroic spirit himself. He intended to reserve absolute domain for his escape from this place. Even if he activated the grave and obtained the legacy contained within, he would fail his quest without it. Your doppelgangers are quite good, but this is as far as you'll get, Erdia declared, chuckling when he realized Shifeng's doppelganger had survived his Storm Garrote. Erdia pulled his greatsword from the ground and appeared before the doppelganger. He executed 8 extreme slashes once more, but this time he concentrated all 8 attacks on a single target. Dragon Soul. Shifeng understood that if his doppelganger died, this quest would come to an end. Hence, he decided to use the Abyssal Blade's strongest skill, Dragon Soul. Right now, every attribute point mattered. Shifeng's doppelganger roared, the sound filling the entire forest. As it did, the doppelganger transformed into a 10-meter-tall pitch-black dragon. It had more than doubled in size than when the Abyssal Blade had only been a Tier 2 weapon. Seeing the 8 sword lights fly toward it, Shifeng's doppelganger swiped a single claw to block them all. Boom! The sword lights slammed into the doppelganger's claw, and an intense shockwave shook the forest, only fading after extending 100 yards away. A spatial tear had even appeared before the dragon's claw, and the doppelganger only stumbled a step back. Shifeng was surprised to see his doppelganger only lose a little over 5,000 HP after receiving Erdia's 8 extreme slashes. Although his doppelganger had already been quite powerful with Dragon Soul active, nearly invincible among beings of the same tier, it had grown even stronger, especially its strength and defense. In these 2 attributes, his doppelganger could practically rival Tier 4 mythic monsters. Moreover, the size of the black dragon's body afforded Shifeng plenty of advantages. Before the black dragon's 10-meter-tall frame, Erdia looked like little more than a small animal. The doppelganger wouldn't have any issue stopping the heroic spirit's attacks. However, Erdia didn't pause after his attack failed. He immediately appeared before the black dragon's head, his flaming greatsword transforming into a colossal pillar of fire. Tier 3 Taboo Skill, Burning Sword. When the fire pillar completed its transformation, it stretched across 100 yards. The black dragon looked tiny before the flaming weapon, and Erdia swung it down on the doppelganger. Not even Shurfeng could escape the pillar's range, much less the black dragon. Don't think I'm so easy to kill. As the fire pillar descended, Shurfeng had his black dragon use dragon breath. Unlike the dragon breath skill from his heavenly dragon's breath ring, the black dragon's ability was the real deal. According to legend, a tier 5 dragon breath could vaporize an entire city instantly. The true dragon breath was easily more powerful than any taboo skill or curse, essentially rivaling divine arts. The black dragon opened its maw, and a horrific amount of mana concentrated between its jaws. In the blink of an eye, a pitch-black energy ball as large as a small house had taken shape, and as the black dragon released a deafening roar, the energy ball reformed as a pillar of pitch-black light, firing toward the heroic spirit's pillar of fire. Boom! The dragon breath and burning swords slammed into each other, creating a shockwave that shook their surroundings and didn't dissipate until it had spread 500 yards away. At the point of impact, space had crumbled, forming a black hole. It felt as if Armageddon had begun. Sure enough, the true dragon breath is far more powerful. Shurfeng could not help but be astonished when he saw Erdia being sent flying. Shurfeng had only hoped that the black dragon would stop Erdia's killing move. He hadn't actually expected the doppelganger to win that exchange, dealing over -30,000 damage to the heroic spirit. Erdia wasn't in danger of dying after losing 30,000 HP, but it was enough damage for the black dragon to hold the heroic spirit's aggro. Now, Erdia's focus had turned away from Shurfeng's main body. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Shurfeng charged at the gravestone. System. Do you wish to activate the grave and absorb a portion of the grave owner's legacy? Without any hesitation, Shurfeng activated the grave the moment the prompt window appeared. Like the previous grave, a loading bar appeared when he activated. However, this loading bar required 12 seconds, rather than the 8 seconds the previous grave had required. Shurfeng celebrated the fact that he had decided to keep absolute defense in reserve. Had he used the skill to stop Erdia, rather than rely on Dragon Soul, he would have died halfway through the activation process. Unfortunately, the instant Shurfeng activated the grave, Erdia went berserk. Ignoring the black dragon, the heroic spirit dashed toward Shurfeng. Only a little over 100 yards separated Erdia and Shurfeng, and a titled Tier 3 heroic spirit would only need a few steps to cross that distance. However, the black dragon intercepted Erdia near the halfway mark, using its massive frame to keep the heroic spirit away from Shurfeng. The black dragon then swiped a claw at its foe. The black dragon's claw was the size of a car, and although Erdia sensed the incoming attack, he couldn't dodge it in time, relying on his great sword to block it. As the claw slid along the massive blade, dazzling sparks flew from the weapon. Erdia knocked away the black dragon's claw with his great sword. Now, he fully displayed the strength of a Tier 3 heroic spirit. Even a Tier 2 dragon would find him a difficult opponent. Fortunately, there wasn't a particularly large difference between the two combatants' basic attributes. Although the heroic spirit had knocked away the black dragon's claw, the dragon steadily remained in its original position. It had only taken a little over -2,000 damage from the clash. The black dragon had tens of millions of HP, so this amount of damage was nothing. Realizing this, Erdia stopped relying on brute force to break past the black dragon. Instead, he executed a combat technique, transforming into 7 phantoms that charged at Shurfeng's main body. Advanced combat technique, flowing shadow. The 7 phantoms looked and felt exactly the same. Not even Shurfeng could tell the difference. But he wasn't ready to give up just yet. In response, he executed lightning slash through his black dragon. As a bronze combat technique, Shurfeng even had trouble executing lightning flash with his main body, not to mention with a doppelganger. But the black dragon's physique was far superior to his, so Shurfeng barely managed to pull it off. 14 claw strikes then plowed into the 7 phantoms. Punk, punk, punk. Metallic clangs echoed through the cemetery as Erdia blocked all 14 strikes. The black dragon lost over 30,000 HP and stumbled a step back, but it had achieved its goal and stopped Erdia's advance. Only Shifeng had paled from the effort of executing lightning flash with the black dragon. It consumed so much concentration, Shifeng could feel a wave of exhaustion wash over him. He had expended significantly more concentration when executing the bronze combat technique through the black dragon than when he used the technique himself. Of course, Erdia hadn't given up. He executed Flowing Shadow again, trying to reach Shifeng. With no other options, Shifeng continued to rely on lightning flash to stop Erdia. 2 times, 3 times, 4 times. Every time Shifeng executed lightning flash, a considerable portion of his concentration slipped away. By the time he executed the technique for the 6th time, he felt mentally lethargic. However, he still needed 5 more seconds to complete the activation process. By the time Shifeng executed lightning flash a 9th time, his complexion was as white as paper. He felt a stinging pain in his head, and the world seemed to spin around him. Now, he couldn't even control the abyssal blade phantoms to stop the swarming undead. A large number of forgotten spirits flew toward Shifeng, and Erdia circled the black dragon, appearing before Shifeng's main body. The heroic spirit swung his flaming greatsword down on the swordsman. 8 extreme slashes. 8 massive sword lights appeared and threatened to devour Shifeng completely. When the 8 sword lights were only an inch away from him, Shifeng gritted his teeth and activated Absolute Domain. Golden, divine runes immediately began to appear on his body. As the 8 sword lights crossed that final inch, they came to an abrupt halt against the divine runes, unable to touch Shifeng. With Absolute Domain's protection, neither Erdia nor the Forgotten Spirits could harm Shifeng. Needless to say, they couldn't stop Shifeng from activating the grave either. System. Legacy completion rate 85%. Do you wish to accept this legacy? As soon as he saw the system notification, Shifeng accepted the legacy. He didn't know how good a legacy with an 85% completion rate would be, but it was undoubtedly better than the 15% legacy he had found earlier. After Shifeng accepted the legacy, countless divine runes began to flow from the grave toward him, forming a glowing imprint on the back of his hand. Suddenly, Shifeng bore the mark of a purple gold sword. The moment the mark formed, Erdia descended into madness. His muscles bulged, and a cloak of fire enveloped his frame. The temperature around him soared, and the flaming cloak burned the earth under his feet to black ash. If Shifeng hadn't activated Absolute Domain, he'd likely lose astonishing amounts of HP due to his proximity to the heroic spirit. With Erdia going into full berserk mode, and his Absolute Domain's duration almost up, Shifeng switched the 7 Luminaries' Rings aura of Earth to the aura of Wind and activated Gale Domain to make a hasty retreat. While all forms of teleportation were prohibited in the Voidland's inner area, flying, fortunately, was not. Gale Domain was Shifeng's only hope of escaping from the inner area. Without it, he wouldn't have any chance of leaving the inner region even if he had the legacy. He no longer had 9 Dragon Slash to rely on, and he had a titled Tier 3 heroic spirit after him. However, before Shifeng could leave the grave, Erdia charged forth like a meteor. The heroic spirit was so fast that not even the black dragon could stop him in time. Boom! Erdia crashed into Shifeng, and the golden, divine runes that protected him actually trembled. This hadn't even happened when Erdia had hacked and slashed at Shifeng earlier. The heroic spirit proceeded to brandish his flaming greatsword at Shifeng, over and over. For a moment, even Shifeng was helpless against the countless sword lights. He couldn't keep up with the speed of any of these attacks. Erdia's attack speed wasn't that much faster than his, but he couldn't keep up with the heroic spirit's reaction speed. With Erdia's basic attributes, the heroic spirit could finish Shifeng off in 2 or 3 hits, even if Shifeng activated twofold berserk. Absolute Domain only had 6 seconds remaining, and Shifeng was still nearly 1,500 yards away from the inner region's barrier. Throwing caution to the wind, he flew straight for the barrier. Despite the fact that Erdia couldn't fly, the undead had no issues keeping up with Shifeng, continuously attacking the fleeing swordsman. Every one of Erdia's attacks had enough power to injure mythic monsters. Feng would have already died several times if it hadn't been for absolute domain's protection. 5 seconds. 3 seconds. 1 second. Unfortunately, Feng's flying speed was fast, but he couldn't reach the barrier within 6 seconds. He was still roughly 500 yards from his target when absolute domain's effects wore off. As soon as they did, Feng felt a scorching heat envelop his body, dealing minus 10,000 damage per second. Seeing the divine runes fade from Feng's body, Erdia sneered at his prey. He pushed off the ground and arrived before Feng in an instant, plunging his flaming greatsword down on Feng's head. 8 extreme slashes. This time, every one of the 8 sword lights contained tier 4 power. Not even the black dragon would be strong enough to block the attack, much less Feng. Fortunately, Feng had prepared for this moment and activated defensive blade. Punk, punk, punk. Another series of metallic clangs echoed throughout the forest. Erdia had exhausted over half of defensive blade's block counts in that one exchange. By the time defensive blade ended, Feng had only moved 50 yards closer to the barrier. As Erdia was about to launch another attack, Feng activated Abyssal Bind. Over 20 pitch-black chains emerged from the void, binding Erdia and forcing the heroic spirit to a grinding halt. At Tier 3, Abyssal Bind could hold a target for up to 5 seconds, and it should be 100% effective against a Tier 3 being like Erdia. It was also Feng's final trump card. Pong! However, before Feng could relax, he heard the sound of a chain shattering. When he had gone berserk, Erdia had become nearly stronger than a mythic monster. It had only taken the heroic spirit an instant to shatter one of the chains. As if they were made of paper, the other chains began to break, one after another. For the crime of desecrating a saint's grave, you will die, Erdia bellowed as he swung his freed arms, slashing his greatsword at Feng, who stood over 50 yards away. As Erdia swung his greatsword, a torrent of fire swept toward Feng. Feng spun, meeting the attack with his swords as the flames were about to hit him. Void Shield. Boom! The Void Shield, which had 10 times Feng's maximum HP, nearly shattered as a result of the attack, and the impact threw Feng backward over 30 yards. What a frightening move! Feng silently celebrated when he saw that his Void Shield had only cracked. If he hadn't responded appropriately, that attack would have killed him. Erdia was far more powerful than Feng had imagined. Had he allowed his strength and greed to blind him, challenging the largest grave instead, he would have died the moment his absolute domain's duration ended. Meanwhile, thanks to Erdia's attack, Feng and the heroic spirit were now separated by 100 yards. Although Abyssal Bind wouldn't hold down Erdia for 5 seconds, it should be able to keep him in place for 2. Fortunately, as a Tier 3 heroic spirit, Erdia couldn't attack a target that was so far away. In the remaining 2 seconds, Feng widened the gap between him and his pursuer by more than 300 yards. Erdia's movement speed was much higher than Feng's, but during a chance, Erdia would need some time to get within attack range. Meanwhile, Feng continued to move closer to the barrier. 150 yards. 100 yards. 50 yards. When Erdia was less than 80 yards away from Feng, and was about to bombard the fleeing swordsman once more, Feng finally slipped through the magic barrier. Enraged, Erdia sent another wave of fire at Feng. But this time, Feng retrieved a summon guard scroll and called forth Anna. As Anna appeared before him, Feng breathed a sigh of relief. He might not be a match for a titled Tier 3 heroic spirit, but that wasn't the case for Anna. Anna was an epic guard with a 113-point growth potential. She might not rival an NPC hero of the same tier, but she wasn't far from it. She'd have no problems holding off Erdia. Calmly, Anna swung her staff and cast a spell in response to Erdia's fiery attack. A black-white, twofold magic array appeared before the personal guard. The moment Erdia's flames encountered the array, it looked like they had crashed into the side of a rocky mountain. No matter how much fire crashed into and burned the magic array, they didn't do any damage. All right, let's leave. With Erdia chasing after him, even after he had crossed the inner region's magic barrier, Feng immediately activated the Tier 2 group instantaneous teleportation scroll he had pulled from his bag earlier, leaving the island with Anna by his side. Starmoon Kingdom, White River City. Once Feng and Anna had arrived in the Voidlands safe zone, he used a return scroll and teleported back to White River City. However, he nearly thought he had arrived at the wrong place when he emerged from the teleportation array. Many of the players in the teleportation hall had already reached level 90, and there were quite a few level 91 players among the crowd. Not even Dragonheart Island's experts should have reached this level yet. He had only been busy with his Tier 3 promotion quest for a few days. The effects of the planar passages opening early are so drastic. The open planar passages was the only explanation Feng could think of. The planar passages activation wouldn't just lead to new players on the main continent. It would also bring in an abundance of resources, including leveling resources. During Feng's previous life, the planar passages activation had triggered a leveling frenzy among the main continent's players, but it had been nothing compared to this. However, after giving the matter some more thought, Feng knew such a situation wasn't impossible. His presence in God's domain had already caused a significant butterfly effect, and players in this life leveled much faster than in the past. With the planar passages activating before mainstream players had even reached level 100, the increased resources would have a greater effect on players. With so many excellent grinding spots available, it was only natural that players would level up faster than before. As Feng was about to leave the teleportation hall, a 100-man team of independent players walked into the building. Noticing the team's arrival, many players in the hall turned their attention to the newcomers, chatting quietly amongst themselves. "Quick, look, it's Silver Arrow. They must be heading out to raid another level 95 team dungeon. I wonder when our adventurer team will be ready to do the same." Your adventurer team? Dream on. Even the Black Dragon Empire's players are just starting to raid level 95 team dungeons. Not to mention Starmoon Kingdom's players. Moreover, Silver Arrow was one of the first adventurer teams to join the Shadowless Adventure Alliance, and it's received a lot of help from the Shadow Empire adventurer team, L. I guess you're right, but joining the Shadowless Adventurer Alliance is so difficult. I've heard that many of the well-known adventurer teams from the neighboring kingdoms have been rejected. That's right. The passing rate is incredibly low, but as long as an adventurer team becomes a member, it'll undergo a metamorphosis. Not only will its overall strength significantly increase, but not even first-rate guilds and superpowers experts would dare to mess with it. The various players discussing the Silver Arrow adventurer team did so in envy. Most of Silver Arrow's members had already reached level 92, which not even superpowers main force members had reached. The surrounding players were even more jealous when they saw the equipment Silver Arrow's members wore. Every member of the adventurer team had a full set of level 90 fine gold equipment. Although many expert players had climbed to level 90 or above due to the planar passages, very few had acquired level 90 weapons and equipment, much less top-tier items. With a full set of level 90 fine gold equipment, players would qualify to raid level 95 team dungeons. The Otherworld's adventurer alliances have already developed this far. Feng had to admit that he was a little surprised to see Silver Arrow's members. The Otherworld's adventurer teams had only begun to form adventurer alliances after the main continent's various powers had tried to invade these Otherworlds multiple times in the past. The adventurer alliances had then relied on independent players to contest for the level 100+ neutral maps on the main continent, at which point, many of the main continent's powers had begun to perish. Feng had never thought the butterfly effect would be so massive that Otherworld's powers would form adventurer alliances by this stage of the game. With this, these Otherworld powers would pose a much greater threat to the main continent's powers than they had during his previous life. After the commotion Silver Arrow's team had caused, Feng rushed out of the teleportation hall and made his way to the library. He had thought that he was far ahead of most players since he had reached level 100 and completed his Tier 3 promotion quest. He also had Kola and the others who had already reached level 95 and beyond. They should reach level 100 soon. However, it seemed that the butterfly effect he had caused would be disastrous for him. If he couldn't quickly become a lord of a neutral map, as the various superpowers in the past had, both he and Zero Wing would vanish into history. Half an hour later, Shifeng arrived at the top floor of White River City's library. He found Charlene quietly reading an ancient tome from her throne at the far end of the Star Moon Hall. "You really know how to surprise people. I thought you'd be stuck there for several months," Charlene said, smiling as she pulled her gaze from the book and looked at Shifeng. "Are you really prepared to inherit your legacy? You only have one opportunity. Your performance will greatly affect your future." "Yes, I'm ready." Shifeng nodded. The Tier 3 promotion quest consisted of 2 parts. Locating the lost legacy was the first part, and inheriting it was the second. The second part was also the most important of the promotion quest, in which one would change their body's mana framework. As a major turning point in God's domain, players' physiques and their body's mana framework would transform when they reached Tier 3. Of course, not all mana frameworks were equal. The difference in their strengths would even exist among players with ordinary Tier 3 classes. Players inherited a variety of legacies, and those with different mana frameworks would display varying levels of strength. However, these differences wouldn't display in a player's physique, but would affect the world's rules. For example, Tier 2 players could only survive for a short time in level 100+ neutral maps due to the area's environments, even if they just stood there and did nothing. In comparison, Tier 3 players could survive for a long time in a level 100+ neutral map due to their body's mana framework. The stronger a player's mana framework was, the greater their survivability would be in poor environments. Their mana framework would also largely impact their stamina and concentration recovery rates. This was why Tier 3 classes had such a huge impact in God's domain. Although Shifeng had already obtained his legacy, he wasn't out of the woods yet. His ability to inherit the legacy was far more important. Shifeng had only completed a Tier 3 Bronze legacy in the past, and although the Bronze legacy had been among the best of its peers, and he had formed a nearly perfect mana body, it hadn't been enough to get him through his Tier 4 promotion quest. Normally, only players with a silver-ranked mana body could survive in the harsh environments that served as the venue for Tier 4 promotion quests. As a result, he had always been a step away from clearing the quest in his previous life. Of course, if he had had a piece of legendary equipment back then, the results would have been different. Even a piece of fragmented legendary equipment would have changed the outcome significantly. Unfortunately, he never managed to find one, so he hadn't been able to cross that threshold. "All right, this is your decision. But you must remember that your time is limited. Don't bite off more than you can chew," Charlene warned. Seeing how determined Shifeng was to see the rest of his promotion quest through, she began to chant the incantation. The sword mark on the back of Shifeng's right hand began to burn, and at the same time, countless divine runes appeared across his body, gradually forming a gigantic, fourfold magic array. 3 windows displaying mana body samples then appeared before him, each more complex than the last. Shifeng was ecstatic the moment he saw the magic array and sample mana bodies. The number of layers the magic array had, which would construct the mana body, represented the rank of the mana body that could be created. A single-layered magic array represented bronze rank, a 2-layered magic array represented silver rank, and so on. The mana body samples represented the complete mana bodies standard. The first sample represented the basic standard, the second represented the intermediate standard, and the third represented the advanced standard. However, the magic array that enveloped Shifeng now had 4 layers. He had never heard of a 4-fold magic array creating a mana body before. Once Charlene had formed the magic array, a series of system notification rang in Shifeng's ears. "System, congratulations on completing your Tier 3 promotion quest and obtaining the Blade Saint Legacy. Legacy completion rate 85%. Advanced Epic Legacy received. You have 4 hours to construct your mana body. System, congratulations on being the first player to complete the Tier 3 promotion quest. You will have 1 additional hour to construct your mana body. Epic rank?" Shifeng was stunned when he read the system notifications. The highest rank mana body he had heard of during his previous life had only been gold rank, and only 1 out of every 10,000 experts had earned a gold-ranked mana body during their Tier 3 promotion quests. These experts had been powerhouses in level 100+ neutral maps, strong enough to give the various superpowers massive headaches. A gold mana body provided more than high adaptability to harsh environments. It also elevated players' stamina and concentration recovery rates to extraordinary highs. Players' stamina and concentration would recover by absorbing the mana around them. Depending on the density of the mana in the area, their recovery rates would increase by 30% to 60%. With such a significant improvement to their stamina and concentration recovery rates, players would no longer have to rely on stamina equipment, replacing such items with equipment that provided more raw power. This was why players with gold mana bodies were so much stronger than ordinary experts and could freely roam in level 100+ neutral maps. Even superpowers would find these players quite challenging to hunt down. This was also why the various superpowers' influence on independent players would significantly decrease when they reached Tier 3, even to the extent that top adventurer teams could begin to contend with superpowers. The Midnight Tea Party was a prime example of this. After level 100, players had had an absurdly difficult time trying to join the Midnight Tea Party during Shifeng's previous life. Once the adventurer team's members had reached Tier 3, a gold-ranked mana body had become a requirement for joining the team. Even superpowers had been helpless against an entire group of experts with gold mana bodies in level 100+ neutral maps. And Shifeng hadn't even heard of an epic mana body. Moreover, he now had a total of 5 hours to construct his mana body. In the past, he had only had 1 hour to construct his bronze mana body, and players with gold mana bodies had only been given 2 hours. The process of constructing a mana body was mostly the same across the board. The outcome depended on how much one could complete in the allotted time, and one's progress depended on how much time they invested in the trials. You can begin your mana body's construction now. Remember, you only have 5 hours. If you fail to complete a mana body before time runs out, the magic array will grant you the most basic mana body available, and your efforts will have gone to waste, Charlene reminded Shifeng seriously. Understood. He nodded, understanding how important this matter was. Immediately, Shifeng carefully inspected the 3 mana body samples hovering before him. Each of the mana bodies displayed was different and more complicated than the last. The simplest of the 3 was several times more complex than the Peak Bronze Legacy's mana body he had obtained in the past. Not only did these samples involve magic arrays, but they also required divine runes and refined mana manipulation. Any ordinary player might be able to copy the mana body samples blindly, but their completion rate wouldn't be high. Naturally, a low completion rate would severely affect one's combat power. A player's mana body would affect their control with their skills and spells in the future. A poorly constructed mana body would result in low mana conductibility. This would limit players' ability to use Tier 3 skills and spells with a completion rate of 90% or higher, since players had to actively guide and control their mana during the process to amply their skills or spells' power. This was also why experts in Shifeng's previous life had preferred to aim for less complex mana bodies to ensure high completion rates, rather than aim for a more complex mana body with a low completion rate. If players constructed a perfect mana body, it wouldn't negatively affect their combat power, which would be a significant help when challenging their Tier 4 promotion quests in the future. Shifeng spent around 10 minutes inspecting the 3 mana body samples he had been given. Although the advanced mana body is extremely complex and even involves multi-line mana manipulation, I have 5 hours to play around with. I should give it a try. Having made his decision, Shifeng focused on the advanced mana body sample and began to manipulate the mana within him. There might not be a huge difference between an intermediate mana body's environmental adaptability and that of an advanced mana body, but the difference between the 2 options' recovery rates and defense was massive. Naturally, players' defense would undergo a considerable transformation when they reached Tier 3 and obtained their mana body. Their toughness as a Tier 2 player couldn't even compare. With a mana body, a layer of protective mana would envelop their frame, making them less prone to physical injury, which would reduce their combat power from ordinary attacks. Naturally, the higher the mana body's rank was, the stronger this protective layer would be. It would also help players recover from physical injuries much faster. Time flew by. After nearly 20 minutes, Shifeng had finally finished constructing his first mana body. Shifeng could feel himself grow much stronger the instant he completed his mana body. Now the surrounding mana actively flowed into him, giving him a mentally refreshed feeling. System: mana body constructed. Completion rate 64%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? I barely passed? Sure enough, the advanced mana body isn't easy to construct. Feng gave the completion rate a bitter smile. But to think that this mana body is so powerful despite a 64% completion rate, an epic mana body is really amazing. Normally, a mana body with a 60% completion rate was only considered passable. If one failed to achieve a passing completion rate in the designated time, they'd be stuck with the default mana body. With the default option, achieving a 90% completion rate with Tier 3 skills and spells would be practically impossible. Players typically needed a 75% completion rate mana body to ensure their skills and spells would remain unaffected. In the past, Feng had constructed his bronze mana body with a 95% completion rate. At that standard, a direct hit from a mysterious iron weapon had, at most, left a small scratch, hardly affecting his combat power. However, he didn't have much hope of achieving a 95% completion rate with his mana body in this life. An epic mana body was simply too complex. His only goal was to get an 80% completion rate to avoid any negative effects to his combat power. Even with an 80% completion rate with an epic mana body, only secret silver weapons and better would be capable of physically injuring him. Feng then started his second attempt. After the first attempt, he chose not to focus on speed. Rather, he took great care, slowly constructing the mana body. After more than half an hour, Feng had ended up with a 72% completion rate, just short of the 75% threshold. Feng invested a full hour for his third attempt, but he had only earned a 74% completion rate. What am I missing? He began to grow frustrated as he examined the advanced mana body sample again. He had already spent nearly half of his allotted time, yet he hadn't constructed an adequate advanced mana body. If he continued to waste time, he wouldn't even have enough time to attempt the intermediate mana body's construction. He had performed every step with great precision, yet he still only achieved a 74% completion rate. During his previous life, he hadn't been anywhere near the refinement realm standard, yet he had still managed a 95% completion rate with his mana body. However, even as a domain realm expert, he had only reached a 74% completion rate. It was unbelievable. No, that's not right. Feng suddenly snapped out of his daze. My mana manipulation hadn't been nearly as refined as it is now. I had glossed over some of the construction processes then, yet I still earned a 95% completion rate. This mana body sample is far more complex, but with my current standards, it shouldn't be this hard to achieve the same results. Is my thirst for perfection having the opposite effect? Thinking up to this point, Feng began another attempt. This time, instead of trying to perfect all aspects of the construction process, he focused on certain parts while glossing over the rest. This time, he completed the mana body in less than half an hour. The instant he completed his mana body, his 5 senses underwent a qualitative transformation. His affinity with the ambient mana skyrocketed. System: mana body constructed. Completion rate 91%. Do you wish to keep this mana body? Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard the system notification. He had never considered that he'd achieve a 91% completion rate. An epic mana body was many times more complex than a bronze-ranked version, and even achieving a 90% with a silver mana body was immensely difficult. There were very few players in God's domain that were capable of achieving a 90% completion rate with a gold mana body. As far as Feng could remember, the player with the highest completion rate gold mana body had been Alice, the Witch of the West, in the past. She had managed to secure a peak gold mana body with a 98% completion rate. Of course, Alice was extraordinarily talented, which was why she had obtained such a high completion rate. Her manipulation of mana was simply godlike. Not even veteran domain realm experts could match her. Thanks to her powerful mana body, she had remained at the peak of God's domain even after becoming a Tier 6 mage god. The higher a mana body's completion rate, the more frighteningly powerful the mana body would be, especially for high-ranked mana bodies. Mana bodies might not provide any bonus basic attributes, but they offered significant increases to stamina and concentration recovery, defense, and self-healing capabilities. A gold mana body with a 98% completion rate could even reinforce players' control over their mana, allowing them to exhibit greater power with their skills and spells. Because of this, Alice had undergone a qualitative transformation after reaching Tier 3. Her mana manipulation had already been impressive, and after receiving the boons from her mana body, she had been able to achieve a 100% completion rate with practically all of her Tier 3 spells. Most peak experts had only been able to maintain a 90% completion rate with their Tier 3 spells after arduous training, yet Alice managed to level out at 100% in a very short time. After reaching a 90% completion rate with a Tier 3 spell, every additional percentage would significantly increase the spell's power. At 100% completion rate, a player's Tier 3 spell could even contend with the spell's Tier 3 heroes used. It was easy to imagine how devastating these spells would be against players. Although Shifeng hadn't achieved a 98% completion rate, earning a 91% was beyond his expectations. "I'll keep it." Snapping out of his daze, Shifeng promptly chose to keep his current mana body. There was no save option when constructing a mana body. If players gave up on a construction attempt, they'd have to start over. Hence, players had to have a clear goal in mind when constructing their mana body. Once they'd reached that goal, it would be wise to accept the mana body and avoid any further attempts. If one continued to seek a better outcome, they'd eventually run out of time and lose everything. Shifeng had seen many players make that mistake in his previous life. The endless pursuit of perfection was the reason that many expert players had been forced to delete their accounts and begin again. While players could set up a stronger foundation by starting a new account, they'd also lose out on many opportunities. Others would have already explored the low-level maps, leaving little for new players. When starting a new account, players weren't guaranteed to become as powerful as they had been with their old one. While part of the reason that Shifeng had achieved a 91% completion rate was his discovery of the correct thought process, luck was a larger part. He wasn't confident of repeating these results, and if he tried and earned an 89% completion rate, he'd just cry. There was a huge difference between a mana body with an 89% completion rate and one with a 90%. Mana bodies with a 75% completion rate or above wouldn't negatively affect players, and those with an 85% to 89% completion rate would receive a significant boost to their defense and stamina and concentration recovery. Mana bodies with a 90% to 94% completion rate, however, were considered top grade, and all of the aforementioned bonuses would be maxed out. If he had a high probability of achieving a 95% completion rate or above, another attempt might be worth the risk. A 93% or 94% completion rate wouldn't make much of a difference, after all. However, he'd be ruined if he earned a completion rate below 90%. After Shifeng accepted the mana body, the magic array around him flashed with a blinding light, and a horrific amount of mana gathered rapidly before flowing into him. As the torrent of mana filled him, Shifeng felt like his body had been set on fire. The burning sensation was far more intense than it had been with his peak bronze mana body. But as his advanced epic mana body began to take shape, Shifeng's perception of the world around him grew sharper. After 6 seconds, magic circuits began to surface across Shifeng's body, and the ambient mana steadily gathered within him. Although the magic circuits faded away 2 seconds later, the mana didn't stop flowing into him. System. Congratulations! You have become a Tier 3 Blade Saint and obtained an advanced epic mana body. All basic attributes plus 400, all resistance plus 80, attack power and attack speed increased by 30%, all basic attributes increased by 60%, and physique increased by 70%. Rewarding 80 legacy skill points. Finally, I got my body back. Shifeng was ecstatic as he felt the new changes. Tier 3. He had spent nearly a decade as a Tier 3 player during his previous life, so he was most familiar with this tier. Now that he had recovered to his peak, he could finally exhibit his true combat power. While Shifeng basked in the familiar strength, he noticed that his perception had become drastically sharper than before. He could even sense the flow of mana in the air. Prototype domain. The sensation astonished Shifeng. Is this an advanced epic mana body's ability? Previously, he'd only been able to perceive such details within a 30-yard radius around him by relying on his 5 senses. Now, however, his perception had extended to 50 yards away. Moreover, he felt like an absolute overlord within the 50-yard radius. Of course, he didn't actually have control over this area. He only had rudimentary control of the ambient mana. Even so, This was a prototype domain. A domain operated on the principle of controlling the mana in a specific area to create a miniature world that favored the player. Although he couldn't suppress his enemies with a prototype domain, he could manipulate the ambient mana and reduce the mana density where his enemies stood. The decreased density wouldn't affect players' basic attributes, but it would impact their concentration in battle. Such an ability would definitely grant him an edge in combat. Moreover, he could sense that his stamina and concentration recovery rates had improved by at least 70% due to his new mana body. He had also become tough enough that not even full-powered attacks from a secret silver weapon could easily injure him. In other words, if a player wielding a secret silver weapon struck the unprotected parts of his body, their damage would be reduced to the lowest possible value as if they had struck a piece of armor. Now that he had obtained his mana body, Shifeng opened his legacy skill menu to check for new skills. There were over 20 Tier 3 skills available, and every one of them required at least 20 legacy skill points to learn. Some of the more powerful skills even required 50 points. Players that had failed to collect legacy skill points from unconventional means would be fortunate to learn 2 Tier 3 skills upon reaching Tier 3. Fortunately, that wasn't the case for Shifeng. With the points he had saved up thus far and the points he just obtained, he had nearly 100 legacy skill points to spend. Shifeng immediately spent 40 legacy skill points to upgrade Blade Liberation and Blade Awakening to Tier 3. He then spent another 50 points to learn Void Slash, the strongest skill a Tier 3 Blade Saint could learn. Void Slash, action type. Requires Sword, Tier 3, proficiency needed to upgrade to Tier 4, 0/100, 000, comma. Manipulate the power of the void to execute 6 slashes. Each slash carries 150% of user strength and causes 200% divine damage. User may transfer to the location of any of the 6 slashes. Comma, cooldown. 8 seconds. Not only did Tier 3 skills possess greater raw power than Tier 2 skills, but they were also more capable of injuring high-tiered monsters. However, Tier 3 skills had very long cooldowns. Those with immense power and short cooldowns like Void Slash were exceptionally rare. Normally, players tried to learn several Tier 3 skills and link them together to make up for the long cooldowns. However, with Void Slash alone, Shifeng could exhibit nearly the full potential DPS of a Tier 3 player. Now that I've reached Tier 3, it's time I lead everyone to a level 100 neutral map. With his new strength, Shifeng was confident that he could eliminate a level 100 Great Lord, even without Anna and Kite's help. When Shifeng left the library, he made his way toward the Adventurers Association. Although he was now officially a Tier 3 player, he still needed to register his achievement at the Adventurers Association to gain the appropriate certification. Gaining Tier 3 certification at the Adventurers Association was very important. Not only would it allow players to accept high-ranked quests appropriate for their tier, but they would also be acknowledged as true powerhouses in God's domain. They would then qualify to raid the Monarch bosses in neutral maps and become the area's ruler. This was also why the various powers had been so desperate to get their members to Tier 3 in the past. The Tier 3 turning point didn't simply differentiate experts from each other. It also determined whether or not one qualified to become a true overlord. After all, the various powers' true battlefield for hegemony in God's domain was in level 100+ neutral maps. Initially, Shifeng had planned to establish a guild town in a level 100 neutral map and steadily progressing towards lordship, but now that the planar passages had opened, and adventurer alliances had formed sooner than he had expected, he needed a more efficient plan. The planar passages activation hadn't just accelerated independent players' leveling speed. It had done so for the various powers as well. Now, he didn't have as much time to conquer level 100+ neutral maps. Zero Wing wasn't like the various superpowers. It lacked the manpower and resources to secure a foundation in level 100 neutral maps as quickly as superpowers could. Moreover, Zero Wing wouldn't be able to secure as much territory as the various superpowers. To establish a guild town in a level 100 neutral map, the ruling power would need to station a large number of players in the map long-term. Level 100 neutral maps were very far away from kingdoms and empires, considered free zones that were outside of any kingdom or empire's protection. In addition, NPCs weren't particularly interested in visiting these guild towns due to the neutral map's harsh environments. As a result, very few NPCs would apply as soldiers, and those that did would ask for exorbitant salaries. Hence, unlike in guild towns within kingdoms, empires, and low-level neutral maps, players had to handle the majority of their guild town's defenses in level 100 neutral maps. This was also why guilds that wanted to secure a foothold in level 100+ neutral maps needed to upgrade their towns into guild cities as quickly as possible. They'd only be able to solidify their rule over the map with a guild city. After all, not only would guilds have to face monster assaults, but they'd also have to deal with enemy powers. Establishing rule in a level 100+ neutral map was already an intense challenge for guilds, and it would be especially difficult for Zero Wing, which lacked certain foundational aspects. The only solution Sherfong could think of was to become a lord. As a lord, players would have full authority over the territory they controlled, and they'd be able to recruit various neutral race NPCs. A lord could also establish their own knight division. The NPCs players could recruit for a knight division were different from the NPC soldiers one could hire to protect a guild town. They were more akin to personal guards, and players could recruit these knights from various kingdoms and empires, nurturing them as they did personal guards. Once a player became a lord of a land, they could recruit up to 5,000 knights. Although that didn't seem like a lot, these knights were bona fide NPCs and would be immensely helpful when defending a guild's territories. While Sherfong traveled toward the Adventurers Association, he called Blackie. "Blackie, how are things coming along in the Northern Fortress?" Sherfong asked. He had spent quite a lot of time completing his promotion quest. Although he had told Blackie and the others not to contact him unless something important happened, and he hadn't received any calls, he refused to believe that Dragonheart Island's various superpowers were content to sit by and watch while Zero Wing earned a ton of profits from its newfound gold mine. The fortress's player population has already reached 1,500,000, and we're earning roughly 14,000 ancient gold per day. Dragonheart Island's various powers are practically dying with envy, especially War Blood. Because of the Northern Fortress's benefits, almost no one is visiting War Blood's Rock Nest Fortress. Blood Oath is likely losing his mind right now, Blackie said, chuckling. Also, as per your instructions, I purchased a plot of land near the World Tower a few days ago, and I bought a guild residence in Dragonheart City's inner area, so our guild has a temporary resting point in the city. Hearing how much Blackie had purchased over the last few days, Sherfong sighed ruefully. He had considered several thousand ancient gold an astronomical sum in his past life, yet now, he earned 14,000 ancient gold each day from the Northern Fortress alone. It was no wonder why the various superpowers had fought so hard to capture the Gravity Mountain Range's fortresses in the past. However, Dragonheart Island's powers have been developing rapidly due to the planar passage's opening. Quite a few superpowers now have their own small fortresses, and based on the reports I've received, Warblood, Starlink, and 13 Thrones are marching toward the Southern Tower Medium Fortress, Blackie said worriedly. If they're successful, we'll likely see a significant decrease to the Northern Fortress's income. It certainly won't benefit our development in Dragonheart City. Why don't we capture a few more fortresses? Guild leader. Zero Wing now had quite a bit of manpower in the Gravity Mountain Range. With Phoenix Rain's subordinates protecting the Northern Fortress, they had enough strength to capture the other fortresses. The Gravity Mountain Range only had so many fortresses. If they captured a few more, they should be able to maintain 70% to 80% of their profits, even if the Northern Fortress's income decreased. Let the other powers fight for the fortresses. We only need the Northern Fortress, Sherfong said, chuckling. Also, notify all of the main force members to gather in White River City. We'll be heading to a level 100 neutral map. That's where we really need to be right now. The Gravity Mountain Range was an excellent place for players to grind for levels and resources right now, but it couldn't help players rise to prominence. A level 100 neutral map? Blackie's eyes glowed when he heard Sherfang's plan. All right, I'll notify them right away. The Gravity Mountain Range had bountiful resources, but it paled in comparison to unexplored level 100 neutral maps. Moreover, Zero Wing's main force members would benefit more from grinding in level 100 neutral maps at their levels than they would from grinding in the Gravity Mountain Range. After disconnecting the call, Blackie began to gather Zero Wing's main force members and head toward White River City. Meanwhile, Shifeng arrived at the Adventurers Association. The Adventurers Association was quite lively at the moment, with just as many visiting players as the city's auction house. The auction house wasn't the only construction that transformed after White River City's promotion. The Adventurers Association had similarly undergone a metamorphosis and now contained a lot more NPCs who visited to consign quests. Some of these quests included those in high-level neutral maps and escort quests to the kingdom's borders. If one were lucky, they might even find crusade quests to slay monsters in neutral maps. With the opportunity to earn both equipment and money available, the Adventurers Association had become a hub for many independent players. As Shifeng entered the first-floor hall, he was greeted by the sight of a ton of level 90-plus players. Now, not even the Adventurers Associations in imperial capitals could compare to the prosperity the association in White River City enjoyed. Pushing his way through the crowd, Shifeng quickly made his way to the second-floor hall and applied for his certification as a Tier 3 adventurer. After completing the process in a VIP reception room, the Adventurers Association officially recognized Shifeng as a Tier 3 powerhouse. Lord Bronze Legatee, is there anything else I can help you with today? The elven woman who had received him asked, smiling. I wish to see the Monarch Crusade quests for Cold Spring Forest, Shifeng declared. Cold Spring Forest was the closest level 100 neutral map to Starmoon Kingdom, and it was one of the few level 100 maps with a relatively comfortable environment. Many Tier 2 players had grinded in the Cold Spring Forest after reaching level 100 in the past, including Shifeng himself. However, the various superpowers had taken control of the map's 6 regions by the time he had reached Tier 3. Now that he was the first Tier 3 player in the game, he couldn't miss this opportunity. After Shifeng made his request, the Elven Administrator made a quick trip to the Adventurers Association's reference room and returned with 7 parchment scrolls. Lord Bronze Legatee, here are the Crusade quests you've requested. Here is the information on all 7 of Cold Spring Forest's monarchs, the Elven Administrator said as she placed the scrolls on the table. 7 monarchs? Shifeng was a little surprised when he saw the 7 ancient scrolls. In God's domain, only one monarch would manage a region, and as far as he knew, Cold Spring Forest only consisted of 6 regions. This meant that there should only be 6 monarchs. He had never heard of a 7th. My lord, I have to remind you that you may only accept one crusade quest. Whether or you succeed or fail, you may only accept another crusade quest after 10 days. The materials needed to create the transfer stones are quite expensive as well. Please, choose wisely, the Elven Administrator explained. Shifeng had already known all of that, and nodding silently, he began to inspect the scrolls. He wanted to know if the information he had obtained during his previous life had changed. If Cold Spring Forest's monarchs had massively changed due to his reincarnation, his plans would come to an abrupt end. A monarch was no ordinary field boss. They might not be as powerful as level 100-plus world bosses, but they were considered superior mythic monsters. They could kill Tier 3 players as effortlessly as squishing ants. Trying to raid such a boss with a Tier 3,100-man team the same level would be futile. Players needed to rely on special means to raid a monarch. After browsing through the information for 10 or so minutes, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness everything's the same as I remembered. The only difference is the extra monarch. But even as he sighed, his gaze was glued on the extra monarch's information. The 7th monarch was part of the legendary dragon race, the ice dragon Heathwaite. Meanwhile, the region Heathwaite ruled over was the Cold Spring Canyon, which was located in the Cold Spring Forest's central region. Cold Spring Canyon had been quite famous in the past in God's domain due to the extremely rare Arctic water it produced. Arctic water was one of the few items in God's domain that could improve a player's adaptability to their environment. The effects might not be astounding, and the item was useless to players with gold mana bodies or better, but it would be tremendously helpful to Tier 2 players when they challenged their Tier 3 promotion quests. This was why so many powers had fought for control of the Cold Spring Canyon during Shifeng's previous life. Shifeng had never dreamed that someone could actually rule over the Cold Spring Canyon. Without any more hesitation, Feng accepted the crusade quest to hunt the ice dragon. Heathwaite. Are you sure you wish to accept this quest, Lord Bronze Legatee? We only have one transfer stone connected to the ice dragon's lair left. If you fail this quest, you will not be able to accept it again in the future. The elven administrator warned when Feng selected the crusade quest that had remained untouched for over a century. I'll take it, Feng said with determination. He'd have a high chance of success with hunting the other monarchs thanks to his memories, but the Cold Spring Canyon was simply too valuable to give up. Technically, he could hunt one of the other 6 monarchs first and raid the ice dragon after the 10-day wait. But covering one area would be quite taxing on the guild with Zero Wing's current standards. Zero Wing simply couldn't manage 2 areas. Since he was limited to a single area, he had to choose the best option available. Even if he failed, he could prevent another power from obtaining the Cold Spring Canyon. The cost to teleport to Heathwaite's lair is quite high. You will have to pay 10,000 gold and 20,000 magic crystals as a deposit. If you complete the quest, we will return the deposit in full, as well as pay you your deserved remuneration. If you fail, however, your deposit will be forfeit, the elven administrator said seriously. That's fine. Feng had already prepared for this cost. He handed the elven administrator the deposit in exchange for a gray-white crystal. This crystal was none other than the transfer stone for the ice dragon's lair. After obtaining the transfer stone, Feng made his way to the candlelight trading firm to retrieve some of the dark gold weapons that had been stored there. He then upgraded the abyssal blade to level 90, which was as high as he could upgrade the magic weapon right now. Level 95 weapons were still considered a luxury, not to mention level 95 dark gold weapons. Fortunately, the abyssal blade's attack power and attributes were only slightly lower than those of a level 100 epic weapon. Despite the fact that it was only a level 90 magic weapon, the abyssal blade would be more than enough for Feng's needs. Feng then visited the candlelight trading firm's second basement floor, which was where he stored his most important items. A guild residence was quite secure, but the candlelight trading firm in White River City was many times safer than Zero Wing's guild hall. At this point, only Tier 4 players would have any hope of breaking past the shop's defenses. At this moment, an NPC guard stood before the warehouse on the second basement floor. He was a level 100 Tier 3 fine gold guard, and unless one had permission, not even a Tier 3 Apex expert would get past him. The candlelight trading firm's defenses were impressively strict. With the help of the Grandmaster Forger Siliora, Feng had previously recast the disintegration armor, a piece of legendary equipment, yet despite being unfinished, it was too powerful for Feng to use. Moreover, carrying the disintegration armor on him wasn't safe, so he had stored it in the candlelight trading firm's underground warehouse. First, he didn't want to risk losing it, even if the chance of it dropping upon his death was negligible. Second, even after recasting it, the disintegration armor's aura would still attract ores, especially powerful, high-tiered ores. If he had attracted a powerful ore's attention as a Tier 2 player, he would have been helpless. Furthermore, he couldn't equip it yet. He had coveted legendary items for a long time. He had heard countless stories of players who owned a legendary item in his previous life. There were tales of Tier 4 players defeating Tier 5 players and Tier 5 players slaying Tier 6 God-ranked players. One player had even soloed a Tier 5 dragon. Yet, the piece of legendary equipment he had gone to great lengths to obtain was an unfinished product, and its minimum use requirement was Tier 3. To make matters worse, he hadn't even been able to inspect its attribute panel until he had reached Tier 3. Holding onto the disintegration armor would have only frustrated him. Now that he had finally reached Tier 3 and met the minimum requirements to equip the disintegration armor, it was time to retrieve it. With a piece of legendary equipment, defeating the ice dragon Heathwaite would be far easier. Legendary items could, after all, allow players to transcend tiers, and as a Tier 3 player, he should be able to contend with a Tier 4 ice dragon with the disintegration armor equipped. Once he entered the warehouse and arrived before the disintegration armor, Feng chanted an incantation to release the seal protecting it. As soon as the seal faded, crimson energy pulsed away from the pitch-black chest piece, spreading. A pressure that would even make Tier 2 experts uncomfortable began to fill the warehouse. As the disintegration armor's aura swept over him, Feng felt his blood begin to boil as bloodlust wormed its way into his mind. Taking several seconds to suppress the maddening feeling, Feng tapped on the disintegration armor to inspect its attribute panel. Space itself faintly began to crumble as it was exposed to the disintegration armor's disintegration power. Despite having reached Tier 3, the moment Feng touched the armor, he could feel the mana in his right arm vibrate and felt signs of it beginning to break down. Mana dispersal. The sensation in Feng's right arm stunned him. He hadn't had a particularly clear idea of what the disintegration armor had done to him when he had been Tier 2. He had only felt a strong, stifling pressure from the armor. Now that he was Tier 3, however, he could sense the disintegration power blocking and destroying the mana within him. After a slight touch, the mana density in his right arm had significantly decreased. If he maintained contact with the disintegration armor for a long period, it would utterly destroy the mana that coated his body. Losing this mana coating didn't seem like a major problem, but it would deal a fatal blow to Tier 3 players and above. After reaching Tier 3, a player's mana body would drive every action they took in God's domain. If their mana body couldn't conduct mana, they'd be as good as crippled. The mana body played a crucial role when players used Tier 3 skills and spells. Without a working mana body, activating those abilities would be nearly impossible. Naturally, the difference between the combat power a Tier 3 player could display with Tier 3 skills and spells and a Tier 3 player who couldn't would be obvious at a glance. Once Feng had tapped on the disintegration armor, its attribute panel appeared before him. Disintegration armor, unfinished product. Chest plate, legendary rank, equipment requirement. Strength 9,000, agility 7,000 tier requirement, Tier 3, divine defense plus 15,000 affected by player's level. All basic attributes plus 1,000 affected by player's level and tier. Physique increased by 100%, affected by player's tier. When equipped, strength increased by 120%, agility increased by 100%, and endurance increased by 100%. All resistance plus 300, magic resistance increased by 40%, mana body's effects increased by 50%, ignore levels plus 30, all item level requirements reduced by 10 levels. Additional passive skill dash disintegration body. Reduces the damage from Tier 3 or below attacks by 70%, reduces damage from Tier 4 or above attacks by 40%, immune to all control effects, weakens stiffening effects by 70%, and increases reaction speed by 20%. Additional active skill 1 disintegration field. Disintegrates all skills and spells within a 100-yard radius. Skills and spells at Tier 2 and below will be nullified, while skills and spells above Tier 2 will be weakened by 60%. All entities within range will suffer a 40% reduction to basic attributes, physique and stamina, in addition to a 400% increase to their stamina and concentration consumption rates. No cooldown. Additional active skill 2 disintegration power. Gathers all of the disintegration armor's power and temporarily sacrifice all of its attributes to upgrade user by 1 tier for 60 seconds. Cooldown 12 hours. Cannot be stacked with skills and spells of similar effect. The disintegration armor is a divine armor that the or Empire's founding emperor had created with various divine items. This armor had been destroyed during a battle against gods. The disintegration armor has recovered a portion of its original strength after Celiora recast the chest piece using a blood contract. Due to the armor's disintegration power, the armor's attributes suffer an 80% reduction when equipped. If equipped by the blood contractor, the armor's attributes will only be reduced by 50%. God crystals required to repair the disintegration armor fully, 0/10. Amazing! Feng's eyes glowed as he read the disintegration armor's attribute panel. Before this, he hadn't had a clear idea of what a true legendary item's attributes would look like. He had only heard of legendary items during his previous life. He hadn't actually seen a real legendary item's attribute panel since anyone with such an item had rightfully kept a tight lid on its abilities. Although the disintegration armor was an unfinished product, it was the strongest piece of equipment he had ever laid eyes on. Even Gentle Snow's fragmented legendary ranked 7 Luminaries battle armor was far weaker than this chest piece. The 7 Luminaries battle armor had originally been a legendary item, but after taking significant damage, its rank had fallen. And yet, despite being a damaged piece of armor as well, the disintegration armor was leagues stronger than the 7 Luminaries battle armor in all aspects. The fact that the disintegration armor granted divine defense, rather than a simple boost to ordinary defense, was particularly astounding. This meant that even skills and spells that dealt true damage wouldn't be as effective against the disintegration armor's wearer. It would also reduce lower-tiered players' damage, and higher-tiered players wouldn't be able to deal any additional damage due to their tier advantage. Divine defense was the highest grade of defense in God's domain. It's a pity that the armor is so badly damaged. Even if I equip it, I'll only exhibit a fraction of its true might. If I could display the disintegration armor's full power, dealing with the ice dragon would be a piece of cake, Shifeng thought. The disintegration power's instability limited the armor's true strength. At the armor's peak, Shifeng could likely defeat the mythic-ranked ice dragon head-on with the additional 100% physique and 120% strength. Even so, Shifeng was overjoyed that he could finally equip the disintegration armor. A piece of legendary equipment. Countless players, including Apex experts, dreamed of equipping such an item. Legendary items were simply too rare in God's domain. Just obtaining a single clue that might lead to one required an astronomical amount of manpower and resources. In some cases, these clues would only lead to a fragment of a legendary item. Players would then have to find the remaining fragments and invest even more resources to repair it. Unless one were ridiculously lucky or had particularly powerful support, getting their hands on a legendary item would be utterly impossible. Now, Shifeng finally had a legendary item of his own, and he could even equip it now. The disintegration armor's attributes might be halved, but it was still slightly more powerful than a piece of fragmented legendary equipment. Shifeng immediately equipped the disintegration armor. The 9,000 strength and 7,000 agility were incredibly difficult requirements to meet. Even a Tier 3 player in full, top-tier equipment would have to wait until level 120 to fulfill them, but it wasn't an issue for Shifeng. Not only did he have an advanced bloodline, but he also wielded one of the 10 great saint legacies. Furthermore, he carried a magic weapon and multiple fragmented legendary items. Meeting the two requirements at level 100 was actually quite easy for him. The instant Shifeng equipped the disintegration armor, he felt power course through him. His basic attributes skyrocketed, and his perception considerably improved. Even his mind felt far clearer than before. If he fought Erdia, a titled Tier 3 heroic spirit, in his current condition, he'd have a high chance of defeating the undead. It's about time to leave. Glancing at the time, Shifeng realized it was time to meet up with Blackie and the others. He activated the Nightwalker's Cape's Nightwalker skill to conceal the disintegration armor's aura and information before heading toward White River City's teleportation hall. White River City's teleportation hall. Once in the teleportation hall, Shifeng made his way to one of the high-class bars on the 3rd floor. Blackie and the others had been waiting for some time now. When they noticed Shifeng enter the establishment, they stood, surprised. Yan Tianqing and Yi Luofei were particularly shocked as their guild leader pulled their attention away from their 10 gold bottles of 5-colored fruit wine. So, this is a Tier 3 class? Blackie had already informed the group that Shifeng had left to challenge his Tier 3 promotion quest, and none of them had been particularly surprised. Shifeng had already reached level 100, so it was expected that he'd challenge his promotion quest. Although Shifeng's Nightwalker's cape concealed his aura, it couldn't hide the fact that the ambient mana actively flowed toward him. God's domain did have weapons and equipment that would attract mana to their user, but those items generally only increased the mana density around the player. However, despite so much mana flowing toward Shifeng, Yan Tianqing, whose senses were quite sharp, and Yi Luofei, who was a magical class player and only a step away from reaching the domain realm, recognized that the mana density around Shifeng hadn't actually increased. It felt as if the swordsman were a black hole, steadily devouring the ambient mana. Mana was the root of all in God's domain. A player's physical and mental condition, skills, and spells were all closely tied to mana. As players at the peak of God's domain, Yan Tianqing and Yi Luofei had spent a considerable amount of time researching the game's mechanics, especially the relationship between mana and a player's virtual body. Players constantly absorbed mana from their environments, and as players' physiques grew stronger, they'd absorb more mana. This was why areas with thin or no mana were considered forbidden lands. As a Tier 3 player, Shifeng's mana absorption was astounding. If the mana that flowed into Tier 2 players was like a small creek, the mana flowing into Shifeng was a raging river. Everyone's here, guild leader. We can set off when you're ready, Blackie excitedly reported. Thanks to the Northern Fortress, Zero Wing's overall strength had increased considerably. Not only did the Northern Fortress provide the huge ancient gold profits, but it also gave players a place where they could rapidly grow stronger. By this point, Zero Wing had explored multiple ancient ruins in the Gravity Mountain Range's northern region, securing plenty of precious treasure. The guild's main force members had also reached level 97 and 98, and had upgraded most of their equipment with level 95 dark gold equipment. However, their combat standards had improved far faster than their levels and equipment. As many as 26 main force members had now reached the Truth Realm. Yan Tianqing and Yi Luofei had even reached the Ascension Realm. In addition, Alluring Summer, Silent Blade, Shadow Sword, Stubborn Bone, and Zhao Yueru had entered the Flowing Water Realm thanks to Unyielding Soul's legacy training slots. Seeing how much his comrades had improved, Shifeng was a little surprised. He hadn't expected them to grow so strong so quickly. Now, Zero Wing's main force was likely only a little weaker than Superpower's main forces. If Fire Dance and the others could make some progress in the Tower of Four Gods, Zero Wing's main force might even be able to stand toe-to-toe with the various Superpower's main forces. All right, let's go. Shifeng nodded as he joined the team. He led everyone to a teleportation array and traveled to the border town closest to the Cold Spring Forest. He then used the Seven Luminaries Ring spatial gate to transport the team the rest of the way. Cold Spring Forest was a level 100 neutral map, as well as a junction to other level 100+ neutral maps. Thus, it was quite far from civilization. Players would have to cross over a dozen large maps to reach the Cold Spring Forest from Starmoon Kingdom. Getting there was especially troublesome without a flying mount. Of course, Shifeng had the Thunder Eagle and the Seven Luminaries Ring. After teleporting multiple times, Shifeng and his team finally arrived before the cave that led to the Cold Spring Forest. The Cold Spring Forest was meant to help players transition from Tier 2 to Tier 3, unlike other level 100 neutral maps with harsh environments. Not only was this a comfortable area for players to grind, but it was also home to a large number of ancient races. The forest was also under an ancient seal's protection, so players would have to defeat the map's guardian boss and remove the seal before they could explore the map. Even with a flying mount, entering the map was impossible without completing those tasks. Guild leader, I see people. Minor Wind, who had long since reached both the Refinement Realm and Truth Realm, quickly discovered players' tracks as they arrived before the cave. It looks like there's a lot of them. I'm guessing these tracks are from a 200-man team. Others have already found this place? Shifeng was stunned. Although this cave wasn't as dangerous as a level 100 neutral map, the monsters within were still level 97+ lords and great lords. Quite a few grand lords wandered within the cave as well. Surviving here was no easy task. In addition, the cave was particularly dark, suppressing players' 5 senses to a certain degree. A 100-man team of current experts wouldn't last more than 10 minutes inside the cave. Even a superpower's main force would struggle to get through. There were simply too many monsters, especially since the cave should still be largely unexplored. Guild leader, should we head inside? Blackie asked. They were trying to maintain a level of secrecy. If they encountered other players, news of their operation would spread. Although they were only heading out to explore a level 100 neutral map, which shouldn't be much of a problem, they couldn't guarantee that other powers wouldn't try to take advantage of their operation. No need to worry. Let's just go, Shifeng said, shaking his head. Even if other powers learned that they were exploring the Cold Spring Forest, they couldn't cause any problems for Zero Wing's team. Other players weren't even guaranteed to get through the cave and into the forest, much less take advantage of the operation. following which with Kola, Yi Wumian, and Turtledove led the way into the cave. Visibility was poor in the dimly lit cave. Even Tier 2 players could only see up to 200 yards away, and dodging ranged attacks from multiple directions would be particularly challenging in the cave's narrow, maze-like structure. Fortunately, Zero Wing's main force members had trained in the Extraordinary Tower, so they coped with the cave monster's ambushes relatively well. With an MT like Kola leading the way, the team had little issue pushing through the cave quickly. They didn't have to come to a halt to deal with the monsters. The cave had 2 floors, and after 3 hours, Shifeng and his comrades finally reached the 2nd floor. This was also where they'd find the Guardian boss. Unlike the 1st floor, the 2nd floor was an open canyon. It was so large that a large team wouldn't have to worry about needing room for their usual formations in battle. Moreover, the 2nd floor was much brighter than the 1st. However, the suppression on players' senses had increased in exchange. Less than 30 minutes after reaching the 2nd floor, Shifeng and his team heard explosions and noticed dazzling lights at the end of the tunnel. The tunnel led to a cavern which contained a town. Zero Wing's main force found a 200-man team clearing out the Demonkin soldiers and guards that guarded the town, while gradually approaching an ancient giant in the town center. Every player on the 200-man team was level 96 or above, and they all bore a dark mark on their foreheads. They also radiated a faint, black glow. Even as they fought the High Lord-ranked Demonkin soldiers one-on-one, these players had an overwhelming advantage. Not even the Great Lord-ranked Demonkin guards could halt these players' advance for more than a moment. As for the ancient giant in the town center, it stood at over a dozen meters tall and had 6 arms. Each of the giant's hands held a pitch-black spear, and it loomed like the ancient god of destruction. Demonkin soldier, dark creature, High Lord, level 98. HP 49, 000, 000/49, 000, 000, Demonkin guard, dark creature, Great Lord, level 99, HP 88, 000, 000/88, 000, 000, Purgatory Giant, Dark Giant, Mythic, level 99, HP 460, 000, 000/460, 000, 000, Guild Leader. They look like Shadowless Empire's members. It's an adventurer team from the Shadow World, Blackie said, quickly discerning the players' identities once he saw them. Shadowless Empire? It's no wonder why those two are here. Shifeng thought, spotting a familiar man and woman at the lead of the small army. Blackie's comment reminded him of exactly who those two were. Shadowless Empire had been a very famous superpower during his previous life. It had taken over the Shadow World even before the planar passages had opened. With the excellent leveling resources and special legacies the Shadow World contained, Shadowless Empire had flourished wonderfully after arriving on the main continent. 2 of Shadowless Empire's members, in particular, had forced the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion into a disadvantageous position during a contest for territory in level 100+ neutral maps. Those 2 were the same man and woman that led Shadowless Empire's 200-man team. They were the Dark Assassin, Vastlock, and the Shadowless Ranger, Night Reader. These 2 players hadn't reached the Domain Realm Empire before moving to God's Domain's main continent. Yet even Domain Realm experts had been terrified of their assassination capabilities. Once they had reached the Domain Realm, they had been akin to Demon Kings in the dark. Those 2 had been responsible for plenty of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's losses, even going as far as stealing one of the pavilion's territories. Meanwhile, shortly after Zero Wing's members discovered Shadowless Empire's team, Shadowless Empire's members noticed them as well. Commander, those are Zero Wing's members. Should we get rid of them? A level 96 Dark Berserker asked, making a throat-cutting gesture as he glanced at Zero Wing's main force. I hadn't thought Zero Wing would reach this place. It's no wonder why everyone's insisted that Starlink and the various superpowers can't seem to deal with the guild, Night Reader said, chuckling. Night Reader was a slender woman with vibrant red hair. She wore epic chainmail and wielded an ancient crimson bow as well. It's a pity that their era in God's domain has come to an end. Zero Wing is simply wasting its time by coming here. Because the Shadow World lacked top-tier weapons and equipment, Shadowless Empire's equipment standards had been lacking when they had first arrived on the main continent. However, their equipment standards had undergone a qualitative transformation rather quickly, and Shadowless Empire's members had caught up with the main continent's players. With their advantage in terms of legacies, levels, and combat standards, not even the various superpowers with vast foundations were a match for Shadowless Empire now. As for the main continent's non-superpowers, they were utterly helpless before Shadowless Empire's strength. When he heard Night Reader's comment, the bald youth leading the team, Vastlock, nodded his agreement. Ignore them and prioritize killing the Purgatory Giant. They'll know what to do once they realize the difference between our strengths, Vastlock said. He returned to commanding his team as they advanced on the Purgatory Giant. After Vastlock declared his decision, Shadowless Empire's 200-man team accelerated their advance toward the Purgatory Giant, completely ignoring Shurfeng and the others' existence. These people really don't care about us at all. Yen Tianqing could not help but shake his head and chuckle when he saw Shadowless Empire's members' nonchalant reaction toward Zero Wing's arrival. Normally, when players came across other players out in the fields, especially when they were raiding a boss, they would give out a reminder or warning to the approaching players. However, Shadowless Empire's members simply treated Zero Wing's team as if it were air and did not even bother trying to make contact. The only explanation for such a reaction was that Shadowless Empire had deemed them to be no threat and not worthy of any attention whatsoever. Guild leader, are we really not going to make a move? Blackie asked as he looked at the distant Purgatory Giant. He did not particularly care about Shadowless Empire's treatment of them. However, since the guardian boss of this cave served as the key to the Cold Spring Forest, its loot might provide them with some help once they entered the neutral map. We're only traveling toward the Cold Spring Forest. Having someone to open up a path for us is a good thing, Shurfeng said, chuckling. He then instructed everyone to get some rest first. He had no intention of snatching the boss from Shadowless Empire at all. The Purgatory Giant was indeed a very important boss. After killing it, not only would players gain access to the Cold Spring Forest, but they would also obtain a special item called Purgatory Core. When activated, the Purgatory Core would create a natural barrier with a 200-yard radius that would help players adapt to level 100 neutral maps. The barrier's effects were similar to Arctic water, except that Arctic water was only effective for one player while the Purgatory Core applied to a specific area. For Tier 2 teams looking to grind in level 100+ neutral maps, the Purgatory Core was a very useful item. Killing the Purgatory Giant provided no other benefits aside from these two. Meanwhile, his goal was to kill the Ice Dragon Heathwaite and occupy the Cold Spring Canyon. To him, the Purgatory Core held no meaning. After all, once he occupied the Cold Spring Canyon, he could obtain Arctic water much more easily. At that time, let alone a 100-man team, even strengthening a 1,000-man team wouldn't be difficult. I guess you're right. Blackie nodded, as he found Shurfeng's words reasonable. He then sat down on the ground and started recovering his stamina and concentration. The Purgatory Giant was a level 99 mythic boss. Moreover, it belonged to the giant race. Its life rating was considerably high, so raiding it would not be easy. Since Shadowless Empire was willing to raid it for them, they could use this opportunity to conserve their strength for the Cold Spring Forest. While Zero Wing's members rested in a distant location, Shadowless Empire's members, who were only 500 yards away from the Purgatory Giant now, also noticed what Zero Wing's members were doing. It seems these people are quite smart. Had they dared try to snatch the boss, I'd make sure they got a good beating, a level 96 Dark Berserker said, smirking when he saw Zero Wing's members sitting down and resting. I doubt that's the case. I bet they want to use us to test the Purgatory Giant's prowess, so that they can have an easier time raiding it afterward. Night Reader said as she glanced at Shurfeng and the others, a bright smile blooming on her face. It's a pity that they're looking down on us too much. Shadowless Empire was the ruler of the entire Shadow World. Its capabilities were far beyond anything the main continent's various superpowers could imagine. Although the Shadow World was only the size of a kingdom, as one of the higher standard otherworlds, it possessed resources that many superpowers coveted. However, despite the superpower's numerous attempts to seize the Shadow World, Shadowless Empire always emerged victorious. All right, focus. The boss has already sensed us. Everyone, get ready. Vastlock suddenly shouted when he saw the Purgatory Giant opening its eyes. The Purgatory Giant's awakening immediately panicked the wandering Demonkin soldiers and Demonkin guards. The moment the Purgatory Giant opened its eyes, everyone present felt a horrific aura wash over them. Even Zero Wings members, who sat several thousand yards away. Based on its aura, the Purgatory Giant was definitely much stronger than ordinary mythic monsters. Moreover, space within a 500-yard radius of the Purgatory Giant started changing upon the Guardian boss's awakening, the gravel on the ground shattering. After awakening, the Purgatory Giant immediately advanced toward Shadowless Empire's members and thrust its 6 spears at them, the spears tearing apart the space they passed through. Just as the 6 spears were about to reach Shadowless Empire's members, 6 shield-bearing Dark Knights jumped forward and met the spears in battle, the bodies of these Dark Knights radiating a bright, black light while the dark mark on their foreheads glowed a faint crimson. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed throughout the entire tattered town. After receiving the Purgatory Giant's spear, each of the 6 Dark Knights stumbled only 3 or 4 steps back before stabilizing their bodies. They also lost only 25% or so of their HP, which was quickly regenerated thanks to the rear-line healers. When the Purgatory Giant started launching its second round of attacks, the 6 Dark Knights had yet to recover their balance. At this time, however, 6 more Dark Knights emerged from Shadowless Empire's TE to block the Purgatory Giant's spears. Like so, the 2 parties of main tanks, MTs, took turns receiving the Purgatory Giant's attacks, their coordination perfect. Due to their perfect execution and timing, the 12 MTs prevented the Purgatory Giant from inflicting any harm on the rest of the team. Start! Vastlock shouted. Upon hearing Vastlock's command, the Cursemancers at the rear line immediately cast Dark Devour. In the next moment, a black puddle formed beneath the Purgatory Giant's feet, the black liquid continuously crawling up the giant and threatening to consume it. Although the spell did not deal any damage, it applied a significant speed debuff. This situation instantly reduced the pressure on the team. Immediately after, Shadowless Empire's members started bombarding the boss in a frenzy. Taking the lead to attack, Night Reader drew her Crimson Bow and sent a Crimson Light Pillar shooting at the Purgatory Giant. Minus 331,564. With just one attack, Night Reader halted the movement of one of the Purgatory Giant's arms. At this time, Vastlock had also made his way to the Purgatory Giant's back and stabbed his 2 pitch-black, glowing daggers at the mythic boss. The instant the 2 daggers touched the Purgatory Giant's skin, 2 black beams pierced through the boss, each beam causing over minus 200,000 damage. The basic attributes of these people are high. Every one of them is like a great lord. This is especially true for that assassin and ranger. Those 2 are most likely superior to great lords of the same level in terms of basic attributes. Moreover, these people can perfectly combine their combat techniques with their skills and spells. It's no wonder they're so confident in taking down the Purgatory Giant. Yen Tianqing praised as he watched Shadowless Empire's members fight. At this stage of the game, the majority of the main continent's experts were still experimenting with combining combat techniques with skills and spells. However, Shadowless Empire's members had already accomplished this feat, allowing their Tier 2 skills and spells to undergo a qualitative improvement. Just 30 minutes later, the Purgatory Giant finally went berserk. Shadowless Empire's members started activating their berserk skills, one after another, in response. When Vastlock and Night Reader activated their berserk skills, without even activating twofold berserk, their basic attributes already reached the standard of mythic monsters. As a result, they managed to endure the Purgatory Giant's berserk phase and eventually slew the mythic boss. Along with the Purgatory Giant's death, the magic barrier that protected the Cold Spring Forest started crumbling. The seal on the cave leading to the Cold Spring Forest was also removed. Meanwhile, beyond the cave, one could now see a snow-covered forest. After killing the Purgatory Giant, Shadowless Empire's members did not rest for long. As soon as they finished collecting the boss's loot, they made their way into the Cold Spring Forest. As they left, they glanced at the distant Zero Wing members with gleeful expressions. Ha ha ha! Zero Wing's members must be dumbfounded after seeing us defeat the Purgatory Giant. The Dark Berserker carrying a two-handed axe laughed. Although we got to show them the gap in strength between us, they now get to enter the Cold Spring Forest without putting in any effort. Night Reader grumbled. There's nothing wrong with letting them gain some advantage. Zero Wing is Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild. Its influence also reaches multiple kingdoms and empires. If we want to establish a foothold in the main continent quickly, we can make use of Zero Wing's strength, Vastlock said. After Vastlock's words, Shadowless Empire's members no longer said anything. Instead, they simply focused on traveling to the Cold Spring Forest's inner area. Roughly 5 minutes after Shadowless Empire's members entered the forest, a deafening roar suddenly echoed throughout the forest. How is this possible? A grim look surfaced on Night Reader's face when a group of fully armed dragonkin suddenly emerged from the snowy forest ahead. However, what shocked her the most were the numbers and strength of these dragonkin. Dragonkin Fighter, Dragonkin Lord, level 100, HP 63, 000, 000/63, 000, 000, Dragonkin Captain, Dragonkin, High Lord, comma, level 101, HP 135, 000, 000/135, 000, 000, Dragonkin Warrior, Dragonkin, Great Lord, level 101, HP 220, 000, 000/220, 000, 000. The inferior dragons standing before their team numbered more than 1,000, and even the weakest dragonkin fighter had an aura that was no weaker than that of the Great Lord-ranked demonkin guards they faced before. As for the Great Lord-ranked dragonkin warriors, their auras were just slightly weaker than that of the Purgatory Giant. Moreover, there were 3 of them. Defensive formations, Vastlock shouted. By the time Vastlock gave his command, however, the dragonkin army was already charging at them. Although Shadowless Empire's members could barely hold their ground against the Lord-ranked dragonkin fighters, they were at a severe disadvantage against the dragonkin captains, inferior in terms of both basic attributes and reaction speed. When one of the Dark Knights failed to defend himself in time and got hit by the saber of a dragonkin captain, he instantly lost over 1/4 of his HP. As for the dragonkin warriors, Vastlock and Night Reader had to coordinate with each other just to pin down one. Stopping the remaining 2 great lords was beyond them. Retreat! Retreat to the cave! Vastlock shouted when he saw the 2 unfettered dragonkin warriors slaughtering his teammates. Retreating was now their only option. Otherwise, a team wipe was inevitable. As Shadowless Empire's members continuously fell back, they eventually came across Zero Wing's members, who had also entered the Cold Spring Forest. You guys, hurry up and retreat. These dragonkin are much stronger than the lords and great lords in that cave. You'll die if you go up against them, Vastlock warned as he looked at Sherfong. However, as soon as the Dark Assassin gave this advice, one of the dragonkin warriors slaughtering Shadowless Empire's members shifted its gaze toward Zero Wing's team, which was less than 100 yards away from it. Squinting its eyes, it immediately charged toward Zero Wing. They're doomed. Night Reader could not help but look at Zero Wing's members in pity at this sudden turn of events. The dragonkin warriors possessed very high reaction speeds and intellect. These great lords posed an enormous threat even to Shadowless Empire's members, not to mention Zero Wing's members. However, just as the dragonkin warrior arrived before Zero Wing's team and was swinging down its saber, a sword light suddenly struck at it. Suddenly, the dragonkin warrior let out a wheeze as its 4-meter-tall body shot backward like a bullet and crashed heavily into a nearby tree, the massive tree shuddering at the impact. As if time had stopped, silence fell over the entire Cold Spring Forest. Whether it was the dragonkin or Shadowless Empire's members, They were all in a daze as they looked at the dragonkin warrior that had collapsed before the large tree. At this moment, not only was the dragonkin warrior in a heavily injured state, but its silver armor even sported a large cut. If one looked closely, one could even see the white, broken bones of the dragonkin warrior beyond this cut. If not for God's domain setting that made it so that creatures would die only if their HP fell to 0, the slash from before would undoubtedly have taken the dragonkin warrior's life. Even so, the attack still took away a large chunk of the dragonkin warrior's HP. What did he do? Night Reader could not help her shock as she stared at Feng, the person who executed the attack on the dragonkin warrior. Previously, when she used her trump card to attack the dragonkin warrior, she had only managed to make it stumble back one step. Feng, on the other hand, heavily injured the dragonkin warrior with just one stroke of his sword. For a moment, she wondered if the main god system was playing a joke on her. After all, she was currently level 97. She was also equipped in 4 pieces of epic equipment and a top-tier epic weapon. In addition, she had a special legacy that increased her basic attributes and physique by a significant margin when fighting in darkness. Even the apex experts of super guilds were most likely no match for her when it came to basic attributes. Now, however, Feng, who looked very ordinary and gave off no aura whatsoever, actually surpassed her strength by several degrees. No matter how she looked at this situation, she simply could not bring herself to accept it. He is probably Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. According to rumors, he has already reached level 100, Vastlock guessed as he looked at Feng, his evaluation of Zero Wing increasing by a grade. Even if he is level 100, there is no way he can have enough strength to send the dragonkin warrior flying. We can't, even if we activated our berserk skills, Night Reader said. Although the dragonkin warrior was only a great lord, its strength was just slightly inferior to the mythic-ranked purgatory giants. Even if they activated a berserk skill, they would, at most, just match the dragonkin warrior. In order to send it flying over 20 yards, they would need strength at the standard of mythic monsters, at the very least. Of course, it's impossible just by reaching level 100. However, I suspect that he has already completed his Tier 3 promotion quest, Vastlock said in a definite tone. Tier 3? How is that possible? Night Reader simply could not bring herself to believe Vastlock's speculation. Previously, she already considered the rumor of Feng reaching level 100 a wild exaggeration. The Shadow World had much more abundant leveling resources compared to the main continent, yet even they, the top players of Shadowless Empire, had only managed to reach level 97. Now, however, Vastlock was telling her that Feng had not only reached level 100 but also completed his Tier 3 promotion quest. This was unbelievable. The difficulty of promotion quests increased with each subsequent tier. The difficulty of the Tier 3 promotion quest was especially high. To complete the Tier 3 promotion quest, players would not only have to be of a sufficiently high level but also needed to invest a lot of time into making preparations. For Night Reader herself, even if she had made all the preparations she could, she still wouldn't be confident of completing her Tier 3 promotion quest. After all, experts of their caliber couldn't settle for a mediocre result in their Tier 3 promotion quest. Needless to say, someone like Feng wouldn't settle for this either. While Night Reader and Vastlock were talking about Feng, the heavily injured dragonkin warrior suddenly stood up and let loose a deafening roar, which echoed throughout the forest. Moreover, the dragonkin warrior did not stop at just one roar. Instead, it repeatedly roared again and again. Did it get hit too hard in the head? Night Reader found the dragonkin warrior's incessant roaring strange. Moreover, the injured dragonkin warrior wasn't the only one acting strangely. Every other dragonkin in the army also started roaring. No! Vastlock's complexion darkened as realization struck him. They're calling for reinforcements. As soon as Vastlock finished speaking, a deafening roar came from the depths of the forest. Following which, a commotion broke out in the distant forest, and very quickly, a huge swarm of dragonkin charged out of there. The newly arrived dragonkin numbered more than 3,000, including as many as 5 dragonkin warriors. Run! Vastlock shouted, his scalp turning numb at this sight. At Vastlock's order, Shadowless Empire's members immediately dropped what they were doing and fled for the cave they had come from, without hesitation. However, despite seeing Shadowless Empire's members retreating, Shifeng and the others still maintained their positions. "Why aren't you guys running yet?" Night Reader asked as she looked at Shifeng. "We'll block them, so you guys should use this opportunity to retreat. It is still too soon for you all to come here," Shifeng said before walking toward the Dragonkin army, together with Zero Wings members. Since Vastlock had warned him before out of goodwill, Shifeng naturally didn't mind helping Shadowless Empire now. "You're crazy. Do whatever you want," Night Reader huffed when she saw Zero Wing advancing toward the Dragonkin army. She then turned her head away and left. Shifeng might have reached Tier 3, but he was only one person. He wouldn't be able to keep the several thousand Dragonkin at bay all by himself. Not to mention, 5 more Dragonkin warriors had joined the fight now. Even if the swordsman could suppress these great lords, could he suppress all 8 of them? However, before Night Reader had gone 100 yards away from her previous position, she saw Zero Wing's team clashing with the Dragonkin army. When the two sides came into contact, Shifeng initiated the battle by executing Void Slash, using the 6 slashes his skill generated to send 6 Dragonkin warriors flying back and crashing into the Dragonkin behind them. As for the 2 remaining Dragonkin warriors, Kola stopped one of them while Turtledove stopped the other. Kola's strength might not be comparable to the Dragonkin warriors, but with the fragmented legendary ranked Titan Guard and his Dragonslayer legacy, he neutralized all of the Dragonkin warriors' attacks without fail. As for Turtledove, although she was inferior to Kola in terms of both defense and strength, she had Yen Tianxing assisting her from the side. Yen Tianxing influenced the Dragonkin warriors' attacks, such that they all landed on Turtledove's shield and nowhere else. After seeing that all 8 Dragonkin warriors were stopped, Alluring Summer, Luofei, Zhao Yueru, and the other magical class players started bombarding the approaching Dragonkin captains and Dragonkin fighters. Like a mobile turret, Zhao Yueru sent even the High Lord ranked Dragonkin captains flying with her spells. With just one AoE spell, she created a large clearing amid the Dragonkin army. Even the Dragonkin warriors stumbled when struck by her attacks. Despite the severe numerical disadvantage, Zero Wing's 100-man team coped with the Dragonkin army without suffering any casualties and relentlessly pressed deeper into the Cold Spring Forest, suppressing the Dragonkin army thoroughly. Dragonkin fighters and Dragonkin captains died quickly, one after another, under Zero Wing's bombardment. Crap! Are they even human? An axe-carrying Dark Berserker, who had already arrived back at the cave, cursed aloud when he saw the Dragonkin army getting repulsed. He had had a tough time dealing with just one Dragonkin captain, yet Zero Wing's members were toying with the High Lords as if they were children. Zhao Yueru, Alluring Summer, and Luofei, in particular, had devastated the several dozen Dragonkin captains with their attacks, preventing the High Lords from reaching Zero Wing's rear line. Shifeng was even more frightening, single-handedly suppressing 6 Dragonkin warriors, let alone damaging the swordsman. The 6 Dragonkin warriors couldn't even get within 5 yards of him. Their HPs also plummeted. After only a short moment, the 6 Dragonkin warriors had already lost 1/10 of their HPs. At this rate, the deaths of all 6 were just a matter of time. How is Zero Wing so strong? After Zero Wing's team disappeared into the snow-mantled forest, Night Reader was in a daze for a long time. When she remembered how they had thought to prove their superiority over Zero Wing by defeating the Purgatory Giant, she felt a little embarrassed. She had never imagined that things would turn out this way. Shifeng's performance, in particular, had shocked her. Every one of his actions was beyond her perception. If he had decided to contest for the Purgatory Giant back then, the consequences would have been dire. Most likely, he could annihilate their entire 200-man team all by himself. Let's return now. Zero Wing is much stronger than we initially thought. The higher-ups will need to adjust our approach to Starmoon Kingdom, Vastlock said after giving the matter some thought. Shifeng's strength was simply too frightening. He was no longer an existence Tier 2 players could hope to contend with. Moreover, the other members of Zero Wing also possessed considerable strength. With the guild definitely much stronger than ordinary major powers, Shadowless Empire would have to tread carefully in Starmoon Kingdom from now on. After saying so, Vastlock turned around and had everyone prepare to leave the Cold Spring Forest. As for Night Reader, she turned involuntarily for one last look towards the direction Shurfeng disappeared. So what if you're Tier 3? Just you wait. I'll catch up with you soon. At that time, I'll show you just how powerful I am. I'll make you regret looking down on me. When Night Reader thought of the words Shurfeng said to her before, she gnashed her teeth in anger and frustration, feeling as if she had been treated like a fool. Immediately afterward, she turned around and left the Cold Spring Forest. Zero Wings members gradually advanced deeper into the Cold Spring Forest. As the map had never been explored by players before, the number of Dragonkin Zero Wings members encountered along their journey kept increasing. Fortunately, the number of Dragonkin warriors they came across did not, so the growing number of enemies did not affect the team negatively. It only provided the team with even more EXP. The EXP granted by level 100 monsters was far greater than that of level 99 monsters. Although Shurfeng had brought Zero Wings' main force to grind at a level 100 Forbidden Land before, everyone's level had been very low. As they had to rely on Tier 3 demons to do most of the fighting back then, their grinding efficiency had been considerably low. Now that everyone in the team had the combat power to contend against level 100 lords, they made short work of the level 100 plus Dragonkin. As a result, everyone's experience bar increased at a very rapid rate. After grinding for just 6 hours, everyone in the team had already leveled up once. Now, even the lowest leveled player in Zero Wings' main force was level 98, whereas the guild's top experts like Yen Tianqing had reached level 99. As for Shurfeng, he too had gained his final percent and reached level 101. However, in contrast to the team's leveling speed, the Dragonkin's loot rendered everyone speechless. Even the best piece of equipment dropped by the High Lord-ranked Dragonkin captains was level 100 Mysterious Iron rank. Moreover, this was from the first kill of these Dragonkin captains. Otherwise, the weapons and equipment they dropped would be only bronze rank. The quality of the Dragonkin captain's loot was far inferior to that of level 99 High Lords. Shurfeng, however, did not find this situation surprising. After reaching level 100, ordinary experts would be able to gear themselves only in level 100 Mysterious Iron equipment. If they wished to get level 100 Secret Silver equipment through killing monsters, they needed the support of a sufficiently strong team. As for obtaining level 100 Fine Gold weapons and equipment from monster drops, that was absolutely impossible for them. Only Tier 3 experts would have the ability to grind for level 100 Fine Gold weapons and equipment. As for Dark Gold weapons and equipment, players would need both superb strength and luck. This was also the reason why, after frontline players reached level 100, the various powers of God's domain would start frantically investing in Tier 3 experts and Master Lifestyle players. Past level 100, quantity no longer mattered. Instead, what mattered the most was quality. One could say that Tier 3 experts and Master Lifestyle players were the true foundation of the various powers. Without Tier 3 experts and Master Lifestyle players, level 100 plus weapons and equipment at the Fine Gold rank or better would be inaccessible. Meanwhile, if a guild did not possess top-tier level 100 weapons and equipment, how was it supposed to develop? Level 100 plus monsters weren't easy opponents, especially after players reached level 105. Before reaching level 105, players could still rely on Dark Gold weapons and equipment that were below level 100 to fight monsters and bosses that were below level 105. However, that would no longer be possible at level 105. Past level 100, monsters would receive a significant improvement in strength every 5 levels. Without top-tier weapons and equipment of a corresponding level, Tier 2 players would not be able to contend with monsters and bosses of the same level at all. Only Tier 3 players would be able to. However, players capable of getting promoted to Tier 3 as soon as they reached level 100 were extremely rare. Moreover, although Tier 2 players might have an easier time completing their Tier 3 promotion quest as their levels increased, they would still require the assistance of top-tier weapons and equipment to succeed. Guild Leader. I found a parchment that can't be appraised. Blackie said excitedly after picking up a parchment dropped by a Dragonkin warrior. He then handed it to Shurfeng, anticipation filling him. His appraisal had already reached the advanced standard and was only one step away from the master standard. An item that he could not appraise definitely wasn't ordinary. A parchment. After Shifeng used omniscient eyes to appraise the parchment, surprise and joy filled him. Not bad. This is a magic trap design. A trap design? Blackie, however, was disappointed when he heard Shifeng's words. How unlucky. I thought we got a design for a weapon or equipment. Traps were common in God's domain. Some players would even use traps to deal with field bosses. However, compared to magic arrays, traps were very much inferior. Some traps were even ineffective against monsters at Great Lord rank or above. However, Tier 2 players could easily deal with Lord-ranked monsters. Setting up traps to deal with a Lord would be a waste of time and materials. This is something very good, Shifeng said, chuckling. In any case, have everyone keep an eye out for it. If any more drop, bring them to me. Also, have Melancholic Side prepare the materials necessary for making this trap. Prepare as many as possible. Most likely, every player in God's domain had suffered at the hands of traps before. In fact, many experts had been killed by traps. However, as players couldn't properly utilize traps against monsters, traps never gained much popularity among players. However, traps were almost guaranteed when exploring ruins in God's domain, so how could they be useless? The reason for everyone's misconception about traps being useless was simply current players being limited to using and producing basic traps. The materials and production method for basic traps were common and simple, so it was only natural that they had very little effect against monsters. As for why players were capable of making only basic traps right now, it was because the main God system intended for players to slowly adapt to and learn about traps before reaching level 100. However, after reaching level 100, the main God system would remove all restrictions on players. Naturally, this included the limitation on traps, and players would be able to make intermediate traps. Not only would intermediate traps use much rarer materials, but their production difficulty would also increase significantly. In return, however, their effectiveness against monsters would improve substantially. Let alone dealing with level 100 lords, intermediate traps could deal serious damage even to level 100 great lords and place them in a heavily injured state for a short time. Moreover, traps were more suitable for the general public than precious magic arrays, as they were much less costly to produce. During Shifeng's previous life, many Tier 2 experts had relied on intermediate traps to hunt high-ranking bosses and grind monsters. If not for these traps, the majority of Tier 2 players wouldn't have been able to survive in level 100+ neutral maps at all. Meanwhile, the design the Dragonkin warrior dropped was for the Countercurrent Swamp, a magic trap that was effective against monsters below level 120. When triggered, it would not only immobilize monsters for a brief period but also reduce the reaction speed and basic attributes of the trapped monsters by 15%. Of course, the stronger a monster was, the less effective the trap would be against them. Even so, the Countercurrent Swamp was very useful against Great Lords below level 120. Past level 100, even Great Lord-ranked monsters were considered bosses. Ordinary Tier 3 experts would have to flee if they came across a Great Lord of the same level. Soloing the boss would be impossible. With the magic trap, however, even Tier 2 players could kill level 100 Great Lords so long as they had a sufficiently large team. Alright, I'll notify the others about it, Blackie said, nodding. Even so, he still wasn't particularly interested in the magic trap. After all, he didn't believe the Countercurrent Swamp's effects could compare to those of a magic array, following which, Shifeng had his team slaughter the Dragonkin armies that they came across. He did not rush to the Cold Spring Forest central region. After one day of steady grinding, Shifeng obtained another 4 trap designs. 2 were for the Countercurrent Swamp, while the other 2 were for a physical trap called Burning Fire. Physical traps had many more weaknesses than magic traps. For example, they were quite useless against flying monsters. However, physical traps also had very obvious benefits. For example, they could be used to target a group of monsters. Moreover, they could cause very high amounts of damage continuously, so long as a monster remained trapped inside them. If magic traps and physical traps were properly paired up, even Tier 2 players could live a profitable life in level 100+ neutral maps. They would be inferior to Tier 3 players only when it came to raiding dungeons. Meanwhile, after the team killed another level 102 Dragonkin warrior. A purple glow enveloped the bodies of many members as these people reached level 100. The invisible chains that previously bound these players also shattered.